The main character is the name of Diaz. It is already a mature man protected by massive and strong armor. Heavy combat weapons are adorned in his hands. It seemed to him that this incredible space, an invisible eye, was already belonging to him. However, it was just an endless green plain. Once upon a time, having the main character commanded him to become a person capable of protecting those who are dear to him. These words became her last wishes, and his father advised his son to always stand for those who are weaker than him. In order not to disgrace the honor of the parents' heroes who died in his childhood, he was the holiday of their will. He said goodbye to his childhood. When the boy turned 15, the war with neighboring countries exploded. In an effort to fulfill his parents' will and protect his loved ones, he voluntarily went to the front. The war has been delayed for 20 years. Years passed in hell and the man met his 35 on the battlefield. During this period, a peace agreement was signed with an hostile state, and the end of the fighting was officially announced. Finally, a dream time came. Everyone could exhale with relief and give themselves a break. At one time, this man was even honored with the title of hero. Probably the reason for this recognition was his outstanding combat abilities and many merit, which distinguished him among other soldiers. His Majesty noted his merits and victory with worthy praise. The main character was given the honorary title of the feudal lord, as well as solemnly announced the granting of individual lands. The man was illiterate, and his only virtue was the courage on the battlefield. He could not understand why he had such a fate. But after all, he was explained. His task is to protect his native lands and people, as well as collect taxes for the kingdom. The first thing Diaz decided to look at his new possessions, so he was badly gathered a simple treasure in a cart and went on a road to the acquired land. He had almost no moment to prepare for the trip before leaving the capital, and in addition, the official did not take his close look from him all this time. Finally, the voices were heard, and the cart stopped. Diaz thought that, apparently, they had already reached his lands. The man released from the floods and decided that they had already reached the center, so he stopped. The official began to outline the boundaries of this territory. Diaz was quite surprised. In front of him, the endless green space unfolds. His possession is almost completely covered with endless alkalis. The official noted that this place is perfect for a person like him, so here he will be able to realize all his skills. The man looked at the documents carefully and added, "The aircraft is called Newts, and his name is Diaz. From now on, this man is called Diaz Newts." Subsequently, Diaz went to the stream to quench his thirst. Diaz made a sip of water and exhaled with relief. He noted that fortunately there is a source of clean water nearby. During the war, he had only a dirty, muddy fluid. Having overcome a considerable distance, he still did not meet any tree. He is encouraged to taste this grass because it is interesting whether she is so useful. However, as it was worth it, it tastes just horrible. He is illuminated on the grass, thinks, and decides that he will return tomorrow. He definitely needs to invent a way to avoid terrible death. He decides to stay here for another 2 days and then leave this world and move on. After all, having helped someone, he will be able to fulfill the dreams of his parents. Suddenly, a stranger approached the man and asked who he was. The DS was sleeping peacefully, and suddenly that uninvited guest stood sharply with his foot, forcing him to wake up. Diaz slowly comes to her senses and notices a young girl with a long horn who stands right in the middle of her forehead. Diaz struck the appearance of man. He could not understand who the flights were until he noticed on her on his head. The girl asked why Diaz was here and what he was doing. Waking up, the man calls himself a diocese, and the girl notices that he spent the night here. She is wondering why this place was a refuge for him. Diaz noted that he was nowhere to be spent. The girl wondered why he was on this plane. Diaz replied to this that he was ordered to settle here. The girl wondered if the man was really so stupid. Diaz spread his shoulders and replied that he could not deny it, because this place had already become his home. The girl wondered at the man, for what purpose he found himself here. Diaz replied that to speak frankly, his goal is to survive at any cost. The girl was already extending behind the bow when the man suddenly exclaimed, worriedly asking her to stop and wait. The girl replied that if he wants to survive, he should be sincere. Diaz stated that he had already said everything, but if the girl is not enough, then his true goal is to fulfill her parents' last will and help those who need support. He seeks to protect the weaker, and it makes sense of his life. The girl asked the man sharply why he was telling a lie. Diaz replied that it was pointless to lie to her. She screamed, demanding to find out who he was, a friend or an enemy? Diaz reflected what a girl really expects from him, and whether she really wanted to hear his answer. The man timidly suggested that he could say that he is neither a friend nor an enemy. But the girl replied unmoved that the man should make her choice. Diaz sharply picks up on his feet and states loudly, he considers himself a friend and patron of this girl. No matter who appears before her, he will not become her enemy. So he will always stand on her side and protect her. Suddenly, the horn on the girl's head flashes bright light. Diaz stunned, and the girl herself looks at the flame-blue glow in confusion. She does not understand what is happening and why her horn is covered by fire. Subsequently, the blue flame disappeared. The girl hurriedly explained that it was only a mistake, this could not happen. Without spending time, she grabbed Diaz by her hand and rushed with him to the side. The man began to stop her, in surprise, asking where she rushed and what she conceived. The girl reported that she would take her husband to her village, so he only had to follow her. Diaz surprised that there was some settlement on this plateau. Subsequently, Diaz and the girl got to the village. The locals met them with great surprise and looked closely at strangers, filled with curiosity and alertness. That's the video. For a while, the heroes reach the head of the leader. He immediately notices that Aruna has brought a stranger, and notes that he is faced with a man through whom the blue light appeared. The girl agreed and said that she caught her husband when he slept and then began to ask him. However, he stubbornly answered with meaningless questions. In the end, she decided to find out whether he or the enemy was an ally, and at the same moment a blue light flashed nearby. The leader asked the girl in surprise whether this light really has no red, but is completely blue. The girl confirmed, yes, she is absolutely blue. Then the leader wondered whether the man was able to explain the meaning of his own name. The man replied that his name is Diaz. The leader noted that such a name is in the world. He further recalled that Diaz called Aruna's friend and asked if he was now ready to confirm his words. Diaz finally learned that this girl was called Aruna. He said with a smile that once all present are on his land, then, probably, they should become his comrades in one way or another. The chief asked the man why he thought. Diaz replied that it was his duty. Then the chief asked whose will he performed in this position. Diaz noted that, in his opinion, it operates on the order of the king himself. Instantly, Aruna pulls out an arrow, pulls the bowstrings of the bow and is sharply aimed at the Diaz. A frightened man in a panic lifts his hands up. The manager of astronauts urged everyone to keep peace. There was no point in rushing. After that, he appealed to Diaz to describe in detail the whole sequence of events, from the beginning to the end. How did it happen that he was given this order? Diaz, not fully realizing what it means from the beginning to the end, began to recount the history of the second half of his life, a little bit into those events, as everything unfolded over time. The leader stated that now it became obvious to him why a man radiates a blue glow. He had no idea that such a person could exist if he is not the owner of the horn. Suddenly he turns to Diaz and recognizes the feudal ruler in it. He is also ready to protect everyone in all available ways. He is interested in hearing the opinion of this man, and yet, he thinks, what happens if they are not recognized? What actions will they take? Diaz thinks, what if the peasants did not become his subjects? He answers himself. He thinks nothing would change. The leader nods to this and says, they would still be friends, even if they did not become his people. The man agrees, noting that they will now share this aircraft as neighbors. Diaz smiles and adds that if you suddenly need, they will always support each other, because this is how true friendship is born. The leader listens carefully to the words of Diaz. Diaz himself is lost in guessing why this man will be asleep with so much questions. If they are not subject to him, then who really is? Suddenly, Diaz thinks that people in this village may not obey him. He expels this thought in surprise. It cannot be. After all, it is its territory, and therefore, everything on it belongs to it. The chief wondered if Diaz really understood everything. His guess was apt. These people did not belong to his subjects. He frankly confesses that they are the enemies of King Diaza, and have long been leading a war with his country. Nevertheless, although these people are considered the enemies of his king, they are now just friends for this man. He argues that Diaz belongs to the blue, the most rare of all blue. Thanks to this, he will be able to live quietly among them. Then the man asks Diaza to raise his head and asks if he would like to hear his story. The leader is called Mo. He heads the people. Their genus has long been a fierce struggle for power over these lands with the state of Daz. The war changed the war for half a century, until, in the end, they were defeated. Having undergone devastating losses, they were displaced from the fertile plains. Diaz recalled that the chief said, "They were expelled from a plateau half a century ago." But he was not given rest thought. How did they still live here? The leader showed his horn and explained that they retain witchcraft, so that they have such magical abilities that ordinary people do not achieve. One of their charming abilities, they have the ability to create fog. This fog is able to hide everything, from people and their homes to their own presence. Thanks to this power, they return to the plains and manage to remain invisible to the royal eye. Diaz is surprised to point out that this is really unexpected. However, he hesitates. Should this truth be revealed if he swore allegiance to this king? The leader replies that is shared with the Diaz only because he is blue. He would not say that to someone else. There is a wonderful magical power called the Soul's Court. If in the soul of Diaza remained at least a crumb of hostility, it would certainly flame red. He laughs and asks Diaz whether he considers him normal to follow the last will of his parents at his age. Although he has lived for many years, he has never met a person like Diaz. The man thinks whether it is true. The leaders believed that they were quite fortunate to have such a fool of the feudal lord of this region. And even they understood that they would not work forever. The limit would come sooner or later. Diaz asks why they stay here. Isn't it better to go far away and finally find peace? The leader replies that they cannot leave these lands so simply. Their lives are closely related to cattle named after the meme that grazes in these spaces. It is because of these animals that the community exists, so it is extremely difficult to leave their native land. In this way, the man protects his subjects and receives the glory of the mighty feudal lord. If he fails to fulfill this mission, no one knows who will take the place of the next ruler. Diaz is interested in a man who happened to his predecessor. The chief agrees and adds, "Yes, he was like that, but he lived in a completely different place." According to him, that man was meaningless, gave in to unworthy admiration, and did not distinguish himself at all. However, it seems that he has recently died of illness. Then the man confesses a Diasu that has neither shelter nor food. Local residents decide to help him. They even promise to share their cattle. In return, they ask for only one thing, so that he does not tell the residents of the capital nothing about their village. He added that he would now have protection in Dia's silence, and will still be able to use Aruna. The girl looked closely at her husband. Suddenly, the girl turned to the leader and exclaimed, demanding explanations about his words. In response, the leader calmly replied that there is a lot of need to live in the prairies, and she will have to live with her husband. Chiton emphasizes that it was Aruna who brought this stranger to them, so she will have to be responsible for her actions. Diaz realized that this was his first step on the path of the feudal lord. Now he will have to live under one roof with a girl named Aran. Mimio is a breed of livestock with 2 horns, the body of which is covered with thick, fluffy wool. They are not kept for meat, but valued primarily for their delicate wool. The more herbs eat Mima, the faster they grow fur. It is trimmed and then exchanged in the village for food and the necessary things. Diaz is wondering if that is really the case. Aruna exclaimed to her husband, asking if he really mocked her. She wanted to know if it was true that he did not understand her words at all. The action in response cried that he realized everything. Meme, agriculture, yurt, hunting. Diaz is aware of how much you need to keep in memory. Aruna most likely finds herself not out of his will, but he is treated responsibly and seriously. As the leader assured, the mama was transferred to his possession. To thank the people for their trust, he, having become a local ruler, decided to take care of the population. He returned to Aruna and asked if she had any advice on how to multiply the population faster. The girl broke out and asked with sarcasm whether she wanted something else. As for the population, no one counts here, so the exact amount remains a mystery. Arunas cut off the interlocutor sharply, emphasizing that it is not enough to spend time on nonsense. Now it is much more important to take care of stocks. If everything he boasts is a large number of people, then their future is only to hunger, disease, and death. She requires him to answer honestly whether he is aware of it. Diaz said that when more people appear, they would finally be given at least some support. In response, Arun shouted annoyed so that he did not even hope for such. Diaz replied that he already knew about it. He sincerely apologized to the girl and asked her to simply forget that he generally violated the topic. In his thoughts, he decided to focus on the more important thing, to find housing and provide everyone with everything necessary. The girl removes the bag and throws her diasis. The man asks what it is. The girl replies that this is a dugout with a matabi. It is woven from grass, which is incredibly attracted by wild animals. All you have to do is scatter it as animals immediately match. She says that when hunting, a man receives not only the meat of animals, but also valuable skins and horns. All this he has to take with him to the village, where he will be able to exchange prey for different supplies, and sometimes even for a yurt. In this way, he will be able to lay a solid basis for the development of his possessions. Diaz praised the idea, noting that he was not equal in hunting. There could not be worried about unnecessary hassle. Aruna advised the man to go so that the wind was blowing into his back and not stopping until he saw the village. She warned that if you use it too close to people, beasts can attack. Having passed a certain way, the DS went to the plain and decided to start time. The man removes a small bag from his pocket and thinks about how much you need to use. He cannot remember whether Aaron accurately indicated the quantity. Not wanting to waste time to hesitate, the man simply decides to act, throws a bag, and immediately rejects him sideways. The bag suddenly breaks, and many seeds are poured out of it. The man sighs and recognizes that the case is done. Now it is left to wait patiently for the appearance of animals. He thinks how many animals should be collected to exchange them for a yurt. He thinks, perhaps an animal is only one, and maybe as many as 10. So, for 10 yurts, 100 animals are needed. It seems to him that this business will go more than one day. Suddenly, a man looks around and notices how an incredible number of animals rushes rapidly on him. Diaz is amazed at such an invasion. He has no idea where these animals came from the aircraft. But if he can catch them all, he will immediately fulfill his dream. Diaz is prepared for a duel. His strategy is simple. He believes his own instincts and is imprisoned with a fighting axe with all his power. This is hardly the best tactics, but he does not borrow confidence. As a newcomer, he mastered the basics of possession of the sword and bow, trying to hit the weaknesses or cracks in the armor. All this seemed too complicated, and at first he could not get used to new skills. Follow the movements of the opponent and find the perfect trajectory for impact is not easy. It was extremely difficult for him. However, he did not want to reproach himself for his inexperience or consider himself a dishonor. It was at this moment that the axe was a real find. He no longer had to break his head on how to fight. Opponent with a shield? We need to break through the protection. Enemies in armor? The axe is cut, and it is. Whatever they have, they all died equally. Suddenly animals looked at and rushed. Diaz noticed that they rushed on the side. He even had an idea, to destroy half of them. This was no complexity, because their actions were ridiculous. Looking around, he is surprised to realize how much harm he has done. Different beasts are poured everywhere, and there were many. Now he does not imagine how to handle all these animals. At least one could be taken at a time, but he did not know so immediately, and began to wave the axe as if hung. Again, everyone will call Aruno a stupid feudal lord. Nobody can withstand her cold look. Some time has passed and Diaz appears again. Aruni meets him with a smile and notes that he has coped perfectly. During his first hunt, he managed to hunt a black buffalo, and this is really a decent of a real man. Diaz looked at the girl with surprise and asked if it was actually a black buffalo. He added that he had time to break almost half of those who raced on him, but could not grab them. The rest fled quickly. The girl asked how many heads could cut off this man. The same as if, by the way, and about 30 or 40. Arunus exclaimed that it was simply incredible and extremely. The girl confessed that she first looked at her husband completely differently. The chief noted that the man coped with the task brilliantly and did not even try to shake his achievements. Aruna agreed with him, emphasizing that he was telling the true truth, because she had never met such a brave man before. Aruna rushed to run, promised to report the rest, and they would cross all other black buffaloes Diaz. She said they would take him with her. Diaz oversees the grill when the boss suddenly praised the man for his strength. Hunting for 30 black buffaloes at the same time is a truly impressive act that deserves the respect of a real warrior. Diaz thought for a moment, and then wondered that it was the leader who understood by courage. From everything around it was noticeable. His idea of this was significantly different from the views of others. The leader replied that maleness is a manner. To put it briefly, it determines the value of a man, a hard, working, reliable, and resourceful person. All these features together create what they call courage. When Diaz wondered if he really possesses this courage, Aaron's attitude to him improved significantly. The leader replied that Aruna was considered the most girlfriend in the village. Of course, she would be interested to pay attention to a man with such features. Diaz asked the leader to give an honest answer. Will he really become popular with women with his masculine dignity? The leader wondered what kind of answer the Diaz seeks to hear. For women, he said, the main thing is courage. Diaz clarified whether there were any criteria. Perhaps an attractive appearance or ability to speak beautifully. On this, the leader just waved his hand and asked him not to hide the fools. If you marry a man who lacks courage, you will have to starve not only for you, but also your children. Women of this tribe, except for true courage, have no value. Diaz realized that this culture perceives common sense and have their ideas about values. The leader noted that if Diaz intends to marry Aruna, he should prepare a ransom for the bride. Diaz was surprised to ask what that means. The leader replied that Aruna is not only beautiful but also very skillful, so he expects a lot. Considering how many prey people hung today, the leader believed this is a worthy fee for Aruna's hand. Diaz asked if he would really be able to marry Aruna. The leader replied that first certain conditions should be fulfilled and the traditions established. Diaz regarded his words as an agreement, thinking that everything would work. However, only the thought of marriage seemed to him to be tremendous. He realizes that now is not the time to do so. First of all, you need to prioritize, set up in a new place, and stock up on everything you need. The leader reassured the man, explaining that only people were able to have posterity with representatives of many races, so there is no reason to worry. Some time passed, and Diaz was quietly sleeping at home. Waking up and getting out of bed, he suddenly noticed Arun. The girl wished him a good morning and reported that she had already prepared breakfast. Diaz sat at the table, carefully took the plate and tasted the dish. He noted that she looks very appetizing. The girl smiled awkwardly and asked if it was true. Diaz with a smile confirmed that the dish is really tasty. Aruna addresses Diaz with a question when he is going to go hunting today. Diaz in turn replies that they seem to have everything they need and asked if something else was needed. Aruna replies that with the advent of new residents we'll need a well, a pantry for stocks, and a device for raising water. The master can be invited from the village, but you will have to have more exchange products. The man stated that he was going to hunt on black buffaloes. Aruna denied, explaining that they are almost unnecessary to the village, so there is no point in risk. She was concerned with Daza if he had experience in hunting for a monster. She offers, maybe hunting monsters? Diaz thoughtfully notes that in every dark corner of the world the monster is hidden. They appear from a black miasma that spreads on the ground, or break from the dungeons and lost ruins. These creatures seem to hate the very existence, rushing into a frantic attack on all living around and leaving behind only ruins and death. Their flesh and blood are poisonous and absolutely unsuitable, but the skin, horns, claws, as well as the demonic nucleus contained near the heart, can find use in everyday life. Diaz asked the girl whether the monster was found here. Aruna replied that there are few, but still happen. She knows how to find magic, so if a man takes it with them, they will cope. Diaz replied that hunting is not a walk in the village at all, and it is at risk. So he asked the girl to just tell you where to look for them. Aruna joked that if she had moved with the Diaz, it would remind her of a regular walk in the village. In the end, Diaz agreed and decided to take the girl with him. It leaves the house and extends wide, straightening the shoulders. Diaz's gaze stops at the mother grazing in the fence. They were presented with the leader of the wall. The male is called Francois, and the female, Francis. The man moved to the nearest stream to wash and shave. Suddenly, he noticed the peasants who brought the supplies, sharing them for buffaloes. Diaz is thinking, not knowing what to do. The razor has not yet coped with his business, so he looks untidy. Suddenly, Aruna's voice is heard in the room. She was already fully prepared and waiting for him. Suddenly, all residents of the village were surprised. Diaz looked at Arun and noticed how much she changed. He was struck by her unusual makeup, because the girl looked quite different than always. The man immediately realized why the girl changed. Even he was able to guess it. Meanwhile, Aruna ran to Diaz and reported that she had instructed the boys to seek Mime. She explained that that is why they could spend all day together. Diaz immediately felt the burning, full of anger of the boy's look aimed at him. He realized that it is necessary to go immediately and destroy all the monsters. Otherwise, he risks to get into trouble. In the northern plain is a zone where monsters appear periodically. The area is known for the fact that there are often dangerous creatures. DS believes that after the collection of valuable components from 1 or 2 monsters, they will have enough materials to erect a well and composition. Aruna herself suggested that he search for monsters with her magic. She skillfully possesses not only household chores, but also witchcraft. DS only nodded back, letting the girl start. Aruna smiled, clenched her hands in his fists, and had a quiet voice to make a spell. A radiant dome broke up around the girl, but she did not stop and continued her singing. The girl opened her eyes and said she met a real monster. He seemed huge, and since no one was around, it is possible that he was guilty of everything. DS wondered if it really was a threat. She was going to go to know everything in person, and Aruna advised to find a safe place. Aruna replied that they would go together, because she has the magic of masking. If the opponent is too powerful, you can always use the magic of fog and retreat safely. DS noted the girl's perseverance and calmed down, because Aaron was in complete safe. They go on the road and begin to climb a rocky slope. Suddenly, Aaron covers fear. She fades in place and throws a frightened look at the monster. DS astonishment as if it were a turtle. Arunus denies the Earth's dragon. But where did such a monster come from in these parts? DS noted that, well, whoever was, let it start. He asks Arun to hide. Aruna intervenes and advises the girl not to fool. This is the earthly dragon. It is not possible to overcome it. DS notes that in the event of danger, you can always escape. But what if he rushes after them? Suddenly, the earth dragon draws attention to the man. DS decides that it will not allow it. If it aims at the neck or legs, the monster immediately hides in the shell, like a turtle. And then he is wondering, will his axe be able to break through this armor? DS believes that he learns only by trying. It dares and strikes the axe on the shell, but the blade splits. DS is amazed. This shell is surprisingly strong. It measures the neck, but the turtle is cleverly evading. DS does not give up and causes sweeping attacks again and again, and Aruna closely monitors the course of the duel. DS is squeezed to the side, watching closely over the monster rolled up in the ring. It seems to him that he covered the hole with his own armor shell. The man and no idea had that the dragon was capable of such a trick. Arena, covered with horror, screams Diazu to flee, because it is impossible to overcome the earthly dragon alone. But he is in no hurry to retreat. Before leaving, Diaz seeks to stand up. The man is certain. Aruna will again call him a foolish feudal lord, but he does not have a choice. There is no other place to blow. If the first attack does not occur, you will have to apply the second stroke. If this does not help, you will have to hit it 3 times. He has such a style of battle. He will repeat the same techniques again and again until he wounds. The man causes a monster blow with an axe, and the blade cracks. Aruna is stunned, and Diniz thinks that he almost broke his weapon. DS presses the hammer to itself and activates the repair skill. Suddenly, the tool is updated as if from a blacksmith. Aruna fades with surprise. DS mentally notes that such a reaction is quite expected. He himself was stunned when he first used this skill. He obtained this fighting axe even when he just began his journey in the war. She became his trophy in a duel with a warrior of an enemy state he overcame. He left himself this axe because her appearance really captured, and she was incredibly strong. In addition, the tool alone resolves light damage. This process has automatically happened, but if desired, it can repeat the recovery of mentally. Diaz assures that everything is fine, but another attempt will be required. A lot of time passed, and Diaz was covered with sweat. He fails to break the shell. With the onset of darkness, you will have to turn with empty hands. Diaz finally realizes, even with an old turtle, he cannot cope. Diaz looks at Aaron and immediately notices something is wrong with her. It seems to wear from the cold. He begins to hesitate. Maybe it is worthwhile to stop. The Diaz continues to beat the axe of the turtle shell, and suddenly the surface, where there were strokes, is covered with a thick grid of cracks. Arun shocks it. She cannot believe that Diasu managed to punch a strong shell. The turtle felt her shell cracked. Then she immediately applied her special skill and struck Dice. Aruna was watching the events with horror, sincerely anxious for Dice's safety. At that moment, Diasu managed to strike the turtle accurately on the legs. He realized that he could go on the offensive and attack his own. After twisting the axe, the man prepared to repel the enemy. But suddenly the turtle again struck. Aruna noticed that the Earth's dragon releases a magical child again, which, despite the distance, reached the girl. She looked at Diaza in surprise, and said she could not understand why the poisonous mana was not acting on him at all. At this stage, Diaz is convinced that the monster does not attack. He does not express any complaints, and silently continues to beat the crack. Suddenly the turtle puts his head and attacks the man. Suddenly a projectile fluttering just in Diaz flies out of her mouth. The man notes that for the first time, someone was able to punch this turtle armor. Its attacks are becoming more and more uncontrollable. It seems like an earthen dragon of anger. If it goes on, he will get this prey. Suddenly the monster rapidly rushes to Arin's attack. The girl with a lightning bounces sideways. Seeing the real body of the girl, DS breaks the silence with a desperate cry, shouting her by name. The loud cry immediately attracts the attention of the monster. It rushes to the girl. Aruna, covered with horror, shakes his breath and watches the terrible creature. DS realizes that the monster attacked Arun. His goal was not him, but she. Anger rapidly covers the DS, igniting frantic anger in it. He made her promise, which would always consider him a friend. No matter how powerful the enemy will be, it will stand nearby and will fight. Diaz causes a powerful blow to the monster, breaking his shell. Realizing that the monster no longer gives signs of life, he instantly jumps out of her and rushes to Aruna. Stopping at a friend, Diaz asks anxiously if everything is fine with him. Suddenly Aruna rushes to Diaz, hugs him and bursts into tears on his shoulder. Suddenly girl exclaims that she wants to marry him. Suddenly voices were heard. Someone asked if everything was fine with Aruna and Diaz. Their lack of concern to others, so they went in search of the missing ones. Here, their view falls on the body of the earthly dragon. No sign of life in that powerful creation. Nearby, fixed, are Diaz and Arunas. Diaz was surprised to realize that Arun's grip was stronger than a dragon. It was impossible to escape from it, even if he did not force. Realizing this, Diaz began to persuade Arin to calm down and stop crying. Diaz, together with Arunas, moved back to the village. Seeing that the Master Diaz defeated the earthly dragon, the inhabitants were amazed to the depths of the soul. The huge body of the monster was taken on a cumbersome cart, causing surprise and admiration for everyone who stood away. Diaz. He believed that this turtle was surprisingly difficult. Even when all the guys from the village gathered together to move it, they reached the village only at dawn the next day. The leader turned to Diaza and noted, "Who could imagine that a person was able to overcome the earth dragon on his own?" She is amazed by the fact that the magical miasma, which was so close, in no way influenced them. After processing, most materials will remain in perfect condition. Their value is extremely high. They just can't exchange for something equivalent. For a small proportion of remuneration, they can process the dragon's body for valuable materials, as well as take over the construction of a well and composition. In addition, they will erect a yard and special premises for storing the materials obtained. The man will be able to leave some of the resources received from the dragon. They will then be able to exchange their goods with merchants who visit these lands. For the feudal lord, it will be profitable to establish friendly relationships with them. Then the leader talked about a wedding gift for Aruna. If a man lifts her from the dragon, her parents will be delighted. Diaz stopped the girl and wondered what she was referring to a wedding gift. The leader announced, "The wedding will take place, even if he did not agree with it." She imagines how it is not easy to be a destroyer of dragons that live nearby but does not belong to the community. Over time, it can be distrustful, and distrust, growing to fear. You can still think about the courage that it radiates after victory over the dragon. If he refuses Aruni, then all the girls in the village will try to conquer his heart at any cost. The woman thinks how Diaz handles this attention. Suddenly, Diaz feels like a little girl hugs his leg. When he looks, he notices that a whole crowd of girls looks interested in him. The chief noted that the girls are just waiting for, because they know, men from the kingdom take only one bride. In addition, they are convinced that Aruna is still virgin. Diaz wondered if the boss was referring to him that he had no choice, except how to get married. He thought about the possibility of organizing engagement. The woman wondered about the engagement. She explained that they had no such tradition, and Aruna had already gone to her parents to inform them of her wedding. The man only had to determine when to get married or to reach a mutual compromise. So the marriage of Diaz and Aruna came into force officially. There was no trait in Arin that he did not like. It was not only a kind and gentleness, but also a hostility, and it was also gentle with men. So, if you think, this idea really made sense. He has been 35, and the moment has come seriously about marrying. Suddenly, He begins to think about how old Aruni. Dias returns to the man and is wondering if he knows the age of Aruna. The man notes that he knows. This year Aruni turned 15. He adds that the girl is quite fortunate to meet Diaza in the age when she is ready to marry. DS. I understood that she would be much younger than him, reminiscent of her daughter than a companion. However, according to the laws of the kingdom, she must have been 18 years old. The engagement will last for 3 years, because she has no 18. During this time, he will be able to obtain all the qualities of a decent ruler, and when the time comes, it will be fully ready for marriage. But he understands. Just agree. Like betraying her feelings. He cannot allow such. He must fully surrender to this idea, prove his devotion, both as the doomed ruler of these lands and as a man who sincerely loves. The moon has passed since Aruna and Hai got up, or more precisely. During this time, the well was dug and the warehouse was erected. Now they fully enjoyed new amenities. However, one thing remained unchanged. No new person appeared in his industry. He has a few ideas on how beginners can be attracted, but he is not sure whether these ideas really work. Earlier, he perceived Erin only as a servant of the local feudal lord, but now she became his native. It would be great if new people came out of the sky. Suddenly, Arunas's cry comes to his ears. He enthusiastically reports Diaz that they will have a baby soon. From the surprise of the jar, with water slips out of the hands of Diaza and falls down. Diaz seizes Aran with enthusiasm if she is really confident. Aruna happily replies that they will soon have a baby. They shout together, rejoicing in their victory and future happiness. Subsequently, the man remained to look after Francis. He noted that he did not expect she to become pregnant so quickly. In the same moment, Francois approached her husband. Diaz wondered if he was jealous. Diaz mentioned how Aruna argued that the memes are distinguished by a remarkable mind and are able to understand human language. Thanks to this developed ingenuity, they have adapted perfectly to the harsh conditions of the outside world. Even wild Mima is able to master human language in less than a week, and it impresses. That is why this creature managed to tame. The desire to get closer to people arose in the mime itself. Having obtained from people protection, care, and food, they decided to tame to continue to use these benefits. Arunus noted that not everything is so rain. Despite the mind, Mima often succumbed to fear, especially during pregnancy. And yet there were times when horror retreated, and they lost a sense of fear. They are calm next to the strongest in the pack. Now it is a Diaz. So to stay safe and not be afraid, they are trying their best to stay near this male as long as possible, especially at night, when everyone was already immersed in sleep. Diaz assured that he understands everything and he just needs to stay here with them. However, Arunus did not agree with this. Aruna replied that they were being transferred to the yurt. Many men did not approve of this decision. The yurt could quickly get dirty and be filled with unpleasant odors, and some were aware of Mamu's watchful look, which did not look at them, depriving them of peace. Diaz was surprised that it was all, but he immediately assured that it was not bothered by it. Francis and Francois were his relatives, and for the sake of the unborn child, such a trifle was completely unaddressed. Arunus happily noted that she is extremely pleased to hear such thoughts from her husband. She wondered how kindness and true courage are combined. A real man, no matter how cool. For Diaz, all Mima sound the same, but Aruna notices the bare nuances in their intonation and seems to even understand them. Meanwhile, Diaz cannot understand the meaning of their words at all. The girl asked in surprise to Francis, which she was talking about. Therefore, Aruna said that she is not a couple with Diaz. And then with reproach, she noted that Francis's behavior was quite inappropriate. Aruna asks, "Is there something bad about spending time and working on our relationship?" She assures that everything is fine, and she hides almost nothing. The girl smiled and assured that everything was fine, and then politely asked Mima not to interfere with their personal life. Diaz draws attention to the mysterious green glow near the girl's horn, whom he had not seen before. Aruna, amazed at this, notes that something has broken the magic barrier. She feels that someone is unknown from the east, but she cannot determine who exactly. She tries to grasp what she has seen and concludes that it seems to be riders who are about 10 years old. Diaz realizes that the green glare near the horn is a sign of invasion, and if you look east, it is where the kingdom is located. He suspects that someone intentionally visited these fields. If these are robbers, they can be trouble. so he decides to check everything in person. The man asks Aaron to use her magic to mask everything around. The man looks at Mima and promises to return soon. There are only 10 of them, and they will not have enough forces to match the power of the dragon. Aruna asked with a smile to leave her home. The girl turned to Diaza, they say, hopes for him. The man rushes to meet the uninvited guests. He reports that he saw 3 riders and 4 more are approaching on foot. Aruna denies, in fact, 10 of them. She counts both people and horses. The likelihood that they are not enemies are almost 0. If they have bows, things are bad, but it can handle one special ability. But suddenly one of the soldiers, unexpectedly, turns to D in the name. The young man exclaims, remembering that it happened a long time ago. Dias recognizes Klaus, his longtime friend in arms. He sincerely respected him, despite his simple origin, and considered him a reliable friend who could trust his own life. Dia rejoiced in meeting with Klaus and asked what he was doing here. Klaus replied that he is currently working as a conductor and guard. Klaus reports that several nobles have been addressed to him. His gaze stops at the girl, and he begins to think about who she can be. Klaus expressed gratitude to the man and asked to carry them to his possessions, because everyone was tired after a long road. Dias wondered his property, and added that if they wonder where he lives, he would gladly show them his home. Klaus glowed with joy, because soon he would have the opportunity to look into Dias' possession. The imagination was already painting in his thoughts bizarre paintings of this place, so he could hardly restrain his impatience. For a while they were on the plain. Dias was sure that everything was carefully masked, except for the platform built for training. However, he had no idea that the magic would work so powerfully. The spectacle was truly impressive. Dias opens the door and invites guests to Boulder. Everyone goes to the yurt, which is completely empty. The girl confessed that she was a great honor for her to meet the hero of Diaz. She introduced herself as a third princess named Diana. Diana wondered whether you could find out what type this tent belongs. The man's estate was still in the construction stage. This girl had no doubt. However, she did not see the masters in the territory or heard their work. Dias was already going to say something, but he was sharply interrupted by a knight, who called him a fool and ordered him to turn to Her Majesty no different than Diana. The man strictly stressed that Dias would remember his place. Diana ordered the knight to stop. Dias explained to her that he had neither masters nor any real home, only this tent that became for him. Although it is not a castle, he created it himself, more than once injured in the process. All those present were overwhelmed. Diana did not restrain himself and asked if the man really claimed that he had built it on his own. She quickly asked Dias, where his carpenter? To which Dias only shrugged and noted that on such a deserted plain there is no need to look. The girl wondered if he could hire one of the neighboring village. She only knew that Dias received a considerable amount for land development, as well as a generous gift that he had been heard from the king personally. Dias replied that he was known about it, but he did not receive any copper coin. He did not see any financial assistance for development or construction here. Even with the most necessary accessories, nothing has come to it. He thought he would die, like a homeless dog somewhere the edge of the road, though there was no road. Hearing this, Klaus barely held back the crazy anger. Dias asked Diana, which brought her here. The girl replied that the war again needs a hero. Circumstances in the kingdom are rapidly exacerbated, so she turns to the hero with pleasing, to help her and share her strength. Diana replied that she was ready to thank her husband. He can choose her, or one of the 2 girls behind. Priscilla or Murda, any of them, would become his wife. Dias thought about the war and decided that the girl probably jokes. Can she quit Francis right now? He does not think of why the girl seriously speaks of marriage with the guy whom she just saw. He is convinced that he has already won Arun, and reports his new ideas. From now on he refuses to participate in the war. He cannot come to their rescue, because, as they see themselves, this feudal lord is unable to send even a single fighter. Diana clenched her teeth and, barely holding back emotions, wondered if her husband could review his decision. She even promised an additional reward for compassion. Dias regret to apologize, explaining that he will not be able to help them regardless of the promised reward. If it was their whole business, the man strictly asks everyone to leave the room. The knight offended the man, throwing him in the eye that the clearest princess herself sought help, and he dared to neglect her request, and thus humiliate her dignity. Klaus tried to stop him, but the man did not think to listen. He only quit that Diaz was too self-assured. A moment, and Dias, lightly waving his axe, smashed the knight's sword, disarming the enemy. Everyone froze in a genuine surprise, and a fragment of a sword with a noise was stuck just near Klaus, who was standing as if dug. Diaz clearly felt the deadly intention of this man. He became a threatening pose, trying to scare him. Then he carefully lowered the axe and stated that the conversation was completed, so it was time for everyone to leave. Klaus approached the knight and reported that they should be climbed immediately. He strictly warned the man, if he is talking, the consequences will be very serious. Claude smiles and, full of confidence, states that even if they combine the strength, he still does not compare him. And then he asks, is he still setting up to fight the hero? Diaz engulfed rage. He decided that he had exceeded all borders, and from excess emotions broke the floor. And the man was convinced that Arunoha would not forgive this and would certainly deprive his life. At that moment, Diana was convinced that the treasury was completely empty and the troops were absent. This did not answer what she was promised. In irritation, she called Diaz in vain. She also restricted him in curses for having faced with him, as if with an unnecessary. The girl promised to make life unbearable. She promises to take revenge so that he will regret her act. Diaz watched as they were leaving, and suddenly heard Aruna's that all these women seemed red. One of the soldiers emitted a blue glow, while the other glowed either red or white. Then she wondered at the man whether she had time to scare him. She was well aware that Francis was about to ask, and it really happened, and she already felt an unrestrained desire to stay with him. Under the magnification, they penetrated and saw what events there were happening. Diaz hugged Francis and, apologizing, said he could not stay with her. After that, others approached the man, and he began to gently iron everyone. Diaz explained that women who came from a red glow are hostile. So they pose a threat to Arunatu? Arunus notes that this court himself made it clear that they threaten each other, because they are related to blood. Diaz agrees and confirms. This is really the case. The man decides that these three were set up against him from the outset. Now he is finally convinced that the chats about the war and marriage are absolutely no trust. Having expelled them, he believes that he did one thing right. Aruna said that one of the soldiers glowed with blue light. Probably it was a cloud. Diaz remembered his friendly smile and smiled himself too. Then Aruna points out that the floor needs to be repaired. Dai in response makes it clear that everything understands perfectly. It passes a little time. The floor is finally repaired, and from a slight disturbance, Diaz gradually comes to consciousness. The man kindly welcomes Francis and Francois on a good morning. Aruna was cooking breakfast. The girl greeted a man with a good morning and put a dish on the table. Suddenly, her horn suddenly shone. Aruna reports an unknown guest. According to her, he is alone, so she has more details. This is a man, and now he is in the east. The girl adds that he seems to be lost, because he is walking in a circle several times. Diaz wondered if he was alone, because he did not consider himself a traveler. Subsequently, Diaz went outside and suddenly saw him approached by Arunachim from Francis, who were near Francois. The man asked if the girl would join him. Aruna replied that there is only one, so you should not worry. She assured that they would be unnoticed, so everything would be fine. Moreover, she absolutely did not seek to witness how Francis would cry, so even if the man refuses, they would go together anyway. Diaz smiles and supports the girl. After a little time, it slowly crosses the field. Suddenly, his gaze stops on a familiar face, and he turns to Klaus, wondering if he really is. The young man rejoices in meeting with the Diaz, and does not hide his delight. Klaus explained that he tried to return but got confused on the road. Dai noted that there were no landmarks around, only the endless sea of grass. Dia added that he thought Klaus had long returned to the kingdom with the girls. Diaz was interested in Klaus where his equipment went. Klaus just laughed and replied that he had been kicked out, and also recalled that Diaz returned his armor and a sword. The Hard was extremely surprised by Diaz. He asked if it was indeed his brothers, and whether he had recently kicked them. Claude replied that it was not at all, but just as he wanted it. Klaus wondered if Diaz heard everything he had just told. In the kingdom, the war again. If it is healed, Diaz will immediately send back to the front. His future plans were not there, so he decided to take the opportunity to find a friend. After all, he has the desire that outweighs everything else. Diaz is wondering what Klaus wants. He declares that he wants to serve under his leadership, and asks if the Diaz would take him a soldier. Diaz believes that they were fighting, completely relying on each other. He did not trust anyone like Klaus, and was genuinely glad that Klaus became his ally. Diaz shook his head worriedly. Suddenly, Arun appears and assures that if Diaz is worried about her, she is in full order. Klaus all this time radiates a blue glow while communicating with her husband. The unexpected appearance of Aruna makes Klaus shudder. Aruna asks Diaz if he wanted to turn to her for advice. She looks at him with a warm smile, and in response, the man also smiles at her. At this stage, Klaus asks Diaz, "Who is this woman and why are sheep near her?" Diaz just smiled and replied that the explanation would last for a long time. From that moment on, Diaz an ally, Klaus, and the number of his subjects increased by one person. Once upon a war, Klaus pleaded with the captain to stop and wondered if he really wanted to throw these people to his or her flee. The captain replied that they did not run away, but only retreat to return with help. Klaus turned to the man and asked, "If they went, who then went to protection against the enemy? After all, women and children were in the nearest shelter." The captain replied that now everything is in the hands of God, and then rushed. Klaus pleaded with him to stop and stay with them. At that moment, men's grassy grass, Aruno's spell at the fire, and Diaz, together with Klaus, began to erect a new yurt for Klaus. Diaz said he was indifferent to living in that yurt, but he eventually figured it out. It would not be honest to give him a crushed house, so they made a new one for him. Then Arun called everyone and told her men that it was time to dine. The DS did not expect to see the black bumpall. It struck him. Everyone is at the dining table. Diaz sincerely thanks Aruni for the delicious dinner and asks Klaus to refrain from yawning. Klaus, in response, assures that the dish is exceptionally delicious, exactly what the real feudal lord deserves. Klaus noted Aruni that a wonderful wife would come out of her. Then he asked Diaza whether it really was. Diaz only nodded silently, confirming the words of Klaus. Aruna encouraged Klaus in response, asking to take more food, because there was plenty of dishes. Klaus thanked her with a sincere smile. Diaz approached the girl and asked Arunes regarding the necessary equipment. He noted that they have stocks of dragons, so it is quite possible to create weapons or armor. Aruna suggested that it could be acting in this way, or to use the method of creating a non-capacity already developed in the village. The dragon values everything to the last particle, so no piece of it disappears in vain. Swords, spears are made of fangs and claws, and tendons are made of bows for bows. The shell will be a great base for boards and similar equipment. Diaz notes that if you exchange in the village, you can attract even more valuable materials. Diaz notices how Klaus's face has changed, and she is wondering what has happened. Klaus asks whether the man really spoke of the dragon. Diaz confirms, so Klaus notes that he has all the parts of the dragon. Therefore, it turned out that he killed this beast. Diaz told that it was an earthen dragon. He managed to punch his armor and destroy the monster. The creature had no wings, and rather resemble a huge turtle. According to Klaus, even a whole detachment of knights with storm tools could hardly cope with such a monster. Klaus asks whether Diaz is really ready to spend so much precious resources for the sake of a person like him. In response, Diaz assures that he intends to appoint Klaus with the captain of his warriors, as soon as they have their disposal. If they just lie, do they have any value? Klaus was surprised to raise his eyebrows, and then confidently stated that Diaz could count on him. He will give his life for such a person. After that, Klaus declares Diaz and Aruni which will protect their land and the people, despite who would not threaten them. Diaz asks Klaus not to talk to him so solemn. This Klaus replies that he cannot otherwise, gives respect to a decent person. Diaz was glad that Klaus was satisfied with his work. He had passed for a while and Klaus was already training, wearing armor and armed with a new spear. Since then, 10 days have passed, and the spear and armor have been made exclusively from parts of the dragon. This equipment is so invaluable that Klaus is doubting whether the aristocrat or king could afford such luxury. Klaus remembers Diaz and understands how much he trusts him. He sincerely hopes that he will be able to live up to these hopes. Now the capital is stuck in strife and endless disputes over the throne. Everyone chooses and supports their own aristocrat's camp, weaves cunning intrigues, just as it happens on the outskirts. Meanwhile, far from the capital's eye, local feudal lords create everything they want. On the way, Klaus saw with his own eyes the cruelty of the neighboring feudal lord, Hasdex. The reward of Diaz was probably appropriated by the second prince, who was rumored as if he had been absorbed by greed. About the third princess, Diana, it is said that its political influence is significantly outweighed by its military force. Undoubtedly, she appeared in front of a Diaz with the intention to enchant him and enlist his affection. Due to the dispute over the throne, waves of shocks can be raised here that can shake the whole country. That is why he appeared here. If the war is again in front of him in the form of a soldier, this time Klaus may not survive. However, for the sake of Diaza, he is ready for everything. He does not even hesitate before death. Klaus believes that this time he will have the opportunity to leave his life worthy, leaving the mention of true bravery. The cloak suddenly notices a Diaza that squeezes a gun in his hand. He goes closer and asks the man. Diaz reports that Aruna has found a foreign penetration. A group of 12 people moves from the east. One of them is at death. Diaz wants to go to them until time has been lost yet. Klaus asks whether it is worth accompanying him with one of the people. Diaz asks Klaus to stay in place. If the situation becomes threatening, Aruna and Mayim immediately retreat. In this case, he needs Klaus side by side to protect them. Klaus agrees and assures Daza that he can count on him. After that, Diaz, together with Arun, goes away, and the girl envelops the surrounding space with a thick fog. Klaus decided that it was no doubt the magic of Arunas's concealment, because they had disappeared as if they had dissolved in the air. He was struck by this ability. She seemed to be incredible to him. For a while, Klaus notices Diaz, and is surprised that they returned earlier than he expected. So he cannot understand what the thing is. He is alarming that strangers go along with Diaz and Aruna. Time passed. Arjuna carefully took care of the elderly women, bringing them food. The mind was thought. These grandmothers remained alone not by chance. It seems that in difficult times, the village expelled them, seeking to reduce the number of hungry mouths. The reason was the armed conspiracy, led by the second son of the Duke of Kazdix. The guy seeks to remove his talentless father from the power of the heir. The riots are still raging in neighboring lands. He heads this group of women's grandmother, Maya. Using the art of divination, she managed to find a safe path and lead everyone into this long journey. Dai enthusiastically exclaimed Klaus that they had reached the goal. Diaz was glad that in just one day, he was able to replenish his ranks at 12 fighters. Klaus had already imagined that he would have to hear. Since they have expelled them, he has the full will to dispose of their fate. But it is unlikely that these people will be able to bring some benefits. Diaz wondered. All of them for 70, and my grandmother has 90. Their life lasts for so long that he is inadvertently thinking, will they once reveal to him the secret of their inexhaustible vitality? Klaus is interested in Diaz, whether it means that they can die at any time. It was because of this danger that they were sent to exile. Diaz raises Pauline and notes that they lack the yurt. Klaus, meanwhile, recalls how a few years ago the whole village learned of the capture of their camp with enemies. Recognizing how important this village is for their strategy, they could not leave the villagers for the same. The retreat was impossible. Klaus remained lonely and suddenly realized the enemy is already nearby. At this point, he realized that this place would be the last. Suddenly, Diaz appeared. His face glowed with joy when he saw Klaus. Diaz confessed that seeing how everyone was fleeing, he already began to think that he had remained himself. Klaus wondered where Diaz was all this time. Diaz said he had heard the babies crying. When he went to the sound, he saw a boy who had already held someone in his arms. Diaz approached the shelter and appealed to ordinary people to hide the boy. The baby wept, pleaded with Diaz not to leave him himself, confessing in his fear. The Diaz smiled and reassured the boy, assuring that he was taking him under his defense. He asked the little one to wait a while, because he protected his peace. Diaz closed the shelter and straightened, causing a harsh look of the angry soldiers who rushed straight at them. Going to Klaus, Diaz asked him to stay alive. Klaus nodded in confusion, trying to hide the excitement. Further, his memories are broken. Leaning his back on the shelter and standing next to the Diaz, he waved his way. He does not understand how much it was. During the battle, he seemed to benefit, although in fact his contribution was almost imperceptible. However, he was convinced that staying behind, the smartest, because it allowed Diaz to be unimpeded with the enemy. In such circumstances, it was the best strategy. When the next day the reinforcements came, the enemy had already left the village. Klaus realized that Diaz remained the same as he was. No matter what peaks he reached, kindness, sincerity, and friendliness always lived in his heart. Klaus looked at people and suddenly realized what a fool was. He believed that he deserved a worthy death, but in fact had to stay and live with Diaz. Now Diaz has become the feudal lord and a real giant among the rulers. That is why Klaus promised Diazu to help him, advising not to pull too sharply. Otherwise it is possible to damage the yurt. A few days have passed since they have sheltered the elderly. Aruna studied their souls carefully and convinced that everyone was glowing with a pure blue glow. No threat. Over time, new people joined the community, and together they thought, what to name their settlement? And what about this idea? To name it in honor of the village of Eluk. It is an ancient name that symbolizes the first village. Klaus Berserson expresses that the Dragonobor settlement is a wonderful name. Aruna categorically denies. Diaz notes that this is how the first settlement on its lands appeared. Everyone wanted to celebrate this event and staged a cozy little holiday. For Diaz, the evening seemed calm, but looking at the happy faces of the around, she could not stay. Her lips burst into a smile. He should make every effort to give people even more reasons for smiles. Meanwhile, Aruna approaches the man and asks if he can give her a minute. She confesses that she wants to talk to him about the problem of population growth. The girl apologized for interrupting them, but noticed that they needed to solve this situation as soon as possible. Looking at her husband, she asked what he was thinking about their previous conversation. Diaz recalled that the other day there was a conversation about how to lure new residents to the settlement. But no idea was really worthy of attention. He immediately rejected his own idea. The most trivial and fastest path was offered by Grandma Maya. It was at this moment that Maya resolutely approached Diaz and asked if it was true that he called her. She heard her husband calling her. Diaz was convinced that he did not say a word. The woman insisted on, she wanted to continue their conversation starting last night. The woman asked her husband to ask what prevents him from going to service. After selling the materials of the dragon, he could afford to buy many servants and rapidly replenish the population. She wondered why he would not take this opportunity. Diaz thought it was the advice of Grandmother Maya. The human soul is perceived here as a product, and servants are valued so low that they can be easily purchased even for the needs of the whole village. Dai confessed that he had claims against the ministry. In his eyes, many soldier servants were thrown into the very hell of the battle, and it was horror. In this case, a man could just treat his servants. Diaz also denied that the real problem lies in the fact of their purchase. When servants are quickly bought up, merchants immediately replenish their stocks. If they find out that he buys slaves, they will just start catching even more people. He is convinced that the merchants have never treated servants in a human way. Diaz has decided that the possession or trade of servants on its lands is now strictly forbidden. In response, Maya noted with a noticeable relief that she was pleased with such a disgust for slavery. The woman noted that maybe someone would just like to buy a few servants to increase the number of residents. She was preparing to deny such an idea in advance, but felt relieved that there was no need for it. Diaz noted that if it worries a woman, then she should just say it. Maya supported his opinion, agreeing that the man was right. Maya recalls many legends about Kazdek's servants. A wave of emotions covers her, so she sincerely forgives her husband. Diaz reassured the woman, assuring that she should not worry. It would not happen here. He would not allow it. The arena wondered in Diaz whether he had some idea. At this point, Klaus intervenes in the conversation, wondering whether Diaz is really with Aruna. The abomination apologizes and calls a man with a girl not to hurry. Suddenly he notices, and in a hurry, he assures that he saw nothing. Within a few minutes, Arena runs to Diaz and reports that she noticed the merchant who was going on this path. Diaz confirms her words and adds that they should go immediately. They were looking forward to the arrival of some merchants, not only to exchange goods, but also to learn more about distant land and ask about news. There was a great curiosity in the City of Clouds. Who are these mysterious merchants? Dai confirmed her interest and confessed that such people had not yet met. They are approached by a merchant, and Diaz, stunned, notices that before him, a frog instead of an ordinary man. The guy does not hide surprise. The merchant asks if this man really is the glorious dragon fiender whom legends go about. The merchant is a Pijnan and expresses his hope for mutually beneficial cooperation. Arunas reports that his people are called frogs. Everyone is genuinely surprised, learning that Pijian is a laborer. Pajin wanted to carefully consider the materials obtained, so he asked Diaz to show everything he received from the Earth Dragon. After all, he became aware that Diaz won this mighty beast. Aruna examined Pijian's soul carefully and noted that she was white, so he should not expect danger from him. However, there was no drop of sincerity in his thoughts. He sought only profitable trade. Diaz was confused and had no idea how to deal with such a cunning merchant. Diaz brings a fragment of the dragon's armor and asks Pagan whether it is all right, to which Pagan replies with laughter. They said he heard that Diaz defeated the dragon on his own, so it seemed that this rival would be quite insignificant. He apologizes for his sharpness and asks the man with interest whether he really defeated the earthly dragon. Dai thinks if Pijian did not think that he just came across a dead monster. He realizes that the merchant began not to trust him, and this is a bad sign. Having gained his gaze on Klaus, he asks him to put a piece of shell, which is easy to divide, and in the meantime, he will go through his axe. For a while, Diaz returns with the axe. With one powerful wave, he will open the dragon's armor, breaking it into several debris. Paige is stunned, and Claude, without holding back emotions, exclaims that he personally saw a blow that dumped the dragon. Diaz confesses that among all the parts obtained from the dragon's body, its shell was the strongest and most difficult to process. Trying at least somehow to help the only people who worked here, he just went to the shell with an axe in his hands. A few days passed, and he finally learned to split a piece of shell with one powerful blow. Klaus, inspiring watching it, immediately suggested that the dragon be in stroke. Diaz just smiled, realizing that with the inventing the names of Klaus was bad. Klaus returns to Paige and asks if he trusts his words. In response, Paige asks for permission to buy fragments of a broken shell. After that, he appeals to the assistants to unload the cart. Normal coins cannot be calculated. Finally, the cart was empty. Padzin assures that one way or another he can afford it. As an honest merchant, he will definitely determine the true market value of this product. After that, the page also asks for assistance to get someone out of the premises. He explains that it is impossible to sell a monster on Earth, but Mr. Diaz is a person, so he may be interested in buying them. Suddenly from the carriage, holding hands, the elven twins came out. There was no crumb of life in their eyes. The faces of Aruna, Klaus, and Mai changed instantly, and Paige immediately realized that he had made mistakes. He looked at the angry face of Diaz. He, in turn, stared in the lifeless eyes of the twins, who were probably also orphaned, as he himself. Paige's words came to memory that they could not be sold. Diaz realized that for Pajin these twins, a real product. Pajin sold them, so they were his servants. But suddenly Aruna gently took Diaz by her hand, quietly asking him to calm down. Maya noted that the appearance of Diaz could scare children. The woman turned to Mr. Page, apologizing and saying that they did not intend to buy servants. The page was stunned by such words, explained that they were misunderstood, and asked to clarify the situation. He explained that these twins were not a servant. If he did not save them, becoming their master, they would have long been dead. These two were born in the village as twins. In this place, such an appearance was considered a disaster. The villagers believed that the unhappiness was brought by children who were born together, and even called them the fruit of unclean power. The next day after the birth of the twins were to be executed. However, the parents could not put up with it. They grabbed the children and, leaving the village, disappeared, so that no one would find them. It was in those days that Paige came across them. However, life in the forest thicket was full of dangers, and soon both couples were ill. Recognizing how their illness is exacerbated, and anticipating the inevitable death, they asked Pessin to hide their children. However, the page is a traveler. He categorically refused, stating that he was not engaged in charity. Then the parents begged him to accept the twin as their own treasure. He resigned. When these people, standing on the verge of life and death, begged for help and gave him their last crumbs of money, he could not refuse. He promised to worry about them until they find a good person. After all, no one has a matter to curse children. He has not been allocated to him for a long time, so to take care of and feed them has become a real burden. Suddenly he collides with DS. He sincerely did not intend to do harm to someone, and now he regrettedly regrets everything that happened. Thanks to the strength of her corner, Arun realized that Pagan was saying sincerely, and in addition, these children had a bright blue of the aura of the soul. Diaz agreed and stated that he would take the children under his care. He promised to transfer the page some of the funds received from the sale of dragon details to cover the costs and provide all the necessary kids. After that, he wondered if such a solution was satisfied with Paige. She gladly confirmed that this is a great option. Diaz considered himself stubborn in the question of their purchase. But when he thought that these twins had nowhere to go, everything changed. Now he decided that these twins will become not just his subordinates, but a real family. After passing the plains, Pizion did not hide joy. In his opinion, Master Diaz became the most desirable client in the whole history, because they sold all the product. Pizion even noted that nothing better than naive buyers can be. The naked man was concerned about Pagan, or would be fine, because he could prevent the king of the beasts. Pagan confidently answered that there would be no difficulty. A person who is quite enough for his small village on the steppe can hardly be at least a threat. In addition, he did not suspect anything. He did not think that Diaz was thinking of something bad about these children. There is another reason. If the Master Diaz thinks of expanding his settlement, sooner or later, he will have to face mountains that rise in the north of the plains. Although the monsters live in these mountains, they hide innumerable deposits of valuable minerals. If he is able to take possession of this region, his trading partners will be even more enriched. However, these mountains can either go under his control or reach the self-esteem of animals. Pagan assures that in any case, as his reliable merchant, he will still get a share of profit. Finally, Diaz was convinced that the order for the next agreement was already executed. The announcement of the recruitment of new people to feudal lands was sent, and the first operation with Pagan ended successfully and without any complications. Suddenly, Diaz approached the twins, picked them up, and radiating joy asked how old they were. Both girls were too thin, so he will now carefully monitor them. He said Aruna was cooking perfectly so they could eat together. The man introduced himself and then asked the girls' names. After that, he asked if they had a favorite game. If so, he could make them a company and play together. The man wondered which dish the girl most loved and suggested to cook it specifically for them. Then he asked what song or fairy tale they love. Subsequently, I wondered if girls like toys. Finally, he asked their names again. However, the girls did not answer. If their parents have enveloped their children with such a sincere love that they left their home for their home, then the children will naturally reciprocate. And this means that they will be treated with special respect and care for the names they gave them to those whom they love so much. The man has wondered if they mean that they do not have their own names. He thinks that he will have to call them again. Despite its appearance, he understands the choice of names for children. He asks what names they should give. Suddenly, girls were scared and refused, because they did not want it. Then Diaz asked them to name his names. They say, he needs to know it. The girls called Sane and Men. Aruna was quite surprised to hear them talking. Diaz thanked them for their acquaintance and noted that they were extremely cute. He thinks of how many children who have seen in their own shell and lose their connection with reality. The fate of such babies is almost always tragically. It seems that a reminder of parents has become a good way to help them open and overcome their internal barriers. Diaz notes that they need to disassemble these products with Klaus. While they do it, Aruna, along with my grandmother, should help them dress in fresh clothes. In addition, he asks girls to cook something delicious for lunch. The twins agree and walk together with Aruna and May. Aruna calls for girls to follow them, and Maya jokingly promises to treat them later with steamed potatoes. Klaus confessed to Diaz, who had never suspected his ability to get along with his children. He said in response that before the war, he took the role of foster father for several orphans, and also took care of the baby. Klaus asked when they were given names. Diaz replied that there were about a dozen. Before going to the war, he entrusted them to the one who had previously cared for them with him. Now he has to hope that everything is fine with them. Klaus suggested that they may have been learned and visited here. He then inspected the goods carefully and moved them to the warehouse. A little time has passed, and they completed their work. Aruna, Maya, Sena and Ashena approached Diaz and Klaus. Sena with the Ichin was in a new, unusual outfit. Diaz, markedly, reached out to the girls and, smiling, exclaimed enthusiastically, "Are they not charming?" Arguna advised Diaz first to look at herself and put herself in order. Diaz acknowledged that the girl was right and promised to clean himself immediately. After that, he, together with Cleese, went to the stream, where they were well freshened and shaken by dust. A little time passed, and they returned to the rest of the inhabitants of the flying islands. Meanwhile, girls have already woven in their hair amazing braids. These hairstyles are worn by residents of this area. Aruna's noted that when the girls grow up, they will be able to braid such jewelry on their own. At that moment, Maya thought that twins are probably not people. But despite this, She perceived their appearance as a good sign. The kids were surprisingly cute, so Maya decided, from now on, she would take care of them. Diaz approached the girls and praised Sinea and Ion for new hairstyles. In his opinion, they were extremely released. The girls, smiling happily, demonstrated their jewelry, enthusiastically marking their beauty. Diaz supported their opinion, noting the thought that it seems that girls now have become more open. Then Aaron called Sine and Icon. She presented them with jewelry and explained that in ancient language, the name Sine means beautiful, like a moon, and Icon, a sacred moon. She does not understand what parents meant, choosing such names for them. But I am sure that their fate is closely intertwined with the moon. That is why they are given precious stones called Iwa. It is said that these gems have a hidden power of the night light, so girls have to protect them at any cost. Sinai tells what her name means, and Ihan shares his meaning. Remembering parents, both do not hold back tears. They still remember those touching confessions when they said how much their girls love, and wish them only happiness, present and always. The girls run up to DS and Arunas, and immediately fall into their warm embrace. Mimul also quietly approaches Diaz. Aruna smiles, noticing this, and notes that Mimul seems to be also seeking to join help. Everyone remembers that they are quite comforting and reassuring children. Once the girls notice Mima, they immediately rush into her arms. Diaz called Aruni and recalled that when choosing a name for the village, she mentioned this ancient language. He was convinced that only representatives of one people possessed it. He asks if the parents of Sine and Aishina could have some connection with those people. Aruna replies that she is unknown. Ancient language remained only in legends, and she cannot say whether someone except for themselves knows about this language. Aruna also recalls that the girls' parents were not people. Perhaps once their family mixed with the only people. And then everyone was passionate about how the girls fell asleep peacefully on the fluffy fur. 10 days have passed since those events. It seems that Hei and Yen are still keeping the pain of parents' loss in the heart. However, they have dared to take the first step towards healing. Now their radiant smiles illuminate the whole village, and the ringing laughter is heard again. For the villagers, they have become native, like their own children. Suddenly, the girls felt something unusual and cast a completely different look at me. Meanwhile, Aruna reported Diaza that a rider was heading from east to the village. Aruna notes that, apparently, he will soon appear here. Diaz adds, again from the east. He decides to get out of the guest. The man turns to Arun, calling him Arun, Francis, Francois. Mimo started talking to someone. Arunas reported that these people decided to stay here this time. They do not like to be far from DS. But now, when Sinai and Ichans, they seek to stay with them. Dai assured that he understood everything and waiting for their return, relying on their help. Suddenly the girls quickly approached the man. Sini asked Diaza to return home as soon as possible, without even specifying that they would wait for him. Diaz just smiled and nodded as a sign of consent. Subsequently, the DS stopped on the plane, waiting for a stranger who was approaching, while Aruna was hiding in the fog with magic. At this point, the girl warned DS that the man had already come. She looked at the elderly man and noted that his soul is pure, like snow, and there was no hint of hostility. The man comes to DS, cleverly jumps off his horse and immediately apologizes for an unexpected visit. He turns to Diaz as his master and makes it clear that he is. Diaz wondered who this man was, for which he recommended as a stone, and added that he had arrived here as a representative of the Duke of Kazdex. Lord Eldon Kazdex has expressed a desire to meet with Lord Diaz and is already heading here. If this desire arises, he can invite him to his home. However, Diaz insisted that the meeting would take place here. The man looks and meets the hostile view of Diaz. Opening, he promises to convey the words of Diaz to his lord. Diaz was convinced that Eldon Kazdex is the lover through which the civil war broke out. He will not allow such a man to get to the village of Iluk. Some time passed, and a big cart had happened on the way. Aruna did not immediately realize that it was a cart. She drew attention. A man with a lush belly radiated a bright blue soul, and people nearby were with different shades, but there was no red. Diaz asked the girl in surprise why a blue aura shines around him. Arunas explained that his usual shade of blue is much brighter than anyone except Diaz himself. The man, getting out of the cart, began to apologize hotly, explaining that he had to meet Diaz. The man introduced himself as Eldon Kazdex, although Diazu allowed to contact simply Eldon. He heard many stories about the legendary hero Diaza and was genuinely admired by him. He explained that that is why he sought to meet him and get acquainted. He did not intend to offend him at all, so he asked Diaz not to be angry. He assured old Eldon that not crazy, but should apologize for his sharpness regarding his servant. Eldon just waved his hand. They say you should not ceremonies between them. Moreover, he was really pleased to get acquainted personally with Da. Endon suddenly asks, "Who is this girl aside?" Arin is almost trembling with fear. Endon notes that she is perfectly hiding, but sharp hearing and smell does not let him down. He noticed it. Moreover, it pulls as a pleasant aroma as Diaza puzzled that Eldon revealed the illusion of Aruna. Without hesitation, Arun makes a decision and appears to everyone. Eldon looks carefully at the girl, asking who she is, who really is, and what exactly connects her with Diasis. Dia reports that the girl is Arun's name, and they are already engaged. Aruna insists that she is his wife, and Dai confirms her words. Eldon wondered in Aruna if she was already. The girl explained that she was born with this corner. She never heard of Anand, so she could not answer him. Elvin argues that the Ajins are creatures that are almost indistinguishable from people, though people are not. Fairies, mermaids, they all belong to the same. Aruna asked if it was true. In this case, it could be called Ajan. Suddenly Eldon cursed. Eldon suddenly rushes into the arms of Diaz, and in confusion asks whether he has a baby with Aruna. Diaz, noticing tears on his face, is surprised and asks why he cries, and then calmly assures they have no children with Aruna. Aruna said she was dreaming of 10 children. Diaz also sheltered 2 orphans. She believes that Eldon would call them Jinn. Eldon exclaimed that Diaz's wife and children, Ajina. Moreover, he called Diaz his related soul. Suddenly, Eldon's ears became much larger, and a real trunk grew from his face. Eldon lifted Diaz into the air with his new trunk. Aruna and Diaz, stunned, looked at each other, not believing what he saw. This could not happen, because Eldon was just an adjunct. When Eldon was very few years old, legends about brave heroes were told in the capital of the kingdom to ignite the morale and attract recruits. Subsequently, these shrouds turned into real theatrical performances, in which the heroes of the heroes came to life on stage. For the first time he heard about it only now. The hero Diaz fulfilled his parents' last will, to defeat strong enemies and intercede for the defenseless ones. His righteous fist made even a noble to change. This is how this legend began. The dominant nobility considered it unacceptable. So within a week, the performances for the general public began to close quickly. Subsequently, they were completely banned. Such a course of events caused a wave of indignation among the common people. The tablets with stories around which these speeches were drawn were transmitted from hand to hand. In the end, they got even to the lands of Kazdex, which lie far from the capital's suburbs. The problem of this story was that most of her details were invented, and no word was mentioned on the presence of any nobleman on the battlefield. Elton noted that, of course, he was not going to blindly trust this story. However, both veterans and merchants who dealt with the army, and even domestic mentors, all who at least once met with the Diaz on the battlefield, responded to him with exceptionally captured words. That is why he began to admire the Diaz. Suddenly, Eldon was not asked to exhaust too much. Diaz believed that Eldon lifted him so easily as if there was a chest. Not surprisingly, his state of health worsened and he felt fatigue. They all tirelessly made every effort to find it. Diaz wondered if Eldon was really unable to move. The man replied that Eldon was a semi-like, born of the union of human and Ajin. These creatures are special. They are given the unique ability to reincarnate into Ajins. His father is the Kasadex Enkis, the former feudal lord. The mother is Neha, a slave from the people of elephants. At times when his body is changing, it is noticeably weakened. Earlier, it thought that reincarnation was due to joy. To be half Jinn is one of Eldon's huge advantages, but the human half sometimes brings him a lot of trouble. The man noted that Eldon has a low height, as in the representatives of elephant race, but for man he is characterized by a silky physique. His fragile health is kept only through the care and guardianship that his wife surrounds him, and also stone. The way they behave with the Ajins is not designed. Eldon's heart rushes in half from understanding this cruel injustice. If there were no barriers between races, people could live in peace and harmony. It was such a society that sought to create Eldon. At the same time, the son of the local feudal lord, using his position, began to secretly support the adjunct, and protect him from the shadows of danger. Most likely, the rumors that Diaz heard about the admiration of Eldon were just a fiction that had to hide the true truth. Aruna said she had one question. She wondered why Eldon did not burn Eldon and did not make him his slave, as they usually did with others. After all, even if Eldon was his son, the half-blood, in whose veins blood flowed, still remained. She wondered why Enkis is transferring all Ajins to slavery. The Kamlut confirmed, yes, Eldana was really waiting for the fate of the servant, similar to the one that befell Nek. However, the wife of Incas was a woman named Jana. They already had an eldest son, who was also called Jana. The guy was like a father, not only with appearance, he was also distinguished by a bad character, caused by his unattractive appearance. The Enkis never had much sympathy for Johnny, who was like him. So when handsome Eldon was born in the human likeness, his passion was no boundaries. He immediately declared Eldon with his son, hoping to gain political influence. Diaz realized how absurd and disgusting this story is. He was a hateful boy in which he saw himself while he felt closer. And the most horrible was that he did not feel true love, and it frightened him. The true origin of Eldon remained a secret for himself and for his environment. Neha was around this time, performing the duties of a maid and guardians. But when the boy was 5, his nose and ears suddenly took a different shape. At that moment, Eldon realized, Neha, his mother. Since then, their connection has only been strong, and Eldon has sought to establish true maternal sign of closeness. The Rabali confessed that he had heard rumors about a possible civil war, but still wondered whether the country was indeed a crisis. Kamlada replied to this. Eldon just sought to protect people dear to him. January, along with his subordinates, exposed the true intentions of Eldon and Enkis. The angry Enkis has announced that Eldon, Neha, and all other Ajin should die. This is what Eldon pushed against the Enkis and his warriors. After the brutal war, Eldon defeated Enkis and his warriors. Although he was a self-esteem, but without hesitation, he declared himself the feudal lord of the land of Hazdex. Eldan asked Diaza to forgive him. He noted that Diaz is a man who took Ajin's wife, whom he had recently met, and since Ajin became his fiancé, their children will also have the nature of Ajin. Aruna lives in harmony and joy. Her life is full of happiness. He firmly believes that her children will definitely find their happiness. When he saw Arun for the first time, he was impressed. It seemed to him that she was a related soul that shares his dreams. Diaz noted that he also supports Eldon's dream. In his native village, people and Ajina have long coexist in peace. He believes that it would be great if such a picture has blossomed in other corners of the world. That is why he is ready to support them in every possible way and assist them within his or her capabilities. Eldon confessed that his dream is truly majestic and inspired. The man beats himself into the chest and calls Eldon not to lower his head. He is wondering whether Eldon considers true courage to be worthy. Eldon gathers with the spirit and restrains tears. Subsequently, Diaz and Eldon discussed many different topics. The conversation gradually moved to the reserves of the provisions on their lands. Eldon approached Diaza and noted that if people are not able to stock up more, they are waiting for a serious problem. If the population of his village continues to grow, and the production of food will remain at the same level, food is simply not enough for everyone. In the end, winter will inevitably come, so it is impossible to delay the preparation. Diaz was convinced that it was that he tried to pay attention to. Eldon's prudence, as the leader and the ruler of these lands, only emphasized the need to act quickly. He decides that they will try to equip the sowing field so far. Before the war, he worked as a farmer, so he is now ready to share all his skills with others. Its purpose is to create 1 or 2 perfect fields that can be harvested. Therefore, Diaz, along with Aruna, returns home, where they are already eagerly awaited by Mema, Senai, and I. Barely seeing the Diaz, the girls with indignation lift up, reproaching him that the man promised to return quickly, but eventually raise them. The man confirmed that this is true, but explained his delay with a number of good reasons. However, everything he did not try to say in justification was heard as a normal excuse. When Senai and Ajan finally plunged into a dream, Aruna said that the girls had fallen asleep. She wondered where they came from so much relentless energy, because they played without stopping the whole evening. Diaz wondered why these children were so tirelessly extinguished around. By this point, he sincerely believed in the tranquility of this village. But now it seemed to him that all this idyll was just a fiction. One day I witnessed the hay ate her potatoes, and at that moment she burst into tears. complaining that Akon could not forgive her. Diaz made an effort to reassure them both. He suggested giving his potatoes to finally reconcile. And, I confess, she did not want to taste Diaz's potatoes. Diaz believed that their nursing rivalry would be too fierce. Last night there were many crying and troubled adventures, and even in the morning, even Aaron could not hide her surprise. The girls suddenly rose a strong fever. Aruna took care of them all night. Suddenly Sinai began to squeeze and call her mother, which Arun did not stand and burst into tears. Diaz believed that even on the hardest days they would be able to protect girls. Subsequently, when all the troubles were left behind, the mood of Hay and Ahan improved significantly. Sincere smiles again clarified on the girls' faces. Suddenly, Aaron turned to Diaz and asked if it would not be better to plant girls at least once. Diaz shook his head negatively. In his opinion, it did not make sense. After all, they would be the violators of their promises. They should apologize, not reproach, because these children are just beginning their journey in the family and seek to learn more about adults. Watch them. All this is worth supporting and approval. He believes that their youthful passion should be accepted. However, the girl realizes that this can adversely affect them. From tomorrow, she plans to start more strictly. Suddenly, Aaron felt a foreign presence. She warned that a large group of people moved from the southeast. Diaz asked if the girl was sure that they were not people, but Eldon. The girl reported that Eldon had already returned home. He also went in a completely different way. Namely, this time all suspicious companies often appear. Most likely it is thieves or bandits. Dai assured that even at night he would still go to check what was happening there. He asked Aaron to stay to protect others, but the girl insisted. She would not allow him to go alone and also leave with him. Arunas assured that he is now a young man. If the DS had no support, she would not be able to find them among the high grass. Her magic should be enough, provided that Klaus does not look from the house. But suddenly Klaus opened his eyes. It seemed to him that someone was calling him named. The DS nodded briefly, making it clear that he realized everything, after which he addressed Aaron. Go for me. Give me its strength. The mercenary thought that the rich representatives of the race of it have numerous heads of Mimev, and can carelessly live only from the profits that they bring to them. He realized that those who lack prosperity and wealth usually go to hunting. And yet, before marriage, men have to collect ransom for the bride. The man understood that the fastest and easiest way to get rich was to hunt for bandits. However, in these parts, robbers are extremely rare. The mercenary is amazed. Is it worth fighting for a piece of land on which only the grass grows so carefully? He is convinced that these people definitely have their hidden plan. The man rotates and asks whether someone is living here. He is surprised that even a single tree is visible around. A man with golden hair approaches the man and sharply orders him to silence. The guy assures that he spent a lot of money on hiring. He threatens, if they continue to ply empty, you will have to return all the money spent. The man lifts his hands, demonstrating that he understood everything. He assures that they will do everything as best as possible. After that, she is interested in whether there is a special reason to do this at night. The man has wondered if mercenaries have heard about the hero of Diaz. He tells that Diaz belongs to those enemies who are able to openly come together in the middle of white and get the winner. He also notes that Diaz can attack them when they are the least expected. The mercenary curves, but the guy remains silent. He simply requires the mercenaries to deal with a man named Eldon. He was informed that he was now on Meadows at a meeting with the Diaz. The mercenary is wondered if he will pay this case. The man states that he is ready to give 100 silver coins for Eldon and 10 gold for DS. The mercenary looks at the boy. Lifting the torch, he orders his people to move behind him, confidently declaring that Diaz will become their most valuable prey for many years. A man incites the brothers to put an end to this hunt and return to the city with bags stuffed with gold. The mercenary looks carefully at the dark. The man notices that light is slowly approaching. The mercenary is in surprise to think why a red glare suddenly appeared in the darkness. Suddenly, the arrow whistles in the air and stitches deeply into the shoulder of one of the mercenaries. He lifts a cry. It is not possible to restrain painful, unexpected pain. The man rages because the arrow hit Lila. He is annoyed that the sudden attack was exposed. Pointing forward, he reports that the arrows are where the red light shines. The leader of the mercenaries sharply orders his people to throw away the torches and shoot immediately from the bows. Excitedly points to the purple light. Red light moves forward. The man, noticing that it has suddenly disappeared, immediately takes a battle stand, preparing for a possible attack. Suddenly, one of the mercenaries pierces the arrow. It hit the leg. The man is crying from unbearable pain. The leader of the detachment immediately asks where the attack is from. The leader of the mercenaries was genuinely impressed with the skill of the opponent. He was unclear where he knew their location. He hoped for a light victory, but did not want to confess to himself that he took up a task that seems impossible. The man breaks into a cry, ordering his subordinates to immediately move on to the offensive. He strictly demands that they know exactly where their goal is. All mercenaries open fire at the same time. Their leader is convinced that if they manage to find the enemy's location, the victory will be on their side. The mercenaries heard a voice ahead. Their leader smiled, pulled his sword, and pointing it forward, loudly urged his people not to lose the chance to grasp the enemy. One of the mercenaries asked where their opponent went. They did not have time to blink, as a mighty blow swept away their whole group in the field, like autumn leaves in the wind. The leader of the mercenaries stopped sharply. Only the desperate cries of his people were heard. He was not able to understand how all his warriors could win in a moment. He suggested that something much worse here was stuck here. The leader urged his subordinates to be alert and not to lose vigilance. He warned, in addition to archers, they have more than one formidable opponent. The leader of the mercenaries states that there is a numerical advantage on their side. He orders the fighters to be lined up immediately and be ready. The subordinates executed the order, but they were defeated by a devastating defeat. They flew the field like autumn leaves under the gust of wind. The leader of mercenaries noticed in the darkness a flash of green light. He tried to understand what was happening, and eventually guessed, it is probably Ajin. The man fiercely swayed and demanded loudly that the monster would finally come out of the shadow. Just before the mercenary there is a huge dark figure. The man has time to instantly lift the sword and beat the blow. Sparks fell from under the swords. The leader stared carefully at the enemy's view, trying to see who stands before him. He recognized Diaz. When I met his piercing look of blue eyes, massive patches, and a huge axe in my hands. Diaz struck the man, forcing the leader of mercenaries to give a stream of swearing again. At that moment, he understood. Diaz is more valuable than any 100 gold coins. Meanwhile, the man who ordered the Diaz order was rushed by the forest, looking for a hiding place. He could not stop that the mercenaries had been overcome so quickly and with such ease. He was alarmed because he could be detected at any moment. The guy rushed to the tree and instantly disappeared behind his trunk. Suddenly, he was a strange feeling. He fell to the ground, crying out of pain and blurring. The guy is boiling from anger. He blamed Diaz in everything. He did not rest why Diaz did not deal with him immediately. He could no longer respect his boy. Angry, he promised to himself, he would once deal with the Diaz. I wanted to inform the Inhale that it was time to go on the offensive, but they attacked thoughtlessly, despite the circumstances, so the fight ended quickly. In the midst of the battle, the enemy arrow only slightly affected Arunas's face, leaving a bloody scratch, which is why the DS became angry. However, except for this small wound, no one was injured. The bandits were injured, and some of them remained with serious injuries. Diaz was annoyed that one of them managed to escape. However, the satellite noted that this fugitive was hardly worthy of persecution. Diaz, along with his assistants, selected the whole weapons from the bandits. Before expelled from the plane, he gave them a strict lecture on the absurdity of their actions, no matter how the criminals themselves justified it. Aruna asked if deportation was too soft. It did not satisfy it at all. Instead, Diaz considered it acceptable because there were no victims in this situation. Diaz promised that he would not know the pity for robbers if they dared to step into their territory again. Aruna believed that hunting robbers was a great business. She was convinced that it was possible to make decent money so quickly. The girl added that it was possible to receive a reward from the village old age. In addition, she proposed to exchange weapons selected for money. Diaz wondered if some money was possible for these worn and beaten weapons. Diaz understood the price of iron on the plains. Arunas explained that it can not only be exposed into weapons, but also melted into various tools. This was what explained her perseverance. She demanded to sell absolutely all the stocks that he had succeeded. Aruna could not boast wealthy parents, so her dream was hunting for robbers. Diaz looked at the girl and remembered that Aranon survived him with the patrol of the plains and hunting. Diaz mentioned that the fastest and easiest way to replenish the wallet can be searching for bandits. However, he was also aware that these endless steps of robbers almost do not happen, so it is unlikely that many such criminals will be able to catch. Suddenly, Rig Arun shone with a bright light. The girl remembered how even when she felt the approach of Diaza on a horsepower, her heart was shabby. It seemed to her that robbers would appear. However, she realized almost immediately, Diaz is not at all like a bandit. Diaz realized that Aruna could catch every movement. The girl decided that Diaz was nothing more than an exile, whom his team was ruthlessly left for. She was sure he would not be able to survive. The next day, the girl, while bypassing, decided to visit Diaz. She caught him when he carelessly swayed, lying straight on the ground with her eyes closed. Aruna only silently watched him, not to say a word, affected by his peace. For the sake of security, she decided to test her soul. The girl thought, if the result is blue, it would be a serious loss for her. Aruna notes that if Diaza had been left for, she would not have been tossed the opportunity. She would take his armor and all the good he had. Diaz was genuinely surprised that Aruna suddenly decided to wake him up and have a conversation. At that moment, the girl felt that they should definitely talk. However, she herself did not realize what prompted her to do so. Diaz remained with Aruna and does not consider his choice false, though he confesses that there are sometimes misunderstandings between them. Diaz watched the Aruna carefully, who thoughtfully stared at the distance. Aruna looked around, became embarrassed, and when she had broken, asked him why she wanted to start a relationship with him at all. Diaz returned to her and wondered in surprise what had happened. He could not understand anything. At that moment, the girl approached him and gently touched his cheeks with a kiss. Diaz was surprised at the girl, and Aruna cast a striking look at him. Then Aruna turned and moved in the opposite direction from Diaz. The man called her after. The girl rushed forward, and Dai, without slowing down, followed her. Yes, the guy hoped that the girl would wait for him and did not leave herself. He was ready to run behind her, even if the night path was shrouded in thick darkness. He believed that Aruna would certainly point his way. Diaz sat in a carriage next to Eldon. Eldon noted that increasing the population of their lands is not easy. In his opinion, first of all, it is worth taking care of generous supplies of provisions and the necessary resources. Eldon emphasizes that if something happens, there will be a shortage immediately, and everything will be complicated for them. He warns that winter is not far off, so it's time to prepare. Diaz agreed that they needed to be not only starved. Diaz realized that if people die of hunger, then Arn with children would be in the same hopeless position. Diaz confidently states that for the sake of all it will be even more diligent to hunt and take care of the generous supply of dried meat. Eldon insists that monotonous nutrition will certainly harm health. He argues that they should be stored with grain, and if they succeed, vegetables. Diaz is thinking about plowing the meadow. He is wondering whether it is not time to start processing the fields. Eldon asks whether Diaz really intends to process these fields. He doubts that they will succeed on this earth. Eldon recalls how many people have already tried to turn these spaces into arable land, but all attempts ended in defeat. Only grass grows on such soil, and nothing more. Diaz assures that, no matter what, he is ready to try as much as you need. He invites them to try to find out the truth. Eldon assures that he is well aware of everything. He solemnly promises to give all his strength to be a reliable support for Diaz and to help succeed. Diaz opens his eyes and wakes up. He cautiously comes out of the tent, trying not to wake up the girls who sleep firmly, and with pleasure fades at dawn. Diaz approaches the well near which Aruna stood. Greetings to her, he caused a girl a slight embarrassment. Her cheeks flashed with a blush, but she shyly answered her husband's greetings. Women who were standing nearby were smiling kindly, and noticing that Arun seems to be in a good mood today. They wondered if something joyful happened last night. Klaus runs to Diaz and shares with him news. During the morning patrol, he came across a motionless creature that he had not met before. Klaus demonstrates the bat, and tells how during the lifting a flock of these creatures circled nearby, and one of them suddenly attacked him. Not having a choice, he shot the attacker, after which the rest of the bats immediately flew. Diaz notes that it is bats. He confesses that he has never met anything like that. Klaus agrees that he also has not yet had to see such creatures. Diaz warns, you should be alert. Klaus listens carefully to the words of Diaz. Diaz notes that the day seemed surprisingly clear. The community decided to have breakfast in the open air. During the meal, Diaz talked to everyone, asking whether any of the needs or health problems had any of the present. It was answered that there were no special complaints. In addition, the Mayan's grandmother assured that now everyone feels much healthier and more energetic than before. Diaz suggested that it was a merit of Aruna's medicinal herbs. They were used every morning, and in addition, They received healing baths that cleaned the body and strengthened health. Due to this, the well-being of the peasants has improved significantly. Dias remembered how much food is consumed by the residents of the village of Yaluk. So in such settlements and tribes, medicinal herbs can be used even more often. Dias turns to Aruna and is interested in where she comes from so many healing herbs. The girl replies that she collects them in the surrounding places, and sometimes receives through exchange with traders. But mostly her reserves are replenished through her own cultivation. Dee asks if this means that in the village of the tribe grows whole fields of medicinal herbs. Aruna says that they grow plants in pots, so that they can be easily transported. She explains that he does not know when to leave these lands, so she cannot care for real fields. Dias is divided by the design to process the fields on the lawn. He is convinced that if you can harvest, life will become calmer and carefree. Returning to the interlocutor, Dias asks if he agrees with his considerations. Dias expresses his wishes. If a girl can, he would like her to teach him to grow medicinal herbs in pots. According to Dias, she will be able to create a wonderful guide to agriculture. In response, Aaron begs, explaining that unfortunately, there is not enough knowledge of this method of cultivation. She advises a man to contact a leader if he wants to know more. DS. He turns to the leader of the tribe, Shaider Mohu. He declares that it is simply impossible to cultivate local land. The leader confesses that he does not know why nothing sprouts on these meadows. Shaider adds that once their ancestors had their own special way of cultivation. But during the war, this secret was lost. Dias notes that Shaider could tell him about growing medicinal herbs. He insists that he still wants to try to do it on his own. Shaider notes that to tell especially nothing is extremely simple. He convinces that there is nothing complicated here. By reaching out the leaves for leaves, Shaider adds, it is enough to use it, and everything is sure to succeed. The tin box describes in detail how healing herbs are made and seeds are harvested. Dias looks into stones, trying to understand. It is really a difference of crops or values, and does not find an answer. The leader tells that the sown and processed field turned out to be absolutely useless. He explains, every time they tried to grow potatoes, beans, or peas, the plants first went into growth and released the leaves, but then everything dried up and faded, stopping the yield. This section hints that the inhabitants of the forest have some knowledge. Dias is interested in what these people are known. The head says that forest dwellers are well understood in the fields, plants, and forests themselves. It is rumored that it is only necessary to wave your hand, and the desert will instantly turn into a flowering, greenish edge. However, he did not see anything like this in his own eyes. The head assures that they will make every effort to cultivate this land. If they really succeed, he asks Dias to share the secret of the method. It is recognized. The ability to grow a crop in these fields is a real dream for the entire community. Dias gently strokes the lamb and smiles. He assures that he does not mind sharing the secret. The stranger confesses that he was going to open this technique for everyone. In addition, he promises to bring a whole mountain of potatoes. The chief smiles and confesses that he was waiting for such an act from Dias Blah. He adds that everyone sincerely hoped for his success. The leader announces that they are looking forward to having a baby, Aruna and Diaza. He adds that he personally takes care of all the necessary healing herbs. Dias is wondering if it really is needed. The leader assures that the thing is extremely valuable. He promises to pass on Aranoni medicine. The leader tries to convince Dias that it is really necessary because Dias has suspicions of this case. Dias returns to Claus. The guy comes out to meet the Diasu. Suddenly, the girls notice them and heads rush towards. They joyfully greet Diaza, wondering that he returned so early. In response, the guy smiles widely and proudly announces, now he is finally home. It drops in front of the girls. Surprised, they notice a bag in his hands and ask with interest what is in it. The man unbuttons the bag. Precious stones sparkle inside. He asks if they like these stones. The girls are indifferent to them, not amazed at what they see. The girls claim that they have nothing special. They were just bored. They add that they do not need like this. Ram stood near the girls. They looked at, and then the girls rushed to play with these animals. Aruna meets DS and wonders what stones he brought with him. The DS was somewhat confused, because he was convinced that these stones were extremely beautiful. Rune reports that if you look closely, you can see that these stones are completely devoid of magical power. She then remembers that this man is not able to feel magical energy. The girl understood that if the stone contains magical power or capable of accumulating it, anyone who possesses charms immediately feels it. It is only necessary to look. She remembered that these stones are similar to jewelry. However, being devoid of magical energy, remain only ordinary stones. Dias looks deeply at Aruna's deep knowledge. He is interested in whether Sinai and Mention are able to distinguish different stones. Aruna replies that both girls are very capable, especially at their age. Sometimes the guest feels even a slight glare of magical power. She adds that if you teach Sinis and the Ichin, they can grow magicians that will exceed even the leader himself by force. Dias smiles, watching the girls, and mentally admires their unusual talent. At that moment, the man reflected the fact that, as these children would not be chosen, a bright future awaits them. He was convinced that one day they would definitely become outstanding magicians. But suddenly the silence cut the screams of girls. They noticed that someone was approaching them. They loudly urged everyone to prepare for protection. A flock of bats rushes rapidly towards the tribe. Dias retrieves weapons and orders Arunian children to hide in the yurt. They, along with Klaus, rush forward. Klaus suggested that the mournful bats flew to take revenge on his brother. He noticed that the opponents were too small and numerous, so he realized to fight them with an axe or spear was useless. Dias rapidly rushed to bats. Klaus came to his aid. They waved their weapons for a long time, destroying all the bats one by one. One of the bats, having winged her wings, flew to Dias and grabbed an axe from her teeth. Dias immediately understood the leader of a whole pack. Klaus rushed to Dias, and he caused the leader of a flock of a powerful blow. Without a second, they began to curb the invasion of bats together. The bats were surprisingly clever. Klaus with Aruna sounded Diazu, cheering it not to give up. The man confidently waved the axe and struck the leading pack. Arina explained that these monsters are extremely sensitive to sounds, so they are called Mikushbot. She added that to win them, you need to strengthen your voice. DS, with a smile, noted that Arina actually saved everyone. He thanks the girl in his thoughts. He confesses that the image on the screen was so unexpected that he was scared. Aruna apologizes, explaining that large creatures usually do not fit so close, so she lost his vigilance this time. Dias is wondering that it is a monster. The girl looks silently at the man. Dias smiles, apologizes, and adds that he still hears badly. Aruna smiles and approaches Dias. She bows and whispered something in his ear. Dias looked stunned at the girl. While the man tried to call the rune and ask her to repeat the said, Klaus was already unconscious on the ground. Dias crushed the stones. He immerses his hand into a bowl, carefully checking whether he managed to crush them to the end. The man is thrown back, feeling relief and joy. Finally, everything is complete. After 5 days of grueling work on the grinding of the stones, which he received from the leader of the tribe in the form of fertilizers, the work is over. Diaz understands that you can now start processing the field. First of all, Diaz realized that it was necessary to clean the alkali and plow the ground. Aruna shouted to her husband. Diaz turned sharply. The girl warned that someone was approaching from the east. Diaz with Aruna was slowly heading towards the approaching guests. Diaz thought about Aruna's impressions. The girl felt that they were a whole group of people riding. At the same time, she noticed something neither the person nor the horse moves to them. Diaz was already going to go to check the situation, but Aruna stopped him. She insisted that she would not release Diaz 1 until she find out who was approaching them. Diaz hoped that it would be easier for him if Aruna was nearby. Suddenly, she exclaims that they will soon be able to see who is approaching them. The man instantly gets binoculars and stifles in the distance. His eyes expand sharply as he recognizes Kemelos. The man returns to Aruna and reports that they go to Eldon's servant. The girl asks her husband not to exaggerate if he really knows him. Diaz rotates, trying to see what his back is behind. He has a view of white animals. This is how he guesses quickly buffalo. There are numerous servants next to them. Luggage is scattered everywhere. Such an unusual picture causes him a sincere surprise. Diaz recognizes this white creature that reminds him of a black buffalo. In his opinion, it is a beautiful, bright name that is difficult to forget. Aruna looks carefully at the carts. She then notes that in the luggage of the second trolley she noticed a barely noticeable moving shadow. The girl assumes that this creature watches what is happening around. Diaz looks at Arun with interest, trying to understand what it can be. So he decides to ask what Kamalos transports. Meanwhile, small little ones were fussed in the trolley. One of them, in glasses, plunged into memories of how they were picked up while hunting. In the end, all things together managed to slip into a cart that was moving towards the endless desert. In spite of anything, the mice believed, the path is still left, and they will certainly find a way to return to their homes. The mouse in glasses designed to tighten a few beans. It was at this moment that another mouse wondered what she was doing, what was scared by her death. The mouse in glasses reports that she decided to grab some food, and her girlfriend denies that it will only interfere. The target in the glasses timidly asks how they can withstand a long journey without having a provision. It is worried. It is unknown when they have the opportunity to get off the cart to find something. Another mouse assures, you should carefully prepare everything you need in advance. The mouse is interested in Emma still has not noticed that their cart was going to the west and not heading to the southern desert. She notes that M does not lack ingenuity, so you can guess. The true purpose of their journey is to deal with the Dias. The mouse says they will deal with the Dias, prove their power and bring back the deserted people his honor and dignity. Emma cannot believe it. She shared with all her mind to be able to return to the desert. She agreed to cooperate only because she was ordered to invent a plan of penetration into the van, which went into the desert. Emma notes that their opponent has overcome the dragon. Therefore, his power exceeds the power of that formidable being. She convinces everyone that to confront DS cannot. Everyone immediately talked about their origin. The people of the desert, a strong and unwavering clan. Their words quickly gained a critical tone, because people, in their opinion, were unworthy of trust. They were convinced that victory over Diaza is the only right way. Mice assure Emu of their superiority, convincingly proving that they hold a more significant position. At the same time, in their memory, the figure of a man, who ordered them to return to the desert with the provisions. The card is blocked, and now I am considered a fraud. Dias approaches the card. He immediately greeted the warmth and thanked the fact that they came to the meeting. Kamalis reports that the cargo that promised Eldon has already been transferred. All mice instantly flash out indignation. Now Dias is genuinely glad that Kamalos has finally appeared. He apologizes for his hurry and explains that he had to address an important question. At this point, one of the mice tries to jump out of the cart, but Ema restrains it, warning. They cannot cope with such an opponent. Ema rejects the mouse away and falls. Dias hears a strange noise that comes from luggage and asks if someone is there. Suddenly a flock of mice jumps out of the trolley. They are preparing to attack Dias. They are sure that he is defenseless. Dias stuns not so much the appearance of mice, but that these creatures are able to talk. Aruna gets his weapon and scares all mice in one movement. Dias looks at the girl with surprise. But he complains that the man is too carefree. He specifies whether she implies his skill. Arunas notes that they cannot be solved on their own, because it can be owned by Kamalos. The mice are again attached to the Dias, swaying the abusive words about Aaron. However, the man sharply exhibits his axe in advance, and firmly states that Aruna is an amazing girl. He is not going to tolerate any insult to her. Aruna's face is filled with a blush. Kamalos is amazed where the mice came from in their cart. In a moment, he is even more shocked by the mice talking. Without wasting time, he angrily orders his people to catch all mice without exception. All mice turned into cotton bags. They frantically fled, shouting and indignantly cursing the human race. Kamalov bowed low and apologized to Diaz, wanting to show his remorse as possible. But Diaz just waved his hand. They say, "You should not apologize." Kamalo emphasizes that the mice, the people who live on their land, so he will not be able to leave until he will apologize to them. Diaz looks at the man with surprise and suggests that these creatures have something in common with the animal. Kamalos spoke about the differences between the animal. He explained that every nation has its own unique culture and is capable of speech. Diaz recalls an ancient legend from his childhood. In memory, a phrase spoken by God emerges, and he begins to believe that even meisters have a human nature. Kamalis says that these mice are representatives of the tribe of long-haired jumps. They consider themselves a true people of the desert. DS is surprised to see the desert on Eldon's lands. He had not even heard of the existence of the Kingdom of the Desert. Camelots continues the story and remembers how he called the desert his native land. He also indicates where they were, approximately describing their location. Diaz changes instantly on the face as soon as it suspects that they may have a slave hunter. Meanwhile, mice are thrown into the bags without holding back frightened screams. The DS assumed that Eldon had protected them and made a promise to return the desert. But still it was difficult for them to believe him. Despite this, Eldon remained an outstanding person because he carefully defended his race. Kamalas tells how Eldon, having won the title of Lord, solemnly promised to return their native land to mice. At this point, Aaron notes that once Camelot was white, and now became blue. She believes that such a change can be forgiven without any compensation. Suddenly, the girl recalls that the little ones were bright red. She warns, next time they are unlikely to behave so delicately. Kamalos looks carefully at the dais, not looking. The man smiles and assures that he does not require any apology for the story. Moreover, even if Dias insists on his own, he is still ready to apologize. Dias notes that mice have serious behavior problems. He is not sure that the next time they will act so delicately. He thinks whether it is better to give mice advice and leave their punishment at the discretion of the Camelot. Camelots with a smile obediently nod. He comes to mind Dias. Aruna and Dias are exchanged by praise. Camelotson is approached by the animal and reports that the review is completed. However, this time, it is difficult for them to determine by the smell. The servant notes that a strong aroma has poured around, and there are many spices in the load, which is why sniff is more difficult. Camelot assures that everything is clear to him. He goes to inspect the cargo and personally checks each cart. As a result, no suspicious things were found. This is completed. The mice were returned to Eldon, where they were expected to be questioned about the cause of the attack on Diaza and proper punishment. Dias turned to Camelot, asking for spices, and also asked about the transportation of kitchen utensils. Camelot complains that he has forgotten to prevent Dias through the Homer and the fussy around. He assures that all the tools have already prepared. After that, he extends the envelope and offers Dias to check the spices. The letter stated that if the tools are not enough, Eldon is ready to send more. Eldon also hoped that the spices would have Diaza. Finally, Eldon makes a language about future trade in the south and mentions their last meeting. The man sincerely wished good luck and would look forward to seeing the next opportunity to see. At the end of the letter, it was stated that all current things are a gift, so Dias does not have to pay anything for them. The author wanted to prove their friendship with this gesture. Kamalis approaches Diaza and reports that Eldon has sent already prepared building materials, in particular for stables. Diaz does not hide its surprise. The servants behind Kamalos assured Diaz that he would not worry. Their presence is only related to construction work. Diaz was worried. He received so many different gifts, but he did not thank anything. Kamalos offers Diazu to try to take up the bridle. He gestures indicate a visa with harnessed horses, saying that it is now the heritage of Diaza. Aruna examines graceful horses with delight. Kamala does not stop talking about horses. He assures that under the close supervision of the driver, Dias will be able to immediately take control. Aruna approaches Diaza and asks if all this is true. The man nods and confirms, "Yes, everything," said, "Truth." The man does not have time to pronounce a word to Aruna, because she already runs to the horse and is happy to exclaim that they now have their own skaka. Dias and Notion did not have that horses serve the tribes in the main way of transportation and transport. The man noted that the possession of numerous horses testifies to wealth and courage. However, Aaron's family could not afford it. He looked at the girl and wondered whether the moments once happened when Aruna did not worry about the fate of her family. The Aruna looks around and confesses that she dreamed of becoming a woman from the tribe of the riders since childhood. She had no idea that thanks to Dias, their own horses would appear so quickly. Dias does not have time to the words. The Aruna suddenly rushes to him. She thanked Dias, promising to take care of the horses. He wondered if Aruna calmed down, but she was constantly huddled to him, not releasing from her embrace. At this point, Ama was sitting a trolley, anxiously thinking about whether it had come. The girl was worried that she was about to seize. She tried to get out of the trolley, and in vain. Something firmly blocked her path outside. The mouse begs someone for help. The victim's sister runs to her and, worried, asks to show tea leaves. She assures she willingly share with her everyone she learns. The girl suggests that teas in tea are the same as in other cases. The sister picks up her opinion. Then both mention their parents were also supporters of tea. Grandmother Real Cheese advises Diaza firmly to keep the carts. The guy replies that the buffalo is already used to working on the field. The old woman nods, making it clear that everything is clear, and confidently moves forward. The man ruled the plow, impressed with his power. Thanks to this tool, the work on the field went surprisingly quickly and effectively. After working for a few hours, Dias felt the need to rest. The Birchie advised to leave the work on the field for a few days and return to it in 3 days. Dias immersed himself in thinking about how plowing goes. He involuntarily compared his area with the grameter field. Quo, or advises you to try again. Maybe this time something will sprout on the field. In the meantime, you can take up the water tank. Diaz is interested in how they have a reservoir. Grandma eagerly tells how this system operates in their village. Then the grandmother wondered if Diaz understood as a tank. The man replies that he intends to build his own tank, and his grandmother warmly praises him for diligence. The girls run up to Diaz and are interested in whether he has finished plowing the field. He replies that's still at work. In his thoughts, he thinks that they wanted to find out in him. The girls hesitated a little, and then reported that Aruna was preparing dinner, so the man had to go back. Diaz rejoices and sincerely thanks the girls for the invitation. However, he soon notices that their mood has changed dramatically. Suddenly, the girls' faces were filled with sadness. The man raises the girls and tries to understand what happened to them. They, in turn, are interested in whether it is difficult to plow the field. The man assures that it is not difficult. One of the girls is wondering if Diaz will be angry if nothing works with the field, to which he answers with a smile that he will not be too worried about it. The girl sadly lifts his gaze on Diaz and asks if he would be upset if he found out that they were hiding something from him. The man holds his eyes on the girl for a moment, and then, slightly smiling, notes that the probability that he is exciting something is almost zero. In his opinion, everyone has their own little secrets. The girl smiles uncertainly. Diaz thinks about what could happen. The girls fall to the ground and then, recovering, in a hurry. The man looks after them, not realizing what happened. The man continued to be anxiously inquiring the girls about this secret, but no matter how much he asked, he never received the answer. Aaron also remained unknown about the secret that the girls were hidden. All the villagers tried to ask them about it, but they did not disclose any details. Diaz was very worried, thinking what could happen. He watched them for a while but did not notice anything suspicious. A man thought that children of this age could behave strange, so he decided not to pay attention to this case and forget about him. Aruna reported that it had been 3 days, so he could start sowing. She gave him the necessary seeds and told in detail about its properties. The girl suggested that these seeds were designed to check the yield of the field. The man thanked her sincerely. Diaz was certain that thanks to the fertilizers, all the seeds were about to sprout. He was looking forward to that moment. Klaus approached Diaz and informed that the Kamalos team had already brought a stable. Diaz could not believe his eyes. Did Kamalos with servants really build a whole stable so quickly? Diaz learned that the stables were erected very quickly, using already prepared materials that were simply collected on the spot. It was a simple and popular way of construction. Diaz thanks Kamalos. The man explains that he only obeyed Eldon's orders. Explains that he created this material not for the sake of reward, but as a manifestation of his feelings. He gestures indicate to the side and reports that Kamalos wants this gift. Kamalos is wondering what it is made of. Diaz replies that these are the materials of the Earth's dragon. Everyone gets away with horror. Kamalos categorically refuses. He states that he cannot accept such a valuable gift. One of the servants asked what Diaz was busy. In response, the man smiled and kindly apologized. In the end, Kamalos with the servant regarded gifts as things entrusted for storage. They could only accept them after signing the power of attorney. The next morning, Kamalos announced departure. Diaz sincerely thanked the man for his help. Aruna was silently watching all away, while at the same time, girls who were upset through separation. Diaz recalls how the girls first embarrassed next to Kamalos. Subsequently, they were used to his presence, so what happened upset them even more. Aruna calls for girls to restrain tears. She reminds, later they will have to take care of the horses. Arunachla warns, if the girls are in no hurry, the horses will start sad. They will want to drink and eat. Diaz inspects the field carefully, thinking about its condition. His gaze stops on the sprouts that have managed to fade. Aruna approaches Diaz. The man smiles and confesses that he did not even hope for success. He proposes to try again and sow again. The next day, new crops were also faded. Aruna came to that man again. He turned, thinking that the fertilizers were not enough. So I decided to add a little more. The next day, the man was sprinkled with fertilizers, but the sprouts did not appear. Aruna approached him again. Diaz again came to the conclusion that feeding is not enough. So he decided to add even more fertilizers. The man repeated his actions again, but the grains did not sprout. Aruna once again turned to Diaz for advice and support, but he just wrinkled his face and stood silently. Diaz still hesitated whether or not to pour a little more stone fertilizer, But here Aruna grabbed him by her hand and asked to stop. She wanted to finally rest. Aruna claims that there is no way to combine mineral fertilizer with leaves in such proportions. She insists it is absolutely impossible to handle the fields on these meadows. Diaz agrees, noting that sometimes the seeds do not sprout. However, he decides to focus on other cases. Diaz went home with the fleece. The girls watched how they were moving and thinking about what to do next. She seems to be sincerely sought to support Diaz, but she is lost and does not know how to proceed. And it is at this moment that the girl gets a small glass vessel. Suddenly, the girls heard some noise. One of them asked her sister whether she heard an unfamiliar voice who called for help. The girls decided to find out where this strange sound came from. At this point, Emma, with despair, was about salvation in one of the huts. She called for help, hoping that she would be heard. According to her feelings, it has passed for a whole week. Feeling an unbearable thirst, she barely kept, because she had almost no water. Emma regrets that she did not go to Diaz for help when that man carried a box. The girls come to the hut, and here the mouse, frightened by their appearance, rushes on the side. The girls ask if there is someone inside. Emma is desperately calling for help. Now they have no doubt. Their assumptions come true. Emma reports that she cannot get out in the box. The girls hastily promise, soon they will deliver it. Emma is concerned about whether everything is fine. She guesses that the girls came to her help. But at the same time, he asks not to take the risk and be sure to call adults. Girls point out that all adults are busy. Emma asks him to give her a minute of attention. The guy replies that he can wait a little. Young helpers assure that they have almost completed the case. Having dropped extra bags, they finally release the IMU. The mouse is happy to exclaim that the girl saved him. He sincerely thanks her, confessing how difficult he was. The girls joyfully greet the mouse and get acquainted with it. Their faces glow with happiness because they are really glad to see it. The girls praise Amy, and the mouse thank them very much for their kind words. In response, Emma also briefly tells itself and shares the history of its origin. Meanwhile, Aruna noticed that Diaz continues to process the field. She is strongly demanded to stop. The man is convinced that this time he will be able to fulfill his plan. In response, the girl exclaims that he behaves like a real slave. The girls wondered why Emma was locked in that chest. They guessed that it was a punishment for some serious misconduct. Aim, with despair, exclaims that she is not guilty of anything. She begins to tell how she found herself in this chest. Girls are wondering that the mouse thinks of Diaz. Emma confesses that she has never communicated with him. She adds that they are not friends at all. Girlfriends exchange ambiguous views. Then they decide to seek advice from Em, confessing to her that they hide one secret. Emma wondered what secret the girls are hidden. She suggested that apparently for this role, someone is much more appropriate. However, one of the girls replied that there was no suitable candidate in the village. Moreover, all their girlfriends would quickly tell a diocese about a secret, and they did not want it. The girls discuss how Diaz works on the field every day, making every effort, but he still does nothing. The girls say that the power of the earth is powerless here, and the methods of Diaz do not produce results. They assure that they are able to cope with unusable, but to help the individual not in their power. The girls remember their parents warned them of power capable of changing the forest. They were bearded. If someone learns about this gift, people can start using it for their own purposes. Therefore, they insisted, no one should witness the moment of use of this force. However, the girls sought to support Diaz. Because M was not a man, they could openly tell her all the smallest details. Turning to M, the girlfriends wondered how to proceed. M, in turn, asked them to describe the situation in more detail. The girls shared all the details. Finally, they wondered if everything was understood. Emma asks the girls to wait a little. She is interested in what race they belong to. The girls confirm that they are the inhabitants of the forest, who not only protect it, but also explore all its secrets. Emma recalls everything she knows about the inhabitants of the forest. In her memoirs, it emerges that before death, these people pass on their strength and wisdom to the seed. The girls tell you how to plant seeds in outstanding places. Forest dwellers give their seeds to the most expensive person before it becomes a new forest. The one who receives this seed has to grow a whole grove from it. And then the seed sprouts and turns into a tree that resembles a tombstone. The people of the forest lives among these trees to keep them closely protected. It seemed to me that girls had two abilities. The first allows them to accelerate the growth of trees and grasses, and the second, to create protective barriers. The mouse realized that these forces were necessary to protect the forest. Ima asks if he still suits the role of an assistant. The girls assure her that yes, because Ima is smart and smart. Ima realized that the girls were still too young to create a real forest on their own. However, they were quite able to cover it with a small protective barrier. Ima realized, if the girls do not stop, the trees will begin to grow at an unprecedented speed. Now it became clear why the parents of the girls asked to keep it secret. The only thing the mouse could not understand is why girls live with diasis. In her opinion, it would be better to stay away from people. The girls confessed that at first Diaza was afraid. In the beginning, they even thought of escape. But he reminded them of Daddy, so despite his horrible smell, they decided to stay. The girls assure that Diaz is a surprisingly good person, more gentle and more attentive than all the villagers. They decided that they could trust him with this secret, convinced that he would not take advantage of the force of evil. Ima realized the girls were faced with a difficult choice and seek to discuss everything together. She is interested in whether the power of forest dwellers is needed for the yielding field, because the energy of the earth is gradually lost. Girls discuss how this place draws all the strength of the earth. They delve into the process of this attraction. Ima proposes to understand the true essence of what is happening and to think together on possible ways of protection. The girls answer that they do not know it. Girls believe that this child is not bad at all, and they are persistently discussing the horrific consequences of stretching. M gradually reaches the essence of this process and begins to suspect that such effects lies someone's will. Meanwhile, Mouse thinks about soil and climatic conditions. Ima's tension does not fall. She is still looking for a way to use the barrier without giving herself. The target is wondered if girls could use their abilities. The girls answer that it is impossible, because the Diaz is constantly nearby without taking their eyes. Then the mouse asks if they can do it in the middle of the night when everyone is immersed in sleep. However, the girls sigh that at this time they themselves sleep firmly, and simply do not have time to wake up. The mouse proposes to wake them up at the right time, noting that she sees perfectly in the dark. He assures that they can come in handy if they tell where they live. The girls are glad that they managed to talk frankly. Emma feels that she has not listened to a girlfriend's revelation. Em proposes to immediately decide on the plan of action and asks the girls to calm down. She warns, if they do not gather, they can be exposed. The girls could not stop, but Ama began to be noticeably nervous. At night, she went in search of a predator in which the girls lived. In the end, she came across a gap in the wall and, without thinking, penetrated inwards. The target immediately notices Diaz and flickered. Then he is suddenly sneezing. Fortunately, Diaz did not even move in a dream. Seeing a sigh of sigh, the target realizes that it was very risky. The mouse finds a twin and hurries to wake them up. She explains that time to get up and hurry to the field. The girls wake up, but in a moment the snout again fall asleep. Finally, the girls wake up and go outside. Emma immediately notices their cautiousness and is interested in what happened. The girls admit that they are scared and very cold. The mouse is interested in how they managed to go to the toilet when there was darkness around. The girls explain that Diaz and Aruna have always accompanied them at such moments. The girl walks forward and takes care of the seed left by her parents. The girls smile and say that Mom and Dad's seeds always give them strength, so they carry it with them. The goal became clear. They approached the field. The girls asked the target to stay away. Emma carefully inspected the space that created Diaz. The girls got the seeds and stood opposite each other. They began to spell, saying the spell. They noticed how the seeds rose into the air and sparkled. Ima couldn't hide her astonishment. The girls looked at the joyful sparks in their eyes and continued to create magic. And at that moment, a soft, fascinating radiance spilled around them. And in the meantime, he disappeared again. The girls tirelessly spoke the spell while Emma was in vain to figure out what they were talking about. Girls report that they managed to create a reliable barrier. They begin to rub their eyes and admit that they feel drowsiness. The mouse is wondering if girls coped with a barrier, notices they are tired and gather home. So she understands that her mission is complete. The girls returned to their beds and soon plunged into sleep. In a dream they talked quietly. The mouse settled between them and begged to give her freedom until someone else noticed. But the girls already slept firmly and did not hear her request. In the morning, in the heart of Melangel, that on the lands of Codex, a lively conversation broke out in one of the cozy tavern. Everyone discussed the news that Eldon went to the royal capital, taking a magic stone with him. One of the guests assures that if he presents a magic stone, the owner will expect happy memories. He is convinced that after that, the land of Kazdex will become even more calm and harmonious. Another visitor notes that people usually avoid the closeness of semi-people. It seems to him that Eldon has some hidden intentions. One of the taverna's regulations learned that the one who won the dragon has a semi-human wife. The voice went that real love reigns between them. They said that the hero arrived from the east. Rumors also spread that the eastern people are known for their dislike for people. And they said that Diaz only recently heard about semi-human. The guests were vividly discussed that the wife of the dragon killer was the first person he met. They assumed that Diaz fell in love with her, and later in other semi-humanities. It was laughing that even a formidable dragon killer was powerless to the woman. One of the guests notes that it was thanks to the wife of the killer of the dragons between him and Eldon that friendship was killed. The half-confusion is interested in what race the wife of the dragon killer belongs. Another interlocutor replies that there is no detailed information, but he heard that she has a horn. The stranger artist decides that it belongs to the rhinos. In his imagination, people are so passionate about this species that they are literally in love with them. A deer, like a traveler, is interested in his friends whether they had to see an ad, which the hunter hung on the dragons in search of new residents. One of the visitors remembers that he saw this plate and clearly remembers her inscription. He then adds that several representatives of the dog's race were of great interest. They also mention the attack of long jumps. The guest says that this attack was planned by a cunning organizer. When asked about this person, the visitor clarifies, there is a person who prompted mice to attack. Most visitors for the first time heard about a mysterious race of 8 people, so everyone perceived it as a fiction. They suggested that a self-proclaimed community of 8 men has settled in this territory. One of the visitors tells that he saw a tall man with a face hidden under a black cloth. Tavari's guests are surprised how mice could trust such a suspicious figure. But suddenly in the hall they notice such a stranger. A person in a black cloak does not understand what the language is conducted. He considers them simple and light-hearted. I am convinced that to deceive them is a simple matter. But no matter how much gold he did not exhibit, they do not pay attention to him. In the end, a cunning stranger was only able to deceive mice. However, he did not count on them. His true goal remained Diaz, with whom he continued to play his game. 2 knights discussed betrayal in Diana camp, feeling that her faction has been going through the last days. One of them heard that the Mysa faction lost the Duke of Castex, who managed the western commercial zone. The knights thought who would take the throne next. The knights discussed Richard and Isabella's associates, and at the same time sought to reveal the true history of the royal dynasty. The knights felt tension because the future course of events could change dramatically. In addition, they became aware of the close relationship of the second royal son with Diaz. They said that there was a real friendship between them. The night came to the night that the DS became the owner of the meadows of Newts. The second knight heard a lot of fascinating stories about these lands, and he was especially interested in the story of a mysterious curse. His interlocutor, however, calls it all a simple fiction. Knights tirelessly discuss the future of the kingdom, as well as the place and importance of DS in these events. Suddenly, the commander runs to the knights rapidly and reports that Diana has led a large number of soldiers. It seems to him that they have already left the capital. Knights, without hiding surprise, ask why he raises such a noise, because it is a very familiar business. The commander-in-chief reports that Diana has brought with her an extremely large number of soldiers and carts. He is convinced that the war will soon flash with new force. The knight noted that this could not be paid attention, because this will certainly be done by someone else. Waking up, Aruna notices girls who have already dressed and shine in their elegant outfits. Looking closer, she notices the mouse that she politely welcomes her. Good morning? Eris is frightened by a cry which instantly wakes Diaz. There were many events from the morning, and tension was felt in the air. The twins fell asleep with the mouse, which was quite surprised by everyone. No one had any idea why they attacked an animal that could be a disease. In the end, the girls confessed in everything and received punishment. Jalant is teaching to Diaz. The man finally begins to realize the cause of the alarming screams that have been heard earlier. He was worried that the attack could be repeated. He was convinced that Emo had a bright blue color, but Aruna reassured him, assuring that there was no reason to excite. Jolant tilts his head sideways and is interested in color. The Dinis is just waving, they say. You cannot even worry about it. In the morning, Diaz saw the seed he sowed on the field on the eve of the evening had already sprouted. It seemed to him that it was a common phenomenon of nature, but his attention was attracted by a perfectly round circle in the middle of the field. He also noted that the supplements in the soil on his field and on the area of the grandmother were different. He could not understand the reason for such a difference. Jalant explodes laughing, stating that this story is simply incredible. He also points out that some extremely raging birds are circling over the field. Diaz asks whether the Yolanta from the people of pigeons is able to understand the language of other birds. Laughing in response, Yolanta assures that such abilities are not available to her. It is impossible. A dissatisfied grimace appears on the face of Diaza. Diaz mentions the third case when the twins have arranged a mess in the warehouse. After cleaning the room, he was still worried about the beans that poured out of the box. Jalant laughs again and assures that it is impossible to just pour beans out of this chest. Diaz realized that the bird's visit was the most prominent event for him. The man remembers how he was collecting beans, and at the exit collided with Jalant from the people of pigeons. He was engulfed in true horror. It was then that Jalant wondered why in their settlement it was so troubled and honored. Yolant remembers his task. He had to pass the letter from Eldon, and Diaz had to confirm his receipt. Diaz first does not understand Jalant. Subsequently, he descends and unbuttons the bag. Inside, finds 3 sheets. The first is apology. The second is anxiety about suspicious activity. And the third reports the announcement of a recruitment of new residents. It made a special impression on them. Diaz raises his head and is interested in Jalant, which means small race. He has never heard of this before. Jalant said that there are large and small breeds among the Pestos. He explained in detail what they were different. According to Jalant, small breed representatives are very awkward. In his opinion, it is because of this clumsiness that small pestles are often difficult to cope with work. Diaz thinks about not taking this look. Without spending time, he decides to ask others immediately. Turning, Diaz suddenly notices Jolanta, who looks at the beans with a predatory glitter in his eyes. Yolant notes that these beans can easily eat a dove. Diaz approached Klaus and asked how he treats dog lovers. Klaus only shrugged. It was quite suitable. But others were different opinions. Diaz decided to turn to Aruna. He noticed that she still angrily reads girls for a mouse who was in bed. Hearing this news, the girls shone happily. Aruna stated that in such an atmosphere they will no longer be able to teach. Diaz wondered if the girls told something. Aruna notes that the girls thought about their actions. The twins, however, were silent and said nothing about it. Diaz hints that there are some reasons or something hidden. However, he is convinced that they have no evil intentions. Diaz proposes to wait a little. Aruna answers him a light smile and agrees. At this point, Diaz notices how the mouse is scattered behind the girls. Memories of the assessment of the soul conducted by Arun flash in his mind. He thinks of how girls managed to find a common language with such a strange creature. Diaz drops on his knee and is interested in how Ima was in this place. The mouse sighs and warns that this story will be long. Diaz carefully fastened the bag with a dove and releases it. Jolan immediately flies up, cutting the air with a rapid flight. He climbed into the sky, grabbing a letter written by a Diaz. During the day, this letter must find the addressee. Diaz tells him about Amy and the procedure for adopting human dogs. Ima settled on the shoulders of Diaz and sincerely told how she now relied on him. Diaz smiled. He was pleased that the girl decided to stay with them and live in the village. Ima told everything to the smallest details. Finishing her story, she announced that she decided to stay in the village of Iluk. Diaz wondered what influenced such a decision. In response, Ima confessed that she wanted to be near the twins. She is experiencing too much. Ima said she was able to read and write, and yet can teach girls. She asked her husband to let her stay. Her determination was indomitable. Diaz introduced Amu to everyone and asked their opinion. Everyone supported this idea, only Aruna remained dissatisfied. A shadow of dissatisfaction was frozen on her face. The target asked Arun to help her mix with other mice. In the end, Aruna agreed, but put forward her own conditions. So M became part of the community of Iluk village. The man carefully inspected the warehouses and noticed that parts of luggage were missing. He was especially interested in a barrel of wine, which he tried in vain to find. Emma tells that she heard. The wine barrel may have been appointed for a holiday party in honor of guests. She immediately proposes to go and examine her. After leaving the warehouse, Diaz noticed that the barrel with wine had already been transferred to the hall where they prepared a festive meeting. Emma is wondered what grandmother needs. Diaz assumes that they cook something sweet with sugar. After these words, the target is scared and quickly slips from the Diaz's shoulder. She appeals to the grandmother with a request. Let him taste some sugar. Diaz suddenly caught himself thinking that he did not understand when everyone around had time to start preparing for the holiday. His confusion did not go unnoticed. Aruna went closer, noticing the embarrassment of her husband. She is wondering if he was surprised. The man recognizes that he is really impressed, and asks when they have made so much to prepare. The girl explains that Diaz was just busy. She smiles and adds that they decided to start the preparation. According to her, it was at that moment that Diaz wrote a letter. Diaz involuntarily looks at the girl, and she, in response, meets his gaze. She notes that Diaz did not even consult with her and secretly hid the wine. Aruna is amazed. Did he do the right thing? There were laws in the kingdom. Diaz also thought that alcohol can cause addiction. He was not aware of the laws of the village, but Aruna had just celebrated his 15th anniversary, so he worried about her health and hid wine. Aruna smiles and assures that he is not angry at all, because Diaz did it for her. She has long begun to understand everything. The girl glances at her husband and says that it was only petty revenge. She adds that she would like Diaz to consult her because they are spouses. Aruna is embarrassed that her cheeks are covered with a blush. She confesses that she becomes sad at such a moment. The girl asks Diaz to be frank and share with her everything that he has in her soul. Aruna proposes to focus on their relationship because they are spouses. Diaz apologizes and promises to listen more closely. He then translates the conversation on the subject of wine. The girl cast a harsh look at her husband, convincing him in the nonsense of his words. She insisted that the wine was only beneficial. Aruna tells of wine made from mare's milk, and also shares the custom. In families with horses, this drink treats the baby after weaning. Diaz is outraged that giving a baby wine is just unthinkable. He emphasizes that such horror is unacceptable. Aruna explodes with indignation and categorically denies everything heard. She shares her own history to prove her correctness. Grandma gently claps Diaz on her back. The man is immediately interested in what happened. Grandma noted that Diaz and Aruna were fine with each other, so she asked them to join the holiday preparation. He tried to justify himself, but his grandmother interrupted him and reported the joyful news. They found a barrel of wine, so now you can have fun. Diaz is struck that Arun was worried about a decrease in wine supplies even after the appearance of a dog. He already thought that there was no salvation for her. Diaz smiles in response and thinks that this is exactly what Aruna has achieved. Feeling guilty because he did not talk to her before, Diaz decides to add nothing more. New peoples and cultures are emerging in the village of Iluk. Aztec decided to establish its own orders to avoid chaos and tension among residents. Diaz was aware of the role of lord, and therefore his duty to defend the village from any threat. The next morning the celebration ended. Some weird liquid was served for breakfast. The girl explained that it was kami. Remembering the words of Diaz about alcohol, she decided to bring this new drink to neighboring villages. Diaz is amazed at how a girl can afford alcohol in the morning. She extends a glass of her husband, inviting to taste. Diaz dares to take a sip of kumis, and it is sincerely surprised. He asks if it is really alcohol. The grandmother reassures in response. To get drunk, you need to drink a lot of power. Diaz realized that it was a rather weak alcohol. He decided that in such circumstances, it is possible to let the child taste a little. Aruna admires the useful properties of kumis. Diaz quickly realized that the girl perceives kumis as an alcoholic beverage, so he calls it healing. However, for him, strong alcohol is a completely different matter, much stronger. It was because of this difference that their views did not coincide. Diaz realized that they need to discuss similar situations, because everyone has their own customs and their own past. The Diasac seemed as if this atmosphere had switched to all residents of the village. Soon people began to communicate more often. Diaz, along with his grandmother, planted vegetables when twins ran to them. Girls with delight stopped full baskets of yomosha, which had already been harvested. Diaz smiled and sincerely thanked the sisters. The girls raised their hands, eagerly stating that they wanted to handle the field. The man only shrugged. They say he did not mind. He, with a smile, promises that next time he will grow a small field. He adds that it is dangerous to place it too far, so he advises to choose a place near the stain. Girls sincerely thank Diaz. Diaz rotates and expresses his gratitude for their work. In response, they sincerely thank him. The man stopped at Celia's grandmother. She was clearly intending to spill over with him. In the evening, everyone gathered together to discuss the offer of grandmother Celia. She noted that there was no need to ask the opinion of every resident of the village. She believes that everyone is too thoughtlessly agree with the Dias. In addition, he emphasizes, it is worth considering how to act if the views are dispersed. Grandma advised to choose from among themselves representatives who would gather people's thoughts and pass them on. It is important that these persons are not ashamed to defend their own vision. Everyone supported the idea, after which the conversation became further. Everyone was able to discuss in detail all the nuances of the rules. Dias took responsibility for this decision. Aruna shared some useful tips on home care. Maya's grandmother expresses her opinion, speaking on behalf of the whole community. Klaus acts as a commander of territorial forces and is responsible for all military issues. Representatives should gather the opinions of the locals in advance, participate in meetings, and openly express their own positions. Ima, having a relevant education, also decided to become a representative of the animal clan. Dias, together with the peasants, decided to follow the established rules. The dog people also had to appoint their representative. The meeting lasted until late at night until important decisions were made. Aruna woke up Dias and reported that guests had come to them. Dias, still sleepy, wondered in surprise why they came so early. The girl explained that she was sleeping and therefore did not notice the guests until they approached the village. She promised to tell everything that happened. The girl decided that it was probably dog people. She got into the eyes of several creatures of different heights. He already guessed who it could be. The girl remained in ignorance. She wanted to assume her own, but suddenly she turned. Someone was ahead. Arun and Diaza struck the spectacle. A giant anaconda rapidly attacked dog people who tried in vain to escape. Anaconda spread widely. At that moment, Diaz asked what was happening, and Arun was still in vain to comprehend what he saw. The girl cried that it was Anaconda. Diaz, looking at her in surprise, asks that it is at all. He heard nothing about someone bringing a monster with him, but the girl is just frightened. Anaconda chases them. Aruna suddenly realizes that she forgot her bow and arrows at home. At this critical moment, Anaconda will be about to get to his victims. Diaz and the rest froze in horror, powerless to do something. She grabs one of Pleiadae. They cry for help, sought by fear. One of the men rushes forward. Aruna screamed, Pleasure asking him to stop because they did not have any weapons. Anaconda spread widely and rushed to Dazville, but the man had time to strike her. And here the distortion tried to grab it. The snake began to twist, but Diaz only squeezed her in his hands. Due to its agility, Diaz was able to overcome the insidious viper. Aruna runs to the man and reproaches him for a careless act. He apologizes at once. Dogs approach Anaconda, open their mouths, and ask if everything is fine with one of them. With a creak, one of the dogs is selected from their mouth and reports that it is whole and unharmed. Everyone sighs joyfully with relief. Aruna is worried about forgetting onions and arrows. It gives herself a word to prevent such carelessness. One of the heroines thanks Diaza for his help and shares with him what has happened. Subsequently, she asks Diaza and Arun to introduce. Both Diaz and Aruna willingly fulfill this request. The guest is presented as a Canis. She says that under Eldon's leadership she takes care of the small people and plays the role of a mentor and a conductor for them. Canis explains who can become a candidate for resettlement. It points to Blackford, as well as those Bay Masti. The girl moves to the story of Basanda with chestnut wool. Finally, her attention is focused on Osunshipu with black hair. Kenna emphasizes that the names of the clan are of great importance. At this time, Aruno conducted evaluation of the soul. After completing the case, she approached Daza and reported she had completed the check. She then described in detail everything she saw. Canis recalls that all the small species were going to do a certain thing. She appeals to Diaz with a request. Could he offer them some job? Present people look at the Diaz. The man begins to tell where they are lacking assistance. ES reported that people are ready to start work. He argues that he is able to provide them with any work at their choice. Representatives of the dog people began to jump joyfully. The man asked them to calm down, and everyone immediately obeyed his order. Diaz immediately noticed it. Diaz leans forward until Aruna looks away from the man. Canis, meanwhile, does not hide its surprise. Diaz represents once again, and with a smile on the mouth expresses the joy of acquaintance. Canis notes in surprise that they now communicate, looking each other just in the eye, just as people and dogs do. It seemed to her that Diaz was really crashing among others. The dogs lined up in a row and in turn introduced themselves. At first, the Mastai clan was introduced and stretched out a diocese. Diaz shook her, smiled, and said that he was glad. Further, the leader of the clan, Setobar Senji, shared his introductory word, introducing himself and telling what his family is ready to support the community. Diaz warmly shook his paw and assured that he was glad. Therefore, Diaz briefly described who could give them the necessary help. Diaz rotates and notices another Pesuludin. He runs up to him and seems to be a leader of the clan of Reajathovatiadasef Osunchep. He reports that his people will take care of horses. It is a great pleasure in Diaz. Aruna and Diaz are smiling. The man nodded approvingly, agrees and says that he gives him horses and sheep under the care, trusting the full. Diaz rotates and notices how Aruna begins acquaintance. She warmly welcomes the audience and seems to everyone. People from the dog tribe were surprised if Aran was really the wife of Diaz. She seemed so young and beautiful that it seemed incredible. On their reflections, Aran only smiled gently. The heads of each branch made their reports. Since many guests gathered, everyone was welcomed and solemn on occasion. Kaniz returns to Diaza and asks if he really intends to turn little creatures into real soldiers. She noted that because of their physical weakness, it is advisable to entrust them with simple tasks. Diaz seems that he had ever heard about it. He notices how much Canis is worried. The man, along with Kaniz and Aruna, approach Klaus. Diaz thanks him for patrol. In response, Klaus also expresses gratitude for the work done, and is interested in who accompanies them this time. Diaz introduced the guests. Klaus politely turned to Canis. The girl, in turn, also greeted the boy. For a while they looked at each other silently, filled with delight. Suddenly, a strange, unknown feeling flashed between them. Aruna immediately realized everything, while Diaz did not stop anything. The Pesalods asked the grandmothers as they were going to go on. Several of them decided to join Sinai and Akin to collect stones together. It seemed to have a special force-like fertilizer. They nourished the soil. It was thanks to this nutritional energy that the plants were firmly rooted and rapidly growing. People in people pans crawled near the well. Diaz watched them and thought that since they joined, 10 days have passed since they joined. Diaz looked at the girls and guessed that their parents had already taught them to exercise with stones. Remembering this knowledge, the girls got to work in the field. Diaz turned into a loud sound. The picture was revealed to him. Cheerful Pesalods hurried to work, full of joy and enthusiasm. Diaz noticed that the concern of Canis about the clumsiness of the dogs did not have a significant basis. He created the appropriate tools for them. Claude loudly called everyone to gather near him. The people of the moment surrounded a man with a dense ring. Canis and Diaz were closely monitored. All the Pesalods rushed forward and attacked Klaus. Diaz was surprised to watch how they knocked Klaus off and lick it. Another defeat for Klaus. However, he stubbornly argued that their skill is only growing every day. Diaz knew well that Klaus was an experienced fighter who survived the horrors of war. After that, he defeated more than one general, having gained the nickname Klaus Hater. Diaz could not imagine that such a warrior was defeated in just 10 days. Diaz noticed how Canis was worried, and it worried him even harder. He decided not to remind the responsibilities related to the territory, because he preferred to show everything in practice. During the war, military dogs caused a lot of trouble, so he came to the conclusion that it would be much more efficient to use people trained as dogs. However, only ordinary robbers attacked the plains. So Diaz decided that the psychic people would not risk having faced with truly dangerous enemies. In the tomb of the founder of the kingdom of Sansarif, a noise of celebration was hem. The attendees considered the preciousness carefully. Princess Diana strictly warned the participants, neither the coffin nor the statues are allowed. She explained that these treasures should replenish the military treasury, so all values should be secretly hidden in their pockets. The woman, contemplating the statues, smiled mysteriously. She carefully took the scepter into her hands, and her smile became even wider. Suddenly, she was approached by a girl and wondered what she was planning to do with a scepter. Diana smiled mysteriously and replied that, of course, she would use it. She recounts the legend of the first founding kings. Diana proposes first to deal with the Diaz and then gather the army and gain power over the country. Diana assures the girl that she should not worry. She mysteriously hints at her secret plan, which is very surprised by the interlocutor. Diana demonstrates the royal seal. The woman instantly angry and exclaims that the Diaz put an end to the war, and then also dared to reject her generous proposal. The indignation overflows it to the edge. The woman also heard that Diaz is strictly treating people. She was convinced that his glory was based on the apparent merit. She sought justice. The girl from their detachment believed that Diana was not fully mind. In the end, she decided to share Richard. It was at this point that the guy with golden hair was near the royal tomb. He was cheered by the idea of how easily managed to circle a royal family around his finger. He considered Diana a naive and a non-conductive mind with a girl. But for the guy it was a chance. He was going to raise accounts with Diana and Diaz. In addition, he sought to take revenge on all who offended him. He dreamed of becoming a hero for the whole country. The guy exploded with crazy laughter. In the evening, Prince Richard, heir to the throne, appeared in the royal hall. However, he all the time was behind Diana's back, as if he was looking for her shelter. All around were convinced that Richard was attacked by the royal tomb. However, they were convinced that it was not necessary to interfere. Richard sits down and points out that the peace of mind is unlikely to succeed, because there is a danger to face Diaz. The collected were asked what connection all of this has with the preliminary order. Richard replied that Aziz was guilty of everything. He was convinced that Diana was too risky. Richard began to list all the nicknames called Diaz. He also mentions the decree issued during the war, and also emphasizes that Diaz showed humanity and kindness. Richard assured that some of the nicknames Diaz were not true at all. He told how one day Diaz heard a suspicious noise in the table and immediately rushed to check what had happened. Going inside, he saw a girl surrounded by a group of boys. The man pushed the girl and tied the boys. One of them tried to justify, but Diaz just smiled in response and hit him. As the opponent of Diaz belonged to the nobility, the case was transferred to the royal court. Diaz remained adamant in its position. The monarch unconditionally recognized his right, so others in court were on the side of Diaz, and the issue was finally resolved. Richard reports the problem. According to him, Diaz can easily handle anyone, because the status does not matter for him. He warns, it is better not to contact the Diaz. One of the nobility is believed that Diaz will not dare to oppose the king. Richard intervenes, noting that such a case has already happened earlier. They are intrigued. Everyone listen carefully. Then Richard begins to tell how everything happened. Richard was approached by a man. He looked concerned and confessed that he had a question that did not give him rest. He wondered why the king sent Diaz to the borderlands. Richard did not like the manner with whom the man spoke to him. He immediately denied, "This is a completely false assumption." And then he added that his father did not drive him out of his house at all. Richard says that the king entrusted Diaz to watch the plane. He explains that someone you could really rely on. Richard also recalls how his father treated Diaz. The man clarifies whether everything was like that. Diaz thinks about the difficult situation in the country, emphasizing the importance of trust and self-reliability. He also recalls how his father gathered a team of capable people in advance and prepared everything he needed, but the plans destroyed the unexpected appearance of the group. The girl approaches Richard and hesitation, says he wants to ask something. She wondered who from the royal family Diaz did the harm. Silence fell in the room. Richard faded his eyebrows. His security guard sighs hard, and the girl is confused with her eyes when a servant suddenly approaches her. The servant recounts Richard's story. He was surrounded by enemies and only through Diaz avoided the inevitable death. However, as soon as the danger has passed, Diaz gave him a shone on his head, reproaching for his carelessness. Richard confesses that for the first time in his life, someone hit him with all his strength. After detention, Diaz began to read his notations. This caused a girl's genuine surprise. The servant notes that it was through this that Richard became hardworking and sincere, and he grew up with a real handsome printer. In response, Richard notes with a smile that he would once rethought his own views without this. Richard is still gratitude to Diaz. He is firmly convinced that incompetent persons should be eliminated immediately, until it is too late. At his signal, it is enough to click with your fingers, and he has raised a bag of money. The man lifts a bag of money and states that they will still deal with Diana. Richard orders the royal seal, but a man requires first to reimburse all costs. Richard assures that he will pay the bills later. At that moment in the village, the girls were laughing. Diaz was emblazoned with white mustache. Aruna noticed that the twins under the nose appeared the same, white tendrils. This funny trick caused even more fun. The whole yard rolled with laughter. At this point, Diana screamed loudly in the house, angry with all her left. She sincerely believed she was doing the right thing. The woman looked at the scepter and smiled mysteriously. In her eyes, the confidence of the rule has already caught up. Now all the lands belong to it. The action suddenly felt something strange. Arjuna noticed it and wondered what had happened. The man assured her that everything was fine and paid attention to the dishes. Arjuna asked not to embarrass him with a smile, and the girls did not restrain laughter. The dog man gets a blow to the head, Klaus apologizes and asks if everything is fine. The Canis fusses around with a first aid kit, clearly concerned. At this point, Klaus and Canis are again found. Their thoughts are filled with all sorts of reasons that do not allow them to be together. Feeling this painful understanding, they turn away from each other. Diaz called to the garden, ordering to lift the threshold. Sidori immediately executed an order, and at the same moment, a huge pit began to be filled with water. Everyone who loved dogs rejoiced and celebrated the completion of the construction of the reservoir. Diaz rejoiced that they managed to complete the construction of the reservoir before the arrival of summer. No less, he was pleased with record crops. While Diaz's thoughts wandered their paths, bears suddenly pulled him by his hair. An alarmed Diaz looked at the horse, and in some strange fear froze. Bayanor had to become his faithful horse. Diaz was not very skillfully kept in the saddle, but Aruna persistently pushed him to ride a horse. In addition to him, there were 3 more horses, and the rest felt confident in the saddle. Only Diaz did not have experience in this. Bayras pulled Diaz for his hair again. The man was convinced that every horse was smart enough to grab the meaning of what was said. Diaz noticed that the horses like to be empty, but it did not cause any annoyance. However, every time he sits on Bayars, a man faces some difficulties. Bayars and Diaz go to the field where twins live. The man notices that the girls have already fallen asleep. They dreamed of parents. Dia looked at a horse with a smile, and then decided that it was worth releasing the animal and allowing her to spend the night with the girls. The horse eagerly took this opportunity. Suddenly Jalant flew to Diaza. He wondered what happened. The pigeon reported that Eldon had passed the extremely important news and waited for the answer. The report said that a few days ago, Diana visited Kazdex's possessions in Lord's mansion. She insisted on a meeting with Eldon, and her husband had nothing left to agree. The woman said she would deal with the Dias, and strictly demanded that Eldon agreed to cooperate. Since it was the order of the royal power, Eldon had no right to refuse. The woman demonstrated an order that detailed all the conditions and goals of their cooperation. Although the order was not issued in accordance with the royal model, the man noticed a seal on it. Eldon understood that the seal was put only on official papers. He suspected that this order is a forgery, but by law the document certified by the seal came into force. Eldon got acquainted with the order and shared with Diana intention to discuss him with the advisors. As the conditions caused him anxiety, Eldon was hospitable to win a little time and not interrupt the meeting. The man categorically refused to deal with Diana. He sought to deal with everyone who stood on her side. One of the advisors advised Eldon to think about what awaits him. Eldon refused to oppose Diaz. Hearing about his achievements, he sincerely believed that it was thanks to Diaz that the aircraft had every chance of a brilliant future. Eldon would gladly refuse Diana, but first had to deal with her satellites. Because of this, the President could not agree. One of the advisors raised his hand and asked the man how he treats Diaz. The advisor stressed that Diaz's opinion deserves attention. In response, the man explained that he had already sent him a message and is now waiting for a response. Eldon insists on temporary interruption of the discussion. The advisor also notes that his daughter's letter makes him think. At that moment, Jalant flew to the hall. Eldon nods to him and is interested in Diaz. The pigeon proudly straightens the wings and says Eldon can read the letter himself. Diaz unfolded the letter and ran his eyes. What he read has struck him to the depths of his soul. The advisors immediately began to whisper among themselves. One of the advisors asked what was stated in the letter. He turned to the dove, asking to tell the content of the message. He conveyed that Jolanta reported that Diaz proposes Eldon to start working with Diana. All advisors were stunned. At that moment, Canis approached Klaus and asked what he wanted. Klaus announces that a duel will take place between him and the Diaz. Hearing this, the man finally dares to discover his feelings of Canis. Canis exclaims to the whole voice that loves her. The girl unexpectedly confesses to her feelings, moving in acknowledging that she loves him. Diaz, who witnessed this sincere moment, was stunned at least others. Canis and Klaus are making a frank conversation about the future of their relationship. Canis sincerely admits that there is nothing more important to her with Klaus. In response, the man gently wraps Canis to himself. The girls are in a confused asking what is happening. They are approached by Rinna, soothing and calling not to worry, carefully taking them away. Klaus solemnly promises to return after the battle to gauge Canis tighter. The girl, with tears in his eyes, assures that she will wait for him. Meanwhile, the Pesalides gather around. One by one they turn in the queue, curious about what happened here. At dawn, Diaz and Klaus stood in the middle of the endless field. War. said a man with a heavy breath. Klaus lowered the spy pipe and agreed silently. His gaze became serious. 5 days have passed, and it's time for battle. Diana was at the head of her army, ready to move forward. Eldon also prepared warriors for battle. Dias was accompanied by Pesilodes, including M. IMA accompanied Dias as a linked one. The detachment of combat readiness included 12 fighters, including Dias and Klaus himself. Dias made sure that each of them is provided with all the necessary equipment, as well as prepare all the necessary materials and equipment in advance. Klaus notes that Diana's soldiers are surprisingly. He mentally cares for himself. It was necessary to either ask for reinforcements or agree to Arunas. Diana noted that Aruna is an extremely important mission, to protect the village, keeping it secret. Its duty is to protect this place from any threats. However, Klaus still wants Eldon to stay on their side. Dias reports that he asked Eldon to obey the order of the king. According to him, Eldon repeatedly sent them secret information and letters that had the signs of betrayal. However, even now, Dias cannot say with confidence that Eldon is really a traitor. Dias decided that Eldon's army was not able to conduct real fighting. So he first took care of the safety of himself and his people. However, he is not sure whether Eldon has properly explained his intentions. Klaus replies that he understood everything, and she is wondering whether the plan was implemented as it was agreed. Dias replies that they operate according to the pre-agreed plan. He then begins to explain in detail their strategy. The man strained, as if the string. The fact that grave dogs are able to identify the exact location of the enemy, he perceived as a significant advantage. But despite this, he had no doubts about the success of the plan. If the plan fails, Dias secretly organizes an unexpected attack on Bari, deep in hostile positions, but he decided to keep it secret from the rest. The man was able to restore the simple yurt, and roaming the wide steppe, allow the enemies to pass by without attracting attention. But such a choice would mean to betray the twins, leave them to the way. The man noticed that thanks to his care, the girl no longer cried at night because of their parents. He realized how important it is for both of them. The man imagined what would happen to the girls if the fields disappear on fire. His hands clenched the weapon more strongly. In his thoughts he firmly decided. At any cost he would protect them. Emma looked back to the Dias and indicated the bell that was in the enemies. The man explains that it is a combat bell, which served for the transfer of teams during the battle. He used to be actively used, but now he considers him rather ancient. The bell suddenly spills its loud call. Emma instantly covers his ears with his hands, and the eyes of Klaus and Dias are wide open from surprise. The bell is still not silent. Its deaf ring fills the anxiety space. Dias explains that such a continuous signal means a command to the general offensive. He turns to Emma. As soon as the bell blows, you need to run immediately. When the bell, finally, Dias and Klaus are surprised to watch the enemy's reaction. The man thinks when the attack begins, not advancement. He is wondering what plans are Diana. Diana, along with her detachment, prepared for battle. Dias, meanwhile, ordered all warriors to take combat positions. He confesses that he cannot understand the actions of the opponents, but decides to act depending on the circumstances. The weapon in his hand squeezes even more. The call came, and the battle broke out. Dias sharply commands everyone to prepare. Diana's warriors also occupied a battlefield. There were 4 detachments on the battlefield. In the air, the voltage hung. Everyone froze in anticipation. Dias waved an axe, and at that moment the soldiers of Diana rushed forward. He met them with a glance full of threat. The warriors froze and closely shifted his views on each other. Klaus and Dias could not understand why the warrior stopped suddenly. Dias and generally lost in the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Klaus noticed that Diana's guards ran across the left and right flanks. Dias does not guess what this strategy is. He is bursting with curiosity. What could Diana invent? At this point, Camelot presented Eldon's fragrant tea. The man graciously thanked the servant. Suddenly, the warrior ran up to them and asked what they were doing here. Eldon smiles and announces that it is time for tea. The knight looks at Eldon. He assures without the shadow of hesitation that it is of great importance, because his father has never been commanded to miss the time of tea. That is why Eldon puts it first. The knight asks if Eldon really dares to blind the royal order. Eldon insists that he simply obeys orders. He resembles Diana that he has already helped her more than enough. Eldon is convinced that those who are next to her will cope. She reminded the team that only 2 opponents were opposed. Endon voices its conditions and calmly pulls tea. After drinking the cup, he sees the servant at ease. Camillus, without hesitation, obediently executes the owner's order. One of the warriors scratched the back of the back, feeling that something strange was going on here. Despite the generous salary, none dared to take up this task. The man did not hope that they would decide to challenge Diaz, so he was in no hurry. Owning everything, he turned and moved back, deciding to retreat. Warriors ask the man, asking if he is confident in his decision. He replies that they will not be able to defeat Diaz. He adds that Diaz was a decent person who always stood in defense of their country. He also did not understand why the Duke of Castex's army remained in place. The man stated that those who want to fight could remain. Everyone undoubtedly conquered the captain and left positions. A man runs to the captain and is wondering what is happening here. The captain in response takes a step and nods. The man insists. Why are they going? Diaz, through the telescope, notices that for some reason the mercenaries also retreated. In addition, he draws attention to how Eldon deliberately wins time. In the soul, Diaz is convinced that Diana's plan failed. Diaz noticed that only Diana's soldiers were approaching. Overlooking them by the evaluating look, he came to the conclusion that it would be better for enemies to retreat. Dia proposes to change the strategy. He explains in detail how they will act on. Claude replies with a smile. ES asks IMA for a moment to cover his ears. The man inhales deeply, preparing for what he said. DS rests with all power, and the night subsides in a silent surprise. Arena heard a battle exclamation and felt that it sounds really powerful. Aruna turns to the dog people, urging to support Diaza. All unanimously agree with her words. Meanwhile, a grandmother sat in one of the yurts. She focusedly laid out the stones on the lane, and then she left the yurt and stepped outside, where she was greeted immediately. People wondered how all was over. The old woman replied that all is well. Everyone was happy. At this point, Eldon watched everything through binoculars. He ordered his servant to analyze Klaus and Diaz' fighting manner. The man noted that Diaz has a great physical force. As for Klaus, he always stands on the side of Diaz and reliably trunks it. The man was surprised to watch the small creatures confidently enter into battle. He had no idea that they were able to resist, because he always considered them awkward and helpless. Eldon realized that he was in vain underestimated these small ones. They were much more agile than he imagined. At this time, Klaus was still struggling, not looking away from the battlefield. His thoughts were a promise that Canis gave. It was at this moment that a knight rushed at Klaus with his sword raised. Diaz had time to prevent Klaus, and therefore he is cleverly evading. Klaus skillfully reflects the knight's fall and casts a look at Diaz. He, exciting, warns. Under his feet, a snake was hiding. Klaus still notices the snake. Diaz notes that it was extremely dangerous. He also adds that Diana's soldiers are almost over, but you need to remain alert. Diana watched a duel filled with rage. She did not realize why she was ignored. Breaking on a cry, she waved a scepter, trying to attract attention. Suddenly, the arrow whistled next to the girl, and the scepter slipped out of her hands. She immediately jumped out of the horse, trying to understand where this insidious arrow came from. At this point, Aaron pulled his bow. Next to her were the people who asked her about Diana. The girl turned to dog-shaped creatures, instructed to pick up a scepter and a Diana horse. In her intentions, it was possible to expel a woman from the plane. She confidently gave the order and gently stroked the dogs on her heads. Aruna rushed forward. She thought to scare Diana so that she would no longer dare like such pranks. Diana rushed to flee into the woods when suddenly the arrow with a swing was inserted into the tree right in front of her. She only lingered for a moment and rushed forward again. At the same time, Aaron decided that it would be wiser to do Diana. She again pulled the bow and let the arrow, but missed. She was still lacking. Suddenly, Diana was grabbed by some people. Aruna is affected, unable to believe. The man who caught Diana confesses that he had no idea that he would face his victim in the forest. They lightly brought the girl in order, and she lost consciousness. The man cast his gaze on the clock and noted that they were late. One of the mercenaries, accusing him of himself, grunted that the delay had happened because of him. Suddenly, in their direction, the arrow is flying. The mercenaries are instantly grabbing weapons, staring in the darkness, trying to determine who dared to attack them. The man holds Diana and notes that Diaz people still go to her heels. He appealed to the attacker to stop and began to convince the fact that friendly relations prevailed between them and Diaz. The man added that they only obey the student of Diaz. Meanwhile, the stranger lifted the bag and clarified. They actually operate on Richard. He asked not to touch their detachment more. However, even after that, he tried to persuade the attacker. The man already thought that the attack was over, but suddenly his arrow whistled into his wallet with silver. The money bag fell down. The man assures that everything is clear to him. He adds that the money will remain here, and Diana they will take with them. Arenal watches the mercenaries flee from the battlefield. She picks up the bag, and decides that the man, after all, spoke honestly. She managed to evaluate the souls. Arena decides to return and tell Diaz about Diana. She guesses that Diaz is exhausted, so she thinks to cook something delicious for him. The girl wondered how she would please her. Having imagined how the massage did, she began to blush shyly, plunging into the dream of him. The girl Fun rushed to the side, shining with joy. At this point, Diana's servants were already loudly defeated, begging for mercy. Diaz noted that there were many reasons for their failure, but the main was that they all came here were extremely exhausted due to too heavy equipment. Klaus lifted the spear over his head and ordered everyone to exclaim the victorious cry, because the enemy troops were defeated. It seemed that now they only have to gather a trophy weapon and finally break the enemy's fighting spirit. Meanwhile, the mercenaries holding the left flank were already retreating. He still could not understand why they came at all. The Diaz unit has not suffered any loss and remained intact. There are probably many wounded among enemy soldiers, although there are no dead. Diaz notes that the commander Diana was left out of his attention, so he never managed to give her reprimand. Suddenly, Diaz painfully bit in the back of the nape. The striker stated that if Diaz does not seek to kill the enemy, no one imposes it. He could use the tungsten plant, but eventually chose an honest duel. If Diaz decided to intervene, who should become a commander then? How can a person survive in the war by applying such combat methods? The DS explained that among them is a friend who is trusted by the management and resolution of minor cases. Suddenly, DS turned to Eldon, which riding on a horse came to the camp. The man announced that they arrived for negotiations on surrender and release of prisoners of war. Eldon asked the details of this conversation. The man asked Eldon what he was in capitulation. Eldon replied to this. This time they, heading the army, stepped on the ground without permission. According to the laws of the kingdom, the transition of the border is considered an act of aggression. With the disappearance of Diana, confidence in the royal decree swayed. The only way out is to give up DS immediately and make peace. But DS only spreads with his hands, saying what negotiations can be discussed if there is no need for reconciliation. DS, as an assistant, notes that, in his opinion, Eldon is only looking for an excuse, talking about surrender and reconciliation. Eldon nods his head silently. DS agrees and states that in this case, he accepts reconciliation. This time he is especially grateful and ready to act at his own discretion, because he has no objection. Eldon thanked DS for his generosity, especially given the difficult circumstances that Emma mentioned. Then he intends to meet His Majesty. Perhaps it will become a certain calculated coin in this game. Diaz noted that Eldon surprised them again, talking about negotiations with the king. He was interested in how reconciliation with him could become a coin. Eldon confessed that she had no answer to this question. She just sought to get more trumps in her game. Eldon claims that this time the responsibility is the king himself, the royal seal, which, under no circumstances, had to get out of control. Now they are in a situation where someone falsifies royal documents. In addition, the main problem is that they failed to stop the fugitive Diana, which is why they were involuntarily involved in unwanted conflict. So, as DS noted, he himself was the victim of the king's mistake. Eldon seems to be intending to use this situation for the whole coil. After that, the conversation went on to the issue of reward. DS confessed that the conversation was not easy, but Eldon could freely represent her name as it seems necessary, and act according to circumstances. If you still need the help of DS, you do not shy about it. Eldon thanked DS sincerely. Suddenly, the assistant Eldon and DS felt something unusual. Someone turned to DS with gratitude for his wonderful work. It was Aruna. The girl noted that it was a truly courage, worthy of respect. For breakfast, she added to the dish healing herbs with exciting effects she received from old age. They seemed to be effective. DS was interested in herbs that have a stimulating effect. Remembering the words of the leader, he suddenly realized. In fact, after the battle, it seemed strange that everyone had almost no fatigue. When he wondered why Aruna was now resorting to medicinal herbs to conceive a baby, the girl explained. C told her that such herbs were given a special force. When Aruna was forced to take care of Diaz, the C's predicted that their constant disputes could eventually turn into closer relationships between him and the girl. As for this event, the man will definitely file more than one complaint later. Then the girl said that when she pursued Diana, she came across a stranger. According to her, he stated that Richard's orders were executed, the one who had brought up from his childhood. They also assured that Richard would take care of this woman. This money, by the way, also prepared for Diaz. Richard is a really careful and educated guy. Diaz tries to remember if Richard knows someone and whether such a guy was at all. He had a lot of questions about Aruna, but the things were already completed, so they decided to disperse everyone today. Given the prisoners of war Eldon and receiving various gifts under the guise of compensation, they slowly moved back to their native village of Iluk. Suddenly Diaz notices dogs. Arunas explains that it is a female community from the village of Iluk. Therefore she asked them to collect trophies from the battlefield. Most likely, the community of women of the village Iluk founded Aruna with housewives from the people of dogs. The main character thought it was a regular company of girlfriends who liked to gather for conversations. But in fact, it turned out that every participant of the company went through Aruna a real combat training. S thought that he instructed Aruni to defend the village, so he noted that she could quite warn him in advance. Aruna replied that she had already mentioned it, but Diaz did not listen to her words. Diaz asked the girl in surprise. Suddenly, Diaz noticed a girl who holds an unusual rod in his teeth among his sisterhood. Interested, he calls her to himself and asks to show this wonder in more detail. Diaz takes the staff to the hands. Aruna asks what it is. Diaz replies, "The gemstone radiates the signs of magical power." He proposes to try to fill it with magic to check if he works. Aruna tried to charge the staff with magic, but suddenly realized that nothing was happening, as if she were holding a regular stone. The DS takes the staff into the hands, and it envelops the incomprehensible feeling. It seems as if he squeezes a fighting axe in his palms, something familiar and strange at the same time. Perhaps the whole thing about the magical energy that Aaron was filled with. The man focuses hard, and suddenly the serpent's eyes on the rod begin to glow. A moment later, a powerful flow of magic erupts outwards, and the rod flashes a vast flame tongue, which inlays incredible force. Aruna suggested that the present force may be similar to that of his axe. Meanwhile, Klaus and Diaz's assistant began to ask about the fiery pillar and wonder what Diaz did. Beorun wondered if Daz was able to conquer the fire. She sincerely hoped that they were not too negligent in their business. Having taken the rod to Diaza, Beorun strongly stated that this thing would belong to her from now on. Some time has passed and they return home. Senai and Ishing meet Diaz, and Klaus finally hugs his beloved Canis. The war between the village of Diaz and Diana is so ends. Subsequently, they all conducted a lot of experiments, checking the strength of the Diaz's staff and abilities. However, as a result, it turned out that only Diaz was able to use this weapon. If Diaz makes a little effort, as if she will properly repair the combat axe, the flame will flash. However, to explain it to others for some reason, misses words. In the end, Aruna fills the rod with magical energy, and the Diaz produces fire. He said that this rod is wonderful. He lights the campfire instantly. I can say that it is much easier with him than with a chair. Diaz decides to use a rod to ignite a fire in the village. The moon passed. The summer was constantly approaching, and the capital of the kingdom raged as ever. The main theme of the discussion was the insidious criminal Diana, who dared to steal the royal seal and intended to raise the rebellion. However, the first Prince Richard opened the conspiracy in time and personally took into custody Eldon, the heir to the Duke of Kazdex, the hero of the event. Thanks to his timely report, he managed to expose the theft of rewards intended for the hero who saved the country. As a result, 4 supporters of the second Prince Mace were in a difficult situation. Subsequently, Diana was angry with the king and was devoid of inheritance. Although she still managed to avoid execution, a sentence was a life imprisonment in the temple. Thanks to this agreement, Richard rapidly escaped. He gained sincere confidence in the king and the commitment of Diana faction, including those who fled Misa. So Richard turned into the leader of the most influential group in the kingdom. Eldon brought with him a lot of information, including various accusations and rare Western goods. Due to this, he quickly won the deep trust of the king, received a cherished title, and inherited the earth. In addition, he was allowed to take a new name. It was a kind of apologetic compensation for an unpleasant case with Diana. Personally, the king gave him exceptional privileges. The duke received 3 years of tax holidays. So the name of the Duke of Kazdex, Eldon, has gained wide glory. Over a while, Richard left the room. His interlocutors began to ask why he was not in a bad mood this time. In this situation, Richard was the only winner. The man replied that the victory of the current winner, the Duke of Castex, and when Richard allegedly wins, it is only another cunning of the Duke himself. Likewise, with the promised 3-year tax exemption, all this is also a big question. Not only does it undermine huge taxes from Cassex, which hold the western trade routes, but also enables the Duke of Cassex to accumulate power while it evades the state. In addition, the Duke Castex publicly declared his support of the heir of the throne, Richard. This announcement was shaken by Richard's hands. Now he could not openly interfere with the Duke himself. It is impossible to openly oppose their supporters. In addition, in such a situation, it will be extremely difficult to persuade its majesty. Richard could not forgive himself that everything happened exactly as the Duke thought. The kingdom was spreading rumors about Daza, a hero who saved the country. The story went as if he was kicked out on the damned lands without a penny, but it was there that, armed with a sacred axe, he was able to break the ancient curse. He defeated the land dragon on his own, headed a detachment of more than 100 people to create his own city, and took an unsurpassed beauty for his wife. The king is firmly tuned to give a Diasa from the asylum of the Duke's title, a new name, and to provide him with full exemption from taxes. At first, everyone thought it was another fiction, and later Eldon, who was in the capital of the kingdom, openly confirmed. This is really true. Rumors have lightly swept all the corners of Sancer, giving rise to more and more speculations. To the west, up to the plains that stretch to Diaza, this force spread everywhere, touching many places and people. A little time has passed, and Aruna reports Diazu that there were many events during this period, but finally everything has subsided. Diaz agrees with her and adds that it is time to prepare for the summer, because real trials are waiting for them. He assures that he will take the case since tomorrow. Then Aruna glanced at sleeping twins and said she could help the Diasul relax. The girl suggested that he lie down on his stomach. Diaz thanked Aruni. The girl approaches her husband and assures him that she is always ready to come to the rescue. She promises to support him with his best. The man expresses his gratitude. The girl advises her husband to relax today so that the fatigue does not ruin tomorrow. Diaz asks whether Aaron really thinks. Some time ago, when Diaz, along with others, opposed Diane, Francis and Francois went west, beyond Iluk village. Their disappearance left everyone in surprise, because these two were always distinguished by caution and shyness. No one could understand what had happened to them. Suddenly, Francis and Francois begin to flow blood. Sai people try to talk to Francis and Francois. However, they are absolutely unable to understand the meaning of their words. Francis and Francois were still talking and trying to call someone, and suddenly the air faded. The dogs were surprised to have frozen. It seemed to them that this voice was coming from the bowels of the earth. He sounded as if someone of the darkness said, "It is not enough to be enough." Sobaludin told Francis and Francois that it was time to go home, and then wondered who belonged to the voice they heard. After answering that they should return to the village, they sincerely thanked the PSUV man for his accompaniment. For Asti Group, this event remained a mystery. Subsequently, they learned the joy of the victory of Diaz's detachment, and the wonder was completely weathered from their memory. The next morning, Aaron asks Aisha if he really is not like to wear a saddle. At this time, Diaz recalls that Diana traveled on this horse earlier. There is an ancient language, the word Aisha, so-called a horse with mane, silver, like a glow of the moon. The rune chose this name for Diana's skirban, which she gently caresses and appreciates above all. After the battle she was sheltered, but every attempt to ride a mare caused her a clear dissatisfaction. After all, the travels were not even considered. It remained only under care and care. Arunas noted that the horse is firmly attached to the previous owner. This happens quite often. Therefore you should not press. It is better to give the animal time and patiently wait when it opens to a new person. Suddenly, Aaron's horn broke out with bright green light. Magic moved, responding to something unknown. Aaron placed a spell around the village that had to feel the stranger's approach. However, the spells only allowed to determine the fact of the presence of someone nearby without giving any details. Suddenly, someone ran up to Diaz and reportedly informed that a stranger approached the village. His silhouette glittered and flashed as if covered with moisture. Diaz immediately began to reassure the agitated Pestle. Sobaluda noted that the attacker also had a large mouth. Da suggested that it could be Paidzin. Aruna supported her guess. Viring is a merchant of frogs who previously visited the village. I am almost sure that he asked to advertise a set of newcomers and order the next batch of goods. Diaz was wondering how he was able to gather for the move. The frog finally appeared and reported that many rumors would spread around Diaz. She brought the ordered goods, immediately introducing, her name is Pajin Ray, and she is a younger brother, Pajin too. On behalf of his older brother, Pajin Ray passed what he asked Diaz. The DS was surprised. Aruna confirmed that if you look at, voice and clothing are completely different. It looks like, but this is not a friends page. Frogman said that the Paging Sid family was a merchant clan that has chopped huge wealth, skillfully trading both on land and water. He is one of the 7 sons of the 8th head of the Octito page. Diaz wondered what happened to Pagan K. Pagan Ray replied that he heard that Pagan had lost something really important during the agreement, and because of this, he was removed from work. So he only acts as a representative. He asks whether to discuss the issue of attracting new people is Ezra's first task. Currently, in the country, the animals are not willing to leave their homeland for the sake of this place. This is how the current situation looks. If it is just about mercenaries, you can find them as much as you like. Diaz does not tolerate servants. But nevertheless, his brother tested all possible ways, from the despair caused by their helplessness. Bloods are former animals that have lost their beast. Outwardly, they are almost indistinguishable from ordinary people, but their strength does not exceed human. Why this happens, it is still unknown. Sometimes a child with poor blood suddenly appears in the family of the fences. Subsequently, after several generations, the brutal blood finally disappears. The current king of animals shows a genuine commitment to those whose veins of this blood are gone. However, the predecessors on his throne kept a completely different opinion on this. The hemorrhage was not too pampered here. Although some of them dream of escape from the edge of the animal, it does not mean that they seek to get to the kingdom of Sankar, where they are treated with pronounced bias. However, Diaz took a semi-human wife, and always accepts those who were abandoned by others. If necessary, each of them can return home. At the same time, many people do not mind staying in this world. Therefore, before bringing the bloodless, he decided to first make sure that Diaz would not be against their presence. And Diaz, in turn, was quite interested in such society. Diaz. He says that in the neighboring lands there is a lord, who is committed to the liberation and protection of semi-human and semi-brighter from slavery. Although he did not see it himself, judging by the goods he owns, Lord seems truly wealthy. Beginners can go to him, but perhaps they want to get there. The one who has already stuck in his life, in his opinion, will not regret if he is under the care of the wealthy Eldon. Page is surprised to exclaim that he would like to learn about it before. This may open up the opportunity for new trade. He is wondering if Diaz will be able to organize a trade route. Diaz meanwhile notes the similarity between the brothers. Beijing apologizes, confessing that he just got involved. He proposes to move to the exchange. To begin with, Beijing demonstrates a mother-of-pearl vessel, and then removes a wooden box with sophisticated inlay. Diaz asks Pajan to stop. They say, it's not for him. Aruna puts a bag with coins on the table and says persistently, for this gold, they will acquire everything they can. Now it is necessary to decide if there is something really worth the attention. Diaz asks whether Arun is really confident in his words. Like, good works of art are undoubtedly wonderful, but it is quite possible to live without them. Aruna nods on this. Gold does not feed in itself if the goods remain unclaimed, and the merchant cannot sell anything. The case will have to be rolled, so let him earn. It is better to demonstrate that they are valuable clients so that he wants to cooperate with them later. Savings are enough, and therefore no difficulty will arise. Diaz replied that the unnecessary works of art could be sold to someone else. In the end, he decides to leave this issue at the discretion of Aruna. Pageness noted that with such a budget you can buy many different products. Although the choice is already poor, it can still offer necklaces and a very precious stone that will certainly see the lady. Aruna recognizes that Paige is lying to her. She notes that there is nothing to do. With such a budget, it is quite possible to take both dried and smoked fish. After that, she asks Paige to pack all the boxes. In addition, the stone in the necklace seems fake, so it insists real. And to make the offer even more attractive, Paige can add a whole barrel of wine as a gift. Paige notes that if he agrees, he will remain without a penny, so he advises Aruni to discuss the price again. Diaz confidently notes, "Everything, as it should be expected from Aruna. It is powerful. The matter looks promising." Then Pliudina asked the geese to ask what happened to them and how they were here. One of the geese pinned him by his paw, from which he jumped and opened their cage. The geese rushed to the Pesaludin, who did not understand at all what they caused their attention. The Maya suddenly appeared and asked what was happening here. After all, these geese looked surprisingly cheerful and fun. They are happy to taste the vegetable waste left after cooking. They grow surprisingly rapidly, and in half a year turn into adults. Some of them were destined to live from 20 to 50 years. Although these creatures are genuinely attached to their masters, they remain careful at the same time and sometimes even detect aggression. When a thief is squeezed into the house, the geese lift up a loud gelgut and thus notify the owners of danger. If harmful animals are approaching the field, they boldly chase them, painfully pinching their beaks as if real guards. Geese not only give eggs, meat, or fluff. You can get many other useful things. These geese are also called gracebirds. They are well groomed, their beaks shine, and feathers and paws are full of health. Dis turns to Paige and Aruna, confessing that I would like to buy these birds. The page begins to count and voice the cost of 6 geese, adding that he can lose 20% of this amount. Diaz understands. It seems that the bargaining is still ongoing. Paige is unexpectedly shared with Aruna. He has a product waiting for his time. Intrigued, Aruna clarifies what kind of product is it. Then the page explains. They say he heard that Diaz still has no successor. Usually, he offers only representatives of the nobility. But today, he made an exception. The lady has the honor to choose her first. The cost is somewhat high, but the quality is really impressive. He demonstrates unusual clothes. Aruna is wondering what it is. Paige explains that this suit is worn for a special spell. It is said that if his wife absorbs him, he will immediately receive reliable support. Aruna is amazed at how to conceive a child with such a creature, because it consists only of threads. Paige admits that he does not understand this phenomenon, but notes that the representatives of the human nobility affect this creature extremely strongly. Hearing this, Arun asks Paige to remove him. Over time, the goods on the table have increased significantly. Diaz decided that apparently grueling negotiations finally came to an end. The impression was that the price was a little reduced, but instead, they had a lot of extra. Although Diaz considered a summary, Arun and Paige had a different opinion. Thanks to the unified assessment of Aruni, it was profitable to negotiate. Meanwhile, Paige has sold more than half of his goods, including expensive artistic works. He believes that both parties remained in the winning, though without much loss. But Paige tried to slip the poor quality at an inflated price, but Aruna immediately recognized the move. However, she did not blame him because of it. Also, it was not a reason to demand a decrease in price. As before, Diaz said, Paige received her profit, and Aruno's skill was really at the highest level. In the end, they got food, the necessary things for the home, many art products, 6 geese, and, as we should expect from Aruna, real wine. Men take all things to the warehouse, and Aruna also decides to join work. Suddenly, her attention is attracted by an unusual collection of clothes. Considering the costumes, the girl notices among them the outfits of dancers, combat armor, dresses of waiters, as well as men's variants of each style. Aruna imagines herself in these outfits, but suddenly stops in the thought that it is quite strange, because at home the twins run. Having transformed her gaze, she notices men's suits and begins to consider them interested. Pegan almost sold all these outfits and is convinced that a little effort, and everything will disperse to the last copy. After that, everyone put their things into place. The DS thanked everyone for their support. Suddenly, he noticed that Aruna had blushed and wondered what had happened. The girl was embarrassed and, lowering her eyes, assured that it was not at all about it. Paige reports Diaza that they are going and wonders if he has any wishes for the next exchange. Diaz replies that next time, Paige would bring him many products that are suitable for humanoid dogs. They had the gold and silver coins he wanted to put into circulation. Paige assured that he understood everything perfectly and asked Diaz to rely on him. Subsequently, Paige calls Aruni and promises to bring her a little more interesting next time. Aruna was blinking, and uncertainly replied that she didn't need anything. After PGN went, they have many things. It was necessary to take care of the place for geese. At first, they decided to build a small barn. They intended to dig a ditch from the river to create a small pond near the shed. He believes that they could do without it. But he heard that growing is better, so he is inclined to think what is worth doing. After that, the boys run to Diaz and report that they have already come to the aid of Grandmother Mia and everyone else. Diaz sincerely thanks them for their support. Diaz noted that everyone was dirty and asked what they were doing. Maya explained that she asked them to help with the care of geese. Other women thanked Diaz for the good choice of geese. It seems that these birds will soon be replenished their herd by several more young individuals. They did everything they needed. Chicken materials were found in an abandoned meat shed. All this was done without the permission of Diaz, but because it was necessary, no one had anything against. Diaz thanked everyone for his support, noting that everyone had done their business. Suddenly, he remembered that he had not yet thanked the dog man for his brave duel with Diana. He announces that he will give everyone a medal in memory of victory. It will be not only for those who fought in the battle, but also for anyone who stood in defense of their village. More precisely, all residents of Elec will receive medals, so he invites everyone to gather on the main square. Soon everyone gathered on the square. Diaz sincerely thanked the Pasilla people for their courage in the Battle of Diana. He expressed gratitude to all present and announced that everyone would receive a gold coin as a sign of gratitude. Those who participated in the battle got 2 coins, and those who stayed away also received their award. The share of children was decided to give their parents. Everyone rejoiced, and soon Diaz with Aruna began to have fun to give coins to everyone. Finally, Diaz handed out all the coins. Suddenly he was approached by a song. Diaz wondered in surprise what happened. The Pessimo wondered whether it is possible to pierce the hole in the golden coin. Diaz immediately asked why they had that hole. At this point, another dog ran to them and exclaimed that he also wanted to make such a hole. He wondered why they needed to make a hole in a golden coin. He did not express the ban, but first wanted to hear their explanation. He was explained that the hole was to be made in order to seal a rope through it. When the lace is extended, they will put this thing on their neck. The reward they receive from Diaz should always stay with them. Diaz notes that it is a golden coin, and therefore money. He extends it to them, hoping that they will use a coin to buy what they want. However, Pesilodes refuse, saying that they do not need it. Diaz thought about why they were paid for daily work with gold and silver coins. If then the same coins are used to decorate underground homes. Diaz believed that it was a manifestation of joy, a well-deserved reward for long tireless work. However, it seems that he was wrong. For them, this is a real treasure. Something more than just a regular souvenir, rather, a valuable monument. He does not mind allowing them to do what he pleases, but he has already agreed with Paige in advance about things for people. If they do not use money as money, it can turn into a real problem. Diaz asked the Pesioludans if he really had a special friendliness to the gold and silver. The dog person answered that they consider jewelry beautiful and shiny. However, they do not cause much admiration. Then Diaz wondered if at all this award for them at least some value. This is answered to this. The point is that it is a pleasant reward and valuable memories. Then, Diaz notes, if so, why not give him a truly good memorable reward? And use gold, what should it? The PC man agreed and noted that it would be the best reward. Diaz wondered. Despite his words, he did not know what else he could thank. Not to give gold. And it is necessary to prepare at least 100 gifts that are more valuable than any treasures. Aruna suggests that, for example, fangs or bones of animals obtained by Diasis on hunting could be a great option. She asks for a Pesiludan if she would please his bead created by Diaz's skillful hands as a reward. Everyone gladly agreed that it would be very pleased. Arunas announced that this is all today. As soon as the kernels are ready, Diaz will hand them to each of the plywood. The attendees approved this decision. Diaz thanked Aruni for a generous offer. Thanks to this, everyone was able to get to work again. Aruna noted that although the suspension was a reward, she asked if her husband would give her something. Dia promises to do another thing for Aruna. Suddenly he notices Sina and Aiken, as well as IMU. She asks in surprise whether they were in the meeting place all this time. Ima replies that she showed twins how to train properly. Seen and Ihan also stated that they did not mind getting a necklace. The action notes. Aruno seems to be about animals, most likely about black buffaloes. He adds that girls are well familiar with these animals and enjoy their taste. And then she is interested. Whether they want jewelry made from the remains of animals. Senna and Ahan assure that they are nothing to them. Diaz believes that giving such a decoration as a reward is not the best idea, but they simply do not have other appropriate materials. Arunas explained that it is enough for a person to spend some time making something for them, investing in their own feelings. Human dogs do not want to get a valuable thing. They are important for their sincere emotion, reflected in the creation of Diaza. Therefore, their attitude to gold coins is quite obvious. Diaz should process each fragment with special care, putting their emotions into work. Sometimes it can fit a small precious stone in the product to give it a special charm. Aruna had some more decorations, so she could share them with her husband. Diaz hesitated. He was not sure whether he would handle it properly. Arunintal Diaz should not worry, the thin skill of its trump card. Even if a man is still inexperienced, he will patiently demonstrate all the subtleties of things, and he will master them very quickly. Diaz thanks the girl, but he has long been worried that people are so easy to understand what he thinks. He has not yet said words, and she has already caught the essence of his thoughts. Perhaps the girl skillfully uses the same techniques of belief that Paige used. Everyone suddenly smiles. Diaz blushed, realizing that he now reads their thoughts as well as they understand it. For some time, Diaz took care of the necklace. After finishing his work, he gladly noted that the product came out even better than he expected. Aruna suddenly appears and is interested in whether a man can be distracted. Diaz reports that he has just finished. He extends her necklace and asks how she evaluates his work. Aruna puts the necklace around his neck, satisfied that she has done a good work. It will give the joy of the dogs. Diaz said that the manufacture of one bead takes 3 days. Now he thinks how long it takes to complete the whole batch of jewelry at this pace. Arunas noted that it is only necessary to complete such a task once, and the next time the case will go lively. It is not necessary to hurry. It is worth acting prudently, step by step. That's how he did, and did not even notice how quickly he coped with work. Diaz, listening to the words of Aruna, agreed to move slower. Then she wondered what had happened, because the girl seems to have wanted to say something. Aruna verse remembered this moment. Arunas said that while Diaz was engaged in his business, they thought about what they could help themselves and decided to do kamadab. Of course, if the man did not mind. Kamadaba is a spacious kitchen area with several slabs located nearby. Now a dish boils on each oven. Due to the large number of people, it has become closer, and the constant wearing of all kinds of utensils and foods and backwards brings a lot of darkness. Then Ima suggested building a room with a regular stove and a bakery, designed by Klaus, to equip a well and a separate washing area. She adds that they plan to cover this place with a roof and install many furnaces. Thanks to this space, you can cook a variety of dishes much faster than before. She is interested in what opinion is Diaz. DS. It assumes that they are going to cook and eat right here, installing the stoves in place. He is not against such a plan, but raises the right question. If they plan to erect stoves under the roofs, where will they take the materials for construction? Aruna thinks that Kamalos could be contacted and find out if he would sell a couple of roofs for the stable. This should be enough. The DS adds that when Jalant visits next time, he will write a letter about it, the feeling of burning, as if all right. Candace would soon return home, so she asked her to pass on the news, but Diaz had already reported that she was going. Kendra remained in the village of Aluk to make sure that human dogs will be able to get in a new place. Judging by how they behave carelessly and easily, she thinks everything is going well. Aruna replies that even when Candace will appear here again, the work will still remain a lot. For example, it will be necessary to expand the yurt Klaus. However, she is sure that Klaus will make every effort to cope. She encourages Diaz, telling him not to stop. Diaz wondered if the Ness would really come here again. And what is the yurt Klaus? The girl looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he asked about it. She has no idea about DS. He says he has long maintained a good relationship between them. Meanwhile, Canis returns to his hometown to tell about everything to his father. Yes, she was sincerely amazed, and immediately began to question, since Klaus and Canis had such relationships. Aruna was wondered in surprise whether the man did not notice anything. She added, "Did not the sparks of warm emotions flash between them at lunch?" Suddenly, Diaz remembers the delicious meal they have just divided. After that, he is wondering if the Canis will really live here with Klaus. Aruna explains that she was told, when both will be ready, there will be a wedding. If they are so close, Will they have a baby soon? Arunas noted that Daz would certainly ask them about the details. Diaz was genuinely glad for both of them. Suddenly the noise came around. Someone exclaimed that Erin was extremely lucky because she was the first ready thing. Aruna confessed that she really liked this product. At this point, Klaus just rehearsed into his ear, claiming that something terrible had happened because he had no idea which gift for the engagement would be the best. It passed for a while, and Diaz sat in his yard, making necklaces. He assured that this is quite skilled. As Aruna noted, when to weave them one by one, there is a true sense of skill. Suddenly, Diaz notices how Sin and Yen are watching him from afar. He guesses that girls also dream of necklace. Smiling, Diaz promises to make jewelry for them, calling not to worry. The girls dissolved the door and rushed. Diaz, without holding back irritation, called them following. If you have already opened the door, do not forget to close them too. Diaz locked the door. Suddenly, Klaus broke into the room, passionately stating that it is necessary to discuss something important urgently, and immediately asked, "Will he find a minute?" The guy tried to reassure Klaus, urging him to take his hands, and asked what had happened. A little time has passed, and Diaz is wondering if Klaus really does not know what to give his parents to Canis in honor of the engagement. Claude agrees and adds that the channel said it is not necessary, but I'm still convinced that they should be more careful. Klaus is surprised to ask whether Diaz also presented Arun's parents to the engagement gift. He wants to know that he brought the girl. Diaz shared that he found himself in a situation where he was simply married. For this, he passed the materials of the earthly dragon. Klaus was surprised and asked how Arun's parents responded to it. Diaz replied that he was incredibly glad. According to Moore, it could have been something like 30 black bison or something close to it. It may be about 30 black bulls. If so, he will handle it. He noted that the root of the problem lies in the customs and values of the people. People are not sure if they will become happier if they give a black buffalo. In response, the man says he has already handed over some gold coins. She is wondering if it would be better to use the reward and buy some appropriate gift. Klaus admits that this money is not much important to him because he has not gained them with his own efforts. It is enough for him that he received his share of glory and is quite satisfied. Most of all, he wants to give what he gained his own work. Listening to Diaz's story, he also has a desire to become like he in the rune, so he wants to share hunting prey. Diaz believed that hunting on the Earth's dragon was too risky. He was also not sure of whether they fell in love with the black buffalo meat. Diaz mentions the lambs, incredibly soft and fluffy to the touch. First, you need to hunt a black buffalo, and after a successful hunt, you should bring it to the village of Unity and exchange it on the canvas for me. Klaus this year in May will give her a fabric as a fussy gift. Quality material will be useful for many things. He is convinced that there will be no unforeseen difficulties. Kamalos was genuinely passionate about the quality of Mia fabric. He is convinced that the girl's parents will certainly be satisfied with this gift. Klaus agrees with him, noting that although it is not straight, but such products are also the fetus of hunting. In addition, this is local pride. It would be great to master the secrets of hunting for them. However, Diaz noted that his tips on methods are unlikely to be useful. Klaus agrees, recognizing these methods inhuman. However, he intends to take on their experience in battle. So the young man expresses his gratitude. 5 days have passed, and Diaz still created jewelry. According to him, as soon as he mastered the basic techniques, the work has accelerated significantly. A maximum of 2 to 3 days, and he will certainly complete the plan. Suddenly, Arun was interrupted by announcing that Can had already returned. She politely apologized to her husband for the inconvenience, however. After learning about the report, he agreed to listen to her. The girl reported that she had just returned and received permission from her parents. From now on, as a resident of this place and a new part of the Cool family, she promised to make every effort. She also asked for his support and care. Diaz in response notes that the girl should also worry about them. He understands how much she had to go through, but despite that, she wants she to be afraid to dream and try to climb the clouds. The girl nodded as a sign of consent. Then Arun was wondered whether it was necessary to make a report. The girl remembered him and reported that Eldon and Kamalos were missing. They went to the royal capital. Her father is now performing the duties of deputy lord. In addition to the announcement of engagement, she also asked the building with furnaces. Materials and other necessary things will be delivered with the masters a little later. Due to these circumstances, her father will not be able to leave the city, so there will be only her mother at the wedding. Instead, she and Klaus will go to meet guests. So her father will arrange a feast, and most likely she will have to stay there for a few days. She asks DS to take care of her during this time. DS thought it was surprised that Klaus's wedding was still far away. While the ceremony was continued near the dark hut of buffalo skin, it could not be started. At this point, DS realized that everyone was really important. Then the man asked when they were going to leave. The girl replied that he intends to go right now. Such unexpected news, DS and Aaron were genuinely surprised. Then the girl asked her question. Does Klaus also hurry up somewhere? He said that Klaus was hunting for black buffaloes day after day, but in the last 5 days he managed to hide too. Things do not go too well. Thanks to the Madabi powder, hunting would be an easy thing. However, it seems that Klaus decided to act on his own, relying only on his own strength. That is why everything turned out as we see now. He heard the girls from his sisterhood and workshop offered his help. However, Klaus insisted. He should prepare a gift for engagement personally, which would not cost him. The guy remained adamant in his decision. Without resorting to tabi powder, without the support of dogs, he rushes on his own, an endless step in search of prey. He was fortunate enough to hunt 2 buffaloes and did not scratch on their skins. You can say, this time he proved to be in full. The girl was captured by curiosity. What does Klaus do? The hostage gift was pleased, but even more inspired the power of the connection that originated between them is the true power of Klaus. Now she may not be ashamed to turn to him frankly for help. DS, meanwhile, asks Kanen what she has a further plan. The channel confessed that without hesitation she would give her husband a slap to bring him to her senses if he drew some nonsense. It brings her pleasure, but if one day she will suffer or, God forbid, perish, Klaus does not realize what pain it will cause it. The mother always said it was the best way to deal with such people. Her father has also encountered this in her own experience. After a while, Kana said goodbye to DS and Aruna. Suddenly Aruna began to wave her hand vigorously. DS turned to the girl in surprise, asking what she was doing. Aruna replied that she simply thinks, if something happens, then she, as a wife, should do everything right. DS notes that she should be more restrained. Arena is interested in this, whether DS is not going to deny her. DS noted that if he did something that Arun wants to shake him, he will deserve it completely. In this case, there will be nothing left to accept it. Aruna smiled and wondered if Diaz prepared a gift for Klaus and Canis. Meanwhile, women were sought to be festive affairs and a feast. Diaz assured that everything is under control, and he would certainly prepare a gift for the ceremony. He has not yet decided which gift to make. Suddenly, Arunus began to work out his blow. Diaz at the same moment firmly decided, at any cost he will prepare something special to greet. Arunus's blows were truly impressive. Since Klaus received support from Canis, his stubbornness disappeared. He began to help the people of the dogs, and began to use matapi powder. From time to time, Klaus went hunting with Canis. Thanks to this, he managed to achieve impressive results. In some 3 days, he gathered enough black buffaloes. Soon, Klaus, together with his satellites, went to neighboring lands. Wandering them, Diaz felt inner haste. He was so fond of creating necklaces that he completely forgot to prepare a gift or greeting. Diaz was sure that hunting for a black buffalo would be delayed for a long time, and did not hope that they would cope in just 3 days. When Aruna returns with others, they will expect a real feast. Time comes up too fast. Diaz understood that it was worth talking about it with Aruna personally, but had already told her that everything was fine, and now it was even more difficult to admit to everything. Therefore, he decided to turn to the leader again. Dia confessed that he had no one else to turn. He was important that she had to be told, so he decided not to pull and talk right now. He told her about the field and the beginning of trade with the Gentile and others, and even mentioned the fight with Diana. He took with him several trophies of those times and suggested using them here at his own discretion. The leader with a smile remarked that he was ahead of his hope. She also decided to share some right tips. DS. It is able to instantly prepare a wedding gift. How about Mia Gorgeous Linen? It is always made with a stock, so it can share it right now. She notes that it is a wonderful gift for the newlyweds. Diaz immediately imagines their bed and the night spent together. He notes that Klaus has not yet grown up yet, so such a gift is quite appropriate. The chief noted that, at such a speed, she has no idea when she can finally keep a child in his hands. They are already husband and wife, but their married life is too ascetic and restrained. so she decided that it was time to throw them dice pair. She will give him a charm embroidered with happy wishes for health and light birth, so he advises to bring him with him. Diaz sincerely thanks the elder. It has passed a little time, and Diaz notes, "This pillow is characterized by the fact that it has different drawing on both sides. This is rare." The Ware reports that he is going to give this thing to a man. Diaz suddenly notices the bag and is interested in what it is. The chief calmly explains that inside, the medicine necessary for childbirth. A few days later, masters and building materials from the surrounding towns began to come to the village. In just 3 days, they built a room with furnaces and blocked it with a roof. In addition, skilled hands gave the community a goose and a toilet. What was in their power? In gratitude for his diligent work, the DS handed each 10 gold coins to everyone and sincerely thanked for the help, taking on all the cost of materials. Although he did not focus on market prices, it seemed that everything went well. The next day, the masters again went to neighboring lands. Klaus returned home, carrying a cart filled with various souvenirs. At this point, the cart stopped near a small forest so that travelers could rest and have a little snack. The man thanked the young man. He was a stranger for him, but took with him on the road and also treated hot tea. The young man replied that their guardian was raising them in this way. They could not leave the old alone on the road, especially when the path led to the same place. The girl confessed that she wanted to see their father as soon as possible. At that moment, the image of Klaus appeared in her memory. Some time has passed, and Diaz is interested in Aruna as he looks. He is convinced that his appearance is quite strange. Aruna soothes him, they say. Everything is fine and he looks great. After that, she asks her husband to lean a little forward. Then the girl carefully smooths her husband's hair. Today is the long-awaited day of Klaus and Connie's wedding ceremony. The host of the holiday is chosen by an experienced man. The solemnity mostly corresponds to the traditions of the kingdom, but in its course the harmoniously woven customs of the people of the dogs, as Klaus wished. In addition, the long-standing customs of the tribes which Connie sought. The celebration was special in nature. This happened only in the village of Iluk. The wedding was also present Canis, Martel. Diaz began his speech by the fact that no person is able to exist alone. That is why we are looking for someone we could love, forming a family even with those who are not related to us at first. Today, we celebrate the start of a new life for two hearts that have united their fate. People who seek to become a real family have to go this way together. During the wedding ceremony, it is extremely important to rewrite the blessing left by the holy Dia. Even a little in the mind was laid excerpts from the sacred scriptures, so that at the responsible moment there is no mistake. Even today, it can perfectly reproduce this text from memory. In the past, when his death took his comrades on the battlefield, he spoke the funeral prayers. If he witnessed birth, he read words that glorify life. And when someone united the fate in marriage, he presented a blessing prayer. Klaus seems to have remembered it and insisted that he was having a ceremony, so he would certainly fulfill his duty. In addition, the guidelines left by Saint Da were not difficult. Love your neighbor, and don't forget to appreciate yourself, rejoicing in every day. Do not harm others, do not assign a stranger or encroach on a space that belongs to someone else. Avoid bias, and do not oppress anyone because of its origin or lifestyle. It's so easy to forget about really important things. Saint Dio has always been near the founding king. Armed with wisdom obtained in the Holy Land from the founder of the world, he supported all the great accomplishments of the founding king. When the state finally appeared, and the people enjoyed peace, he built a majestic temple on the Holy Land, glorifying the God who dreamed in its bowels, and left behind many wise instructions. However, he did not find the companion of life and left the offspring, leaving this world lonely. So, today everyone gathered here to enjoy the festive nuts and drinks, dance from heart, sincerely congratulate a couple with a new stage in life and wish them a happy future. Now that all the dishes are ready, they can enjoy this amazing treat together. Everyone is celebrating joyfully. Diaz also dared to taste a delicacy. Walnuts are generously added in this bread. Looking at Hay and Khan, he realizes that they have prepared it. Diaz enthusiastically notes that this nut bread is really incredibly tasty. The girls begin to make noise, so Diaz strictly points out that he behaves impotent. The Hay and Ehen immediately calm. At this point, the chef Marfa and the Sidori are approached and announces that it is time to start. Sai people immediately begin to throw the clouds together. It is an ancient rite of treats inherited from the dog's people. Happy man is married to the shoulders and solemnly worn by the village, demonstrating it to everyone, blessing him for a happy life and informing the community that this husband has already found his wife. It is said that the main purpose of this rite is to avoid problems such as betrayal. Today, all residents of the village have already come here, so there is no special need for this. However, tradition is a tradition. It is observed invariably. Then the dogs began to approach closer. The lonely dogs who had previously been prevented are now doing this to get rid of jealousy to the groom and his happy marriage. All these actions are like a ritual. They seek new acquaintances, and at the same time unobtrusively demonstrate their loneliness to others. Klaus could no longer restrain laughter. The atmosphere simply raged with joy. Everyone has sincerely entertained. Klaus thanked everyone for sharing this special day with him, opening a new stage in life. He promised that he would create a real family filled with love and happiness in the village of Aluk. Canis exclaimed that she would also do his best. She promised that together with Klaus they would definitely be happy. This is how an unforgettable wedding holiday went. Joy and laughter prevailed, songs were heard, cheerful dances were circling, and the guests were eating the most delicious dishes. Suddenly, Arun came to Dias and invited him to make her company. Dias shyly admitted that he was not dancing too skillfully. In response, Arun noted with a smile that she did not expect dance miracles from him, so he had nothing to worry about. There are no such traditions in the tribe to which it belongs. But Maya and others have just discovered some interesting secrets, and this occasion seems very right. That is why she offers a little dance to her husband. In the end, Dias with Arunas go to the dance floor. Dias felt uncertain. However, looking at the dancers, he notices how Arunas is gently leaning to him. A little time has passed. After dancing and treating the hall filled a calm, warm atmosphere, a special moment came, which is difficult to describe in words. This often happens at real feasts. Finally, this moment has come. Dias rolls with a heavy chest and announces a warrior dog. He will now hand over the necklaces for battle, so let everyone gather. All dogs rush to Dias. However, the man reassured the audience, assured that everyone would have enough, so he asked to approach in turn and not create fuss. He in general intended to distribute them immediately after manufacturing, but everyone was busy, so it could not be done. Then Klaus and his comrades were offered to hand over gifts during a festive feast. Taking advantage of the right opportunity, he handed each pendant. Canis will be surprised to ask whether Diaz will also give her jewelry. Diaz replies that she dreams of receiving this gift without any hesitation, as a symbol that she has become part of the village from now on. After that, the Hay and a queen approach Canis. They stretch the girl with embroidery and report that this is their gift. The girl sincerely thanks the twins. And from the dogs, she got wonderful stones, finding on the plain. Francis and Francois, as a valuable fragment of the heritage of the Mia family, as well as from Emma, came a poem with the wishes of happiness to the newlyweds. Klaus thanked all those present, and then his gaze fell on unusual stone salt. Ias thinks whether something like this happened in these parts before. In the meantime, Dias understands that he should also receive his gift. Diaza is still known as Klaus and Canis. He extends him a gift and asks to accept this gift from him. Klaus, amazed, sincerely thanks Diazu for Bedlin. Aruna expressed admiration for Diaz, noting those bedding, which embroidered the wishes of the birth of children and prayer for light birth. Diaz also shared this special sensitivity. Maya did not refrain from the praised words to Diaza. Aruna tells Diaz asks Bedlin into yurt. The man agrees, but soon notices how everyone begins to gather together, deciding to trust the two young people. Diaz decided that talking about bedding does not mean that you should rush to sunset. So, the celebration of this day ended much earlier than it thought out first. Although the Diaz was to be the host of today, Aaron also asked him to join all others. The man willingly agreed. At this time, men in bearskins were hiding in some cave. One of them reported that he was able to find a trace and now knows where the village is. It is said that somewhere in the plains there is a mysterious settlement where a wealthy man lives, who actively bought goods in the tribe of animal. It is rumored that someone has seen a carriage recently heading there, to those endless spaces. If she headed to the village, they may be able to track it. But if they are mistaken, the attack will not be avoided, and the stroke will fall. Strong have the right to control the weak. The man calls himself a Huis, and proclaims that he will soon be owned by everyone. Obviously, a terrible enemy is coming to the village. The visa rolled down the space of the plain. The young man addressed the girl with doubt, whether she was sure that they were where they needed, because only the endless grass was spread around. To this the girl replied that the place of the west territory of Kazdex, so they are exactly on the right way. Suddenly, a female appeared in front of them. She was strictly wondered who these strangers were. If they turn out to be robbers, she threatened, then he will immediately throw her sharp teeth on 5, so it is better for them to get away quickly. In these minutes, Diaz sat in yurt. Summer has already entered its rites. His life felt invisible but important changes. Francois, who was waiting for a baby in the fall, spent almost all day with him in yurt. The problem is not that she is bad. Right now she has a period when she especially wants to do it. Francis every time runs on the meadow in search of soft grass, and so repeats several times a day. He chewed his food, softened it, raised Francoisui, fed it, and then rushed to the meadow again. Aruna says that this is not peculiar to Mia, so obviously Francis cares about Françoise in her own way. He may also want to be near François in this way. After exhausting training and doing daily work, she was preparing to become a mother. Careful, he began to stay with her even at night. But suddenly, an unexpected call came. Someone called Diaz. The Pesaludan rapidly broke into yurt. He reported Diaza that strangers had arrived, like robbers, and brought a lot of ma. She also noted that there were only 6 such as her, and they all seem extremely friendly. Aruna informed Diazu that it was time to go, because François reminded them that guests were waiting for them. She also noted that anyone who is friends with Mia may not worry. Everything will be fine, and she fully agrees. In addition, they brought 6 MIA at once. In this situation, the Lord himself should meet them in person. They approach the plane, and Diaz notices reinforcement. Suddenly, he shouts the names Asa and Aray. Aruna, looking in surprise, asks whether these two are familiar with the dais. Soon I reach Diaz and turn to him as my father and brother. Aaron was amazed when the girl called him her dad. Diaz noted that they were both incredibly growing. And most importantly, everything is fine with them. He wondered how things were in others. Eric replied that all healthy. They are engaged in the store and even going to get married. Suddenly a man, dressed in a woman, jumped out of the cart. Seeing Eric, Diaz greeted him happily and assured that he was with them. Diaz was relieved that Eric's health is not concerned, and it was incredibly pleased. Diaz was worried about Eric, whether everything was fine with him and what happened. Edic asked Diaz to call Irie. Mia immediately rushed to Eric. The man swayed, fell, but assured that he was all right with him and thanked the mayor. Diaz agreed that François' recent decisions were right. All 3 children were responsive and kindness, although Eric's appearance could be a little embarrassed. Suddenly, Diaz notices another van named Ben and exclaims that he is alive. Despite the confidence of Diaz in Ben's death, the man replies that it is not necessary to kill him. Although Ben has grown, it still remains naive. After that, Aruna approached Diaza and reported that his uncle was also worried about this person. However, it is even more disturbed by why the girl called this husband her father. Aruna suddenly began to get nervous, asking how such an adult had already in Diaz when he had time to become a father, and who really has this child. Isa asked Diaza who the baby was, pointing to him. But suddenly Arun exclaimed that she was Diaza's wife. Isaiah raised her eyebrows and noted that, no matter how cool, the girl looks much younger than her, and therefore, it violates the laws of the kingdom. Arunas confessed that she came from the tribe, so he is not familiar with the laws of the kingdom. Esau apologized for her sharpness and asked the girl not to keep evil. Aruna confessed that she also apologized because she inadvertently violated the established rules of decency. Diaz, meanwhile, tried to explain who these children were. Suddenly the horn Arunas flashes bright light. The girl looks around and looks in the distance. A group of invaders appears on the horizon. Yuga seems disappointing that Diaz with his associates causes him only annoyance. They have unprecedented riches, but do not want to share with others. It is because of their greed that everyone has to fight again. They have destroyed each other many times, so this time it will make concessions. He requires Diaz and others to obey his will. Power gives the right to control the weaker, and now they must accept it. In response, the runner notes that she does not understand what is being said in the conversation, and then calls the magic of fog. Guz reacts stunned, confessing that he has no idea where they went. Esau was surprised to ask if no one really could see them. Aruna explained that she used camouflage magic and called for a hurry while she was still working. Isu did not believe it immediately and wondered if it was really camouflage magic. Eyes said she did not notice the tracking. She still knows something about a hum. Once he was a knight of the kingdom. But after the betrayal of his comrades and how he almost died, he became a robber. In addition, he seems to be quite peculiar beliefs. Aruna approaches Diaz and reports that he has one interesting opinion. At this point, Hugis's assistant reported that the search was not given. No one could be found, so you can return. Hugis with sarcasm noted that the life of a coward and a weak is not easy. But they should not worry. It is only necessary to give him his wealth, and he personally takes care of their safety. Suddenly Diaz turns to Hugo, calling himself the ruler of these lands and challenges him to the duel. Puyugus is surprised. Why did the hero who saved the country appeared here? Arguna stood next to the Diaz, encouraged him, urging not to stop and carefully convey her every word. Diaz states that if Gugo wins him, then he will be resigned to the opponent's will. However, if the victory is on the side of Diaz, then Gugo will have to obey. He proposes to honestly and openly find out which of them is actually stronger. Hugh Gaza's Heimer warns that it is a trap. Diaz, with a self-confident appearance, is addressed to Gaza, asking what the thing is, whether he is afraid of Diaz, or may be ready to put a sword and get closer. Hugh Gas replies that the sword is nothing, and calls Diaz to find out which one is really stronger. Aruna thought Guza had already been seized. Although he was a villain, he was not used to lying. In his words, there was never a fake. It can be said that he was sincere, almost childishly open, and maybe just naive, or banal stupid. Hugisu goes to Diaz and calls for him to start a battle. A fierce duel breaks between them. In the full battle of Hugis's, there is so much force from the Diaz, because he is the ruler of distant lands. Diaz denied Hugo, convincing him that a person was not able to live alone, even if he has a lot of power. Everyone needs friends and relatives. It is because of them that we move on. The real power of the strong is to protect and support everyone around. Diaz explains that this is why Hugo should also make every effort. After these words, he causes Hugo a strong blow and throws him away. Hugo assistants pick him up and advise you to leave immediately, because they are not a level of such a rival. Aruna nodded, proudly noting, "That's what her husband behaves, as a real man looks." The girls smiled. Arunas noted that all of them are one family of Diaz, so they should hold together so that everyone can put the Diaz's shoulder. Sue also supported it. Ariana wondered where their mother was, because she wanted to say hello to her. But the girl replied that they have no moms, they are orphans. Usually in the caregiver shelters are called the teacher, but they call him Dad, for love and gratitude. Arunas assures that he understands everything. Esau is interested, unless it was risky to gather together if the Pope would be defeated. Arunas answers it calmly. In this case, she would deal with each of them. If it comes to the force test, Diaz will not have equal. Ara said that his brother was always surrounded by love and honor. Ara himself, an orphan since childhood, was used to working hard to work day in day out, and with age deserved the respect of others, but it was his brother who was a true authority for all. Subsequently, other orphans rolled around such a brother. Diaz rallied the orphans, combining their efforts. Together they began to support each other and created something like a mutual assistance guild. The older brother, who headed this community and also lived with them, taught everyone to read, write, and appreciate honest work, even in difficult conditions to live with dignity, although earning a living found in the landfills. Arunasad had no idea that Diaz was able to master reading and writing. Isa proudly stated that thanks to her brother, the orphans gradually came to naught, and the inhabitants of the city began to trust them more and more. Then they were entrusted with a more responsible class, and they were able to feel worthy people. It is such a diocese that they sincerely love and respect, as their leader, as a brother, and even as a father. Since then, they have become a real family associated with unique ties. He calls the man next to him Ben. This is the eldest brother of Diaza, a former temple minister, a smart and strict mentor of childhood, who taught him a lot of important things. One day Ben disappeared suddenly. The parents told Daza that his brother had died, so for the boy was a complete surprise to find out that he was still alive. Ayan and Sine wondered what the mom and dad of Diaz were and whether they were similar to him. Diaz only smiled cunningly and replied that his parents are completely different, calm and gentle people. They said that they performed different orders at the temple. Ben noted that this was their guilt. They could not be able to explain everything to the child. In addition, Diaz's parents held the honorary positions of the supreme priests, taking first and second place in the hierarchy of 5. They held the positions of the supreme priests in the great temple in the east. The news stirred up everyone. No one had no idea that they served in such a prominent place. Aruna turned to DS, asking what this temple is. ASA noted that a long story was waiting for everyone, so this moment can be missed. Once the holiday Daya, together with the founding king, visited the Holy Land, where she met with the gods and received from them a source of wisdom, and also several sacred artifacts. Then the founder of the kingdom, relying on the wisdom and power of these shrines, proclaimed the creation of the state and brought order on its lands. However, Sentia refused to join the monarch's power. Instead, she decided to erect a temple. This temple became the focus of the teaching of the spiritual father. After the death of Saint Dia, the shrine began to be erected in his honor in all corners of the kingdom. The priests who served in these temples daily selflessly directed people to the path of truth. In addition, in the teachings of Saint Dia, there is a completely description of God, neither appearance, nor essence, nor no features. Many statements and guidelines remain vague and incomprehensible even to the students themselves. Ben said that majestic temples rise not only in the royal capital, but also in all major regions, the north, south, eastern, and western. Their influence depends on the grandeur and the scale of these shrines. The supreme priests of one of these temples, the most majestic holy place in the east, were the parents of this fool, as well as his brother and wife. Irai noted, if it was a large temple, did not the main stronghold of those scoundrels talk? Ben agreed to understand why Irai said so. Now the priests have dropped away. Dias believes, from his uncle's stories, that many years ago, long before his birth, a serious internal struggle occurred in the temple. Uncle Ben decided to resolve this conflict personally. He packed things and went to the Holy Land to turn to God for advice. The fate of Diaza continued to be in the hands of his parents, and Ben himself boldly stepped towards a new test. Returning to the kingdom, he learned that his brother's family and his beloved wife had already disappeared from this world, and the famous School of the Way has also dissolved in the past. The temple, which was under the rule of the new school, finally declined, and stood in the complete detention. He hoped at least to know something about his brother's family, so he gathered the necessary information and finally found out where Dias was. The only descendant of the high priest from the old school was on the battlefield. He asks Dias whether he realizes that he felt when he was told that he was killing people cruelly. Therefore, he decided that at any cost he would break this stupid head. However, with such a bride, it seems, fully arranged in its own way, Dias causes Ben to be a condescending smile than an image. On the way, he saw a lot of pleasant sheep, flying mice, puppies. They all became a family for Dias. If so, these naive spouses were glad to return to the ground. He suspects at heart that Aruni is not easy with such a man. But despite everything, he asks her to take care of him, because he sincerely rests on this girl. Aruna shakes Ben's hand and says with a smile that the feeling is mutual. As a wife, she is pleased to meet her uncle. Ben in response asks not to call him so officially. They say, "Turn to me simply and easily." Suddenly, Eric turned to Aruna sharply, asking how she dared to give herself for his bride. After all, his real wife was Erica. They got together 20 years ago. Dias asked Eric what he was talking about. Eric suggested that he contact him. Then Dias remembered, did he not promise to give the ring when she grew up? Dias explains that it is really about Irie's birthday. He remembers how he promised Irie to buy that dreamy wedding ring when he grows up and be able to afford such a purchase, because at that time he had no penny. Irie jokingly asks whether it is not a certificate in love. Then Ben returned to Dias and stated that he was a guy. When they met, he seemed to him a weirdo. Dias, in turn, confessed that he was once a much more ordinary guy. Aruna noted that this child has a form of a female soul, so she may have a woman's heart. Isut turned to the DS and reported that Hei and Aijin have become their new younger sisters. He added that his bride is undoubtedly charming, but these children also conquered his heart. At this point, Eric died the conversation, indignantly reminding the DS of his presence and insisting that he was not ignored. Subsequently, somewhere on the outskirts of the village, Hughes worked on the field with his comrades. He explained to the boys that this is the order of Diaz himself, so they should do their work carefully and responsibly.